Belinda presents this unabridged recording of The Dark Lake, written by Sarah Bailey and read by Kate Hosking.
The dedication reads, "For my sons, Oxford and Linus, who have somehow managed to make the world feel both bigger and smaller at exactly the same time. These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die like fire and powder, which as they kiss consume." William Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 6. Now. When I think back to that summer, something comes loose in my head. It's like a marble is bouncing around in there, like my brain is a pinball machine. I try not to let it roll around for too long. If I do, I end up going funny behind the eyes and in my throat, and I can't do normal things like order coffee or tie Ben's shoelaces. I know I should try to forget, move on. It's what I would tell someone else in my situation to do. Probably I should move away, leave Smithson. But starting over has never been a strength of mine. I have trouble letting go. During the day it's not so bad. I'll be in the middle of doing something and then my mind wanders to her and the little ball ricochets through my head and I stop talking in the middle of a sentence, or I forget to press the accelerator when the lights go green. Still, I can usually shake it away and keep going with whatever I was doing without anyone noticing. It's amazing what you can keep buried when you want to. But sometimes, late at night, I let myself think about what happened. Really think. I remember the throbbing heat. I remember the madness in my head and the fear that pulsed in my chest. And I remember Rosalind, of course. Always Rosalind. I lie flat on my back and she appears on my bedroom ceiling, playing across it like a lightless slideshow. I click through the images. Her in grade 1 with her socks pulled up high. Her walking down Ayres Road towards the bus stop, backpack bobbing. Her smoking a cigarette on the edges of the school oval. Her drunk at Kathy Roper's party, eyes heavy with dark liner. Her at our debutante ball, dressed in white. Her kissing him. Her lying on the autopsy table with her body splayed open. I can't even tell anymore whether the pictures are from my memories or ones I came across during the case. After a while, everything starts to blur together. A few times I've got it all mixed up and Ben ends up on my bedroom ceiling, sliced open on the autopsy table. When that happens, I get up, turn on the hallway lights and go into his room to check on him. Once it was all over, I promised to make a fresh start, to stop letting the past weigh me down. But it's been hard, harder than I thought it would be. So much happened that summer. It lives on inside me somehow, writhing around like a living beast. It's weird, but in a way it's sort of like I miss her. I miss a lot of people. One memory I do have that I know is real is from our final year of high school English. It was warm and the windows were open on both sides of the classroom. I can still feel the breeze that ruffled across us as Mrs. Frisk roamed around the room firing questions at us. We were studying Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. This class was different from the English classes in earlier years. If you made it this far, you were serious. Even the boys would generally pay attention. No one sniggered at the love scenes like they had a few years earlier. Rose always sat up the front, her back ruler straight from years of ballet, her thick caramel hair spilling down it like a wave. I always sat near the door on the other side of the room. I could look at her from there, watch her perfect movements. What do you think Shakespeare is getting at when he declares that these violent delights have violent ends? Mrs. Frisk's forehead beaded with sweat as she stalked around the edges of the room, stepping in and out of sun puddles. "Well, it's foreboding, isn't it?" offered Kevin Whitby. You know they're doomed from the start. Shakespeare wants you to know that. He loved a good warning to set the scene. These days he'd be writing shit-hot anti-drug ads. Soft laughter bubbled up from the class. It's a warning, sure, but I don't think he's saying they should stop. Everyone paused, caught in the honey of Rose's voice. Even Mrs. Frisk stopped pacing. Rose leaned forward over her notebook. I mean, Shakespeare goes on to say, and in their triumph dies like fire and powder, which as they kiss consume. So he's basically saying everything has consequences. He's not necessarily saying it's not worth it. I think he's suggesting that sometimes things are worth doing anyway. Mrs. Frisk nodded enthusiastically. Rose makes an important point. Shakespeare was big on consequences. All of his plays circle around characters who weigh up the odds and choose to behave in a certain way based on their assessments. They didn't make great choices for the most part, said Kevin. They all had pretty bad judgment. I disagree. Rose looked at Kevin in a way that was hard to categorize as either friendly or annoyed. Romeo and Juliet were all in right from the start, even though they knew it probably wasn't going to end well. She smiled at Mrs. Frisk. I think that kind of conviction is admirable. Plus, it's possible that the happiness they felt in their short time together outweighed any other happiness they'd have felt if they lived their whole lives apart. She shrugged delicately. But who knows? Those are just my thoughts. I think about that day often. The fresh, fragrant air pouring through the windows as we debated the story of the two young lovers. Rose lit by the sun, her beautiful face giving nothing away. Her elegant hands diligently making notes, her writing perfect compared to my own crude scrawl. Even back then she was a mystery that I wanted to solve. There were a few minutes when I was alone with her in the autopsy room. I felt wild, absent. Before I could stop myself, I was leaning close to her, telling her everything, the words draining out of me as she lay there, her long damp hair hanging off the back of the steel table, glassy eyes fixed blindly on the ceiling. She was still so beautiful, even in death. Our secret circled madly around the bright white room that morning. Rocking back and forth on my heels as I stood next to her, I knew how far in I was again, how comprehensively her death could undo me. I looked at Rosalind Ryan properly for the last time before breathing deeply, readying myself, letting her pull me back into her world, and I sank down further and further until I was completely, utterly under. Chapter 1. Saturday, the 12th of December, 7:18 a.m. Connor Marsh jogs steadily around the east side of Sunny Lake. He throws a quick glance at his watch. He is making great time, and it feels good being out of the house and running in the fresh air. The kids were crazy this morning. They'd woken at 6 and were still bouncing off the walls when he left the house an hour later. The place is way too small for two little kids, especially boys, he thinks. And Mia was in such a foul mood. He can't believe that she had a go at him about the fishing trip next weekend. He hasn't been away in ages and has been taking the boys to footy or soccer every Saturday morning for over 2 years now. Connor grimaces, frustrated at how unreasonable she can be. His feet pound along the dusty track, making an even beat. 1, 2, 1, 2. Connor often finds himself counting when he is trying not to think too much about running. His legs burn more than they used to, and his ankle hasn't been the same since he fell off the ladder at work a few years back. Still, he is fitter than most guys his age, and he has a full head of hair. Lots to be grateful for. The day starts to wake in earnest. Connor catches glimpses of the sun through the messy tips of the gums. Another scorcher is on the way. Birds trill from their lookouts and the wispy haze of sleep across the lake is starting to clear. Connor sighs. He's taking the kids to a 5th birthday party at 10, followed by a 7-year-old's birthday party this afternoon. Weekends sure are different these days. He would give almost anything to crack open a beer and watch the cricket in peace. Connor steps heavily on a stick. It flicks up and scratches along his shin. Shit! He stumbles before regaining his balance. The cut stings as it breaks into a thin red line. He slows his jogging, panting. He won't bother doing another lap now. He needs to head back home anyway to help get the kids ready for their party marathon. Walking, he places his hands on his hips as his heartbeat calms, breathing jaggedly from his mouth. A duck flies low across the water, wings outstretched. Rubbish dots the edges of the lake. Chip packets and Coke bottles are held hostage by the rocks and submerged branches. The heat has caused the lake to creep away from its banks. Tree roots are exposed like electric wires. Connor's eyes scan the water. He really should come running here more often, get back into a routine. He can remember training here for athletics years ago, doing laps around the track before school, the burn in his thighs. He notices the gaping eye of the storm water drain, pitch black against the glare as it disappears into the clay wall of the lake. A little further along, Connor notices something caught at the water's edge. It appears to be made from some kind of fabric. He squints and realizes he is looking at hair swirling out past a line of reeds, his feet locked to the ground. It looks like human hair, a woman's blonde hair. His heartbeat picks up again. His limbs feel hollow. 2 steps forward confirm it is indeed a woman face down in the lake. Bare white arms are visible every time the water ripples, and long-stemmed red roses bob across the top of her watery grave. A cluster of swans watches Connor from under the old wooden bridge. One of the birds lets out a low, haunting cry. He drops to his knees and worries for a moment that he will be sick. His breathing slows and then quickens again. He looks back at the body and then jerks his gaze away. Barely thinking, he dials 000 and thrusts his phone against his ear. Chapter 2. Saturday, the 12th of December, 7:51 a.m. I stand in the shower with my head against the wall as blood oozes out of me. I had guessed I was about 6 weeks along, but hadn't been sure exactly. I wonder if my denial has made this happen, my complete lack of acceptance, my sheer desperation for it not to be real. The blood mixes with the water before it disappears down the drain, and I squeeze my eyes shut and wish I was a little girl again, tucked up in bed, my mother's soft pout of a kiss pressing against my forehead. God, I miss her. Scott left early this morning to beat the traffic. He's secured a couple of weeks' concreting work on a large housing development just north of Paxton, a town about 30 k's east of Smithson. Ben is at my dad's. He slept there last night because of our early starts. Dad will be getting jumped on about now. Ben is always so cuddly in the mornings. I can hear my phone ringing, but I don't move. The cool tiles feel firm and reassuring against my skin as I spread my palms out on either side of my face, trying to focus, trying to feel normal. After a few minutes, I lift my head. My vision takes a while to adjust. My guts ache, the pain settling in low and deep. I'm exhausted. I feel separate to my body, to my mind. I know I should probably go to the hospital, but I also know that I probably won't. The bathroom is misty with steam. The bleeding seems to have slowed. I wash myself carefully and turn off the tap. The pipes shudder through the walls. I step out of the shower and pull a dark grey towel around me. I look at the mirror, but I am just a blur in the fog. In the bedroom, I throw the covers across the bed and kick a slipper underneath it, stopping for a moment and leaning forward to catch my breath as sharp pain runs through me again. I dress quickly, lining my pants with a pad before pulling on black jeans, a plain grey t-shirt, low black boots. The temperature is climbing steadily and the leftover heat from yesterday still lingers unpleasantly in the house. I pour a glass of water and throw back a couple of Nurofen. Then, staring at the wall, I think about the day of loose ends in front of me. Paperwork, a few reports to follow up, a cold case Jonesy has asked me to review. I picture my small desk in the middle of the station's main room and wish that I had an office. My mobile rings again as I am towel drying my hair. It's Felix, and I look at his name on my phone and think a million things. "Yep, hi." I keep my voice light. "I'm on my way. I'm just about to walk out the door." "Go straight to the lake, Gem," he says, and I love the way his accent curls around my name. I try to understand what he's saying. "Why? What's happened?" "A body's been found. It's a teacher from Smithson, a Rosalind Ryan." The room turns upside down. I sit heavily on the bed as I clutch at my throat, forcing myself to breathe. Felix keeps talking, oblivious. "She used to be a student there too, apparently, your age. You probably knew her." Set in between a burst of mountain ranges, Smithson is a little oasis of greenery in the middle of endless fawn-coloured acres of Aussie farmland. Smithson is known for catching the rain that runs from the mountains, which is ironic as it's the surrounding farms that actually need it. It's changed a lot over the past decade. Carling Enterprises, a major cannery business, built a manufacturing plant on the outskirts of the town in the late 90s, just as I was finishing school. The large silver structure already looks grossly out of date, but is nevertheless a hive of activity. It milks the surrounding area dry, sucking the fruit from the trees and yanking the vegetables from the ground, and in return spits out over 10 million cans of tinned fruit and vegetables every year. This productivity has slowly but steadily grown Smithson from a modest population of just under 15,000 to one of almost 30,000. Factory workers, truck drivers, engineers, food scientists, marketing people, new faces are everywhere. Suddenly, Smithson, the Noah's Ark town that had always proudly boasted two of everything, multiplied. There are 5 bakeries now, and that's just in the town centre. Someone told me that Carling does this all over the world, bases itself in regional areas where the land is cheap and permits are easy to come by, and implants its business into a community, completely changing the landscape and the culture. In fairness, Smithson probably needed a bit of a kick in the arse, but it can be unsettling watching the giant trucks descend on our little world, the roads groaning under their weight, the smoke streaming out behind them. To the east of the town centre is a large lake surrounded by dense bushland and a popular community park. Sunny Lake is really Smithson Lake, but no one ever calls it that. I don't know why, but it's been Sunny Lake as long as I can remember. Even the road signs read, "This way to Sunny Lake." My parents were married there in a very bohemian ceremony back in the 70s. I've got a photo of Mum from that day on my bedside table. It was taken just after she and Dad said their vows. There are daisies in her hair and a glass of punch in her hand. She looks about 12. The lake backs onto the main high school. When I was in primary school, I used to come down here with Mum to feed the ducks and to hunt for 4-leaf clovers in the grass. In my high school days, the lake was where we came to smoke cigarettes, drink stolen alcohol, and kiss boys. The old gazebo on the little bridge across the water provided the perfect place for a ghostly séance, and the ancient wooden tower in a nearby clearing was a great vantage point from which to see if someone was coming. Once you climbed its creaky, winding staircase, you reached a lookout where you could see the entire lake, the main highway, and all the way to the high school. It was also a great place to hide. Before he died, Jacob and I had spent hours up there talking and kissing and more. I closed my eyes briefly, picturing his young face. He feels so far away now. I try to avoid coming here. Sunny Lake is already swarming with cops who are fencing off nosy passers-by. The lake is a popular hangout in the summer, and around 2 years ago, the council built one of those modern, soft-edged playgrounds at the north of the park to complement the rickety old one that remains to the west. But I've never thought to bring Ben. There are way too many memories lurking around for a Sunday afternoon playdate. Several people in jogging gear huddle nearby, talking quietly to each other as I walk past. Then I spot him. Detective Sergeant Felix McKinnon, my partner. My insides bubble gently, and as always I marvel at the effect he has on me. His brow is furrowed as he bends down to talk to one of the forensic guys who is brushing at the ground just off the path. I see a white tarp a little further down in the reeds. Casey, our photographer, is snapping away to the left of it. I allow myself to process the fact that Rosalind Ryan is dead. I suddenly feel startled to find myself a fully grown adult. I remember how her summer school dress moulded to her womanly figure. I remember the way my own uniform brushed below my knees, how I tried to pin it at the waist and the hem to look more like hers. I breathe deeply and exhale slowly. Walking down towards the lake, I set my face to blank. I try to block out the well-worn images of Rosalind that are fighting to settle in my vision. I try to block out everything. The sun is cracking through the last of the clouds and beats down like fire. The air is sharp, dry. We are going to have to move quickly. We need to get her out of here. "Hey," I say. "Hi." Felix smiles up at me, squinting into the sun. "You okay?" My vision blurs with patches of white. "Yep." I shrug his question away. I gesture to the white tarp. "What are you thinking?" "Hard to say. We ID'd her from a coin purse in her jacket that had a school library card in it. There's nothing else on her except for her keys, which were also in her jacket. No phone or bag that we've been able to find yet." He wipes at his forehead, already beaded with sweat. "Fuck, it's hot." Felix is still trying to get used to the relentless heat that invades Smithson every Christmas. "She was in the water when the guy found her, but Anna doesn't think she drowned. She thinks she was strangled. But there's also a nasty injury on her head. No visible stab or gunshot wounds. We'll know more when we move her, obviously." He staggers to his feet. A few grey hairs glint above his ears. The skin around his eyes wrinkles as his gaze meets mine. I look away before I can't. "So did you know her? Remember her from school?" he asks. I nod and look out across the lake. 2 ducks bob along side by side, the beautiful markings on their faces like stage masks. "She's not the kind of person you forget." "Yeah, I figured. Were you friends, though?" "It was high school. We were all friends until we weren't. You know what it's like when you're that age." He raises his eyebrows and looks as if he's about to say something else, so I cut him off before he can. "Felix, is this our case?" He's still looking at me curiously, but says, "I think so. I was in when the call came through, and Jonesy asked me to call you. Matthews might kick up a stink, but yeah, I reckon it's ours." A familiar current pulls through me. A new case. My head clicks into gear as I try to start firming up the possibilities. But it's Rosalind Ryan lying dead over there in the water, I think. It's her. My usually reliable brain is stuck on an image of her face, and it glitches over and over like a buggy computer screen. The click of Casey's camera forms a steady beat behind us, and the sound bores into my ears. I deliberately take a few deep breaths before I say, "Good. I really want to work this one. Look..." I finally turn to meet Felix's eye. "I knew her a bit from school, but it's not an issue, honestly." I try to ignore the throbbing in my abdomen. "So who found her?" "That guy over there with Jimmy. He went to Smithson High too, but I think he's older than you. He's pretty shaken up. His wife is coming to get him soon. Name's Marsh." I look at the well-built man clad in running garb sitting on a park bench with Jimmy, one of our constables. I think the man is Philip Marsh's older brother. I don't think we've ever spoken. I'll go and talk to him. Okay, don't be too long. We need to take a look at her before we get out of here. I make my way over to our witness, trying to remember his name. Spencer? Cooper? Something like that. Hello? Jimmy and the man look up at me. I'm Detective Sergeant Gemma Woodstock. Jimmy smiles at me briefly. This is Connor Marsh. He found the body of the young lady this morning. He was running laps. Hi, Connor, I say. To be honest, I was only going to do one lap. I'm not as fit as I used to be. Connor doesn't look at me as he speaks. His eyes are fixed on a stick near his feet. He is nudging it back and forth between them. Tell me about when you first saw the body, I say. He kicks at the stick again. God, it's so weird, you know? He looks up at me again and there's a flash of recognition in his eyes. I'm pretty sure that after I finished school and started going to the gym behind the library, I'd see him there lifting weights. He squints and turns his gaze to the lake. I was running just down there along the bend. He points down to a curve in the path about 20 meters from Rosalind's body. I wasn't thinking. Well, you know what I mean. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular. I was just running. I decided not to do another lap and started to slow down, and then I saw her in the water. He breathes out heavily. I didn't know what she was at first. Thought it was probably rubbish or something, and then I sort of realised what I was looking at in a weird moment. I totally freaked out. Connor pushes his hair back from his eyes and says, I heard one of the cops say she's a teacher at the school. I hold his gaze, but I say nothing and keep my expression neutral. I know the one. She went there too, like us. She was really pretty. Connor looks at me. Probably in your year, I reckon. Jimmy's head snaps towards me. I ignore him. Connor, did you notice anyone else this morning? Anyone hanging around? Anything at all that you can remember might be helpful. He is looking at the ground again. I notice the top of a tattoo snaking out of his ankle sock. It looks like the Smiths and Saints Football Club emblem. I don't think I saw anyone. Maybe there was a girl in her car when I first pulled up in the car park, talking on her phone. I think I remember that. Anything else? I press. I don't think so. Well, not really. I think I ran past someone walking their dog at some point. A guy, I think. An older guy, maybe. Sorry, it was pretty early and I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. If you recall anything else, just let us know. Do the flowers mean anything? The flowers? Connor nods. Yeah, there were flowers around her in the water. Look like roses. I exchange a look with Jimmy. He shrugs subtly. We can't speculate at this stage. We'll obviously be investigating everything. I speak smoothly, but my blood has turned white hot. Can I go soon? My wife is coming to get me, but she'll have the kids with her, so I think I should wait near the car park. He glances down towards the crime scene and shivers despite the heat. Not here. That's fine, mate. I'll come with you. Jimmy's calmness is always reassuring. He'd make a great voiceover artist selling life insurance or something. Hey, Connor, one more thing, I say as they get up. You didn't touch the body, did you? No way. I didn't even go very close. To be honest, I'm not good with stuff like that. A good way to be, mate, a good way to be, Jimmy says, leading Connor away. Rocking onto the balls of my feet, I survey the scene again. A couple of young girls wearing neon running shoes and black lycra are clutching at each other, their faces ashen. They're probably Smithson students, I think, grimacing. There are a few mothers cautiously pushing their children on the swings and half-heartedly helping them to navigate the slide as they fix their eyes squarely on the activity near the edge of the lake. I can hear the low hum of a chopper approaching. Bloody reporters. We need to keep moving. Felix sees me coming and breaks away from the text, raising his eyebrows in a question. The guy's clear, I tell Felix. Saw nothing, knows nothing. We'll pull him in later today or tomorrow to get it all logged and double-check with his wife for an alibi, but I doubt he can help us. I didn't think so, says Felix. Well, come on. Let's talk to Anna and get this done so we can get moving. I was going to suggest that exact thing. We smile briefly at each other as we walk along the rocks to where the reeds start. I see the dark entrance to the stormwater drain and can't help feeling that someone could be watching us from in there. Hey, I say to Felix, shaking the paranoia away. What's with the flowers? Connor Marsh said her body was covered in them. Yeah, he says, turning his head so I can hear him. Long-stemmed red roses were floating all around her in the water. Fucking creepy. I picture it, thinking for a brief moment how perfect she would have looked covered in roses under different circumstances, and keep following Felix. Suddenly I experience a jolt of emotion so strong I think I will fall into the water. This can't be real. I focus on remaining upright, my eyes fixed on the back of Felix's head, and breathe deeply. Grey water laps gently at the brown dirt under my boots, and then I see it. A foot, pale and ethereal, floating out from beneath the tarp. I remember watching Rose on the podium at the end of the local pool on a swimming sports day. Her dainty feet squared together as she bent down low, snapping her goggles on, ready to jump into the water. Hey, Gem! Anna's head appears from the other side of the tarp. Hi, Anna, I say, shielding my face from the sun and stepping over a dirty plastic bag, crab-walking along the edge towards her. Anna is standing knee-deep in the lake in her waterproof scrubs. She looks like an astronaut. I can tell she is hot. Her face is red and her fringe sticks to her forehead in messy little lines. Right, she says when we are close enough. Well, guys, you know the drill. We have a deceased female, 28 years of age. Her birthday would have been on Christmas Day, actually, according to her ID, which is a Smithson Secondary College teacher's library card. She's been dead for at least 5 hours, but it could be up to 8. The water makes it hard to tell. I'll be able to be more accurate later. Like I said to McKinnon earlier, I think she was dead before she hit the water. There's a large wound on the side of her head. I guess she was struck with a rock or something with rough edges, but this should be clear when we do the autopsy. There might be dirt or gravel that confirms the weapon. I'd say she was strangled too, based on the marks on her neck, and obviously I'll want to run tox as well. I'm thinking lover's tiff, or a random attack, especially if her wallet is missing. Anna pushes damp hair away from her eyes. Either way, this isn't pretty. It looks like she's been assaulted too. Her underwear is missing and there is some bruising around her thighs and upper arms. Again, I'll know more when we get her back to base. But I can rule out suicide and accidental death for you. This is a homicide. I look at Felix. He is staring down at Rosalind, seemingly deep in thought. Anna gestures for the forensic team to come and get Rose's body. The reporters have arrived and are roaming up and down the police line like hungry lions. I see the black puff of a microphone bobbing along above the small crowd, the glint of a camera lens, the flick of sleek TV-ready hair. Great. The last thing I need today is a run-in with pocket rocket reporter Candy Fife. Anna puts her hands on her hips. Okay, guys, I'm done here. We've taken all the shots and bagged everything. Nothing that I think will be helpful. Mind you, there's bloody rubbish everywhere. Water never helps. Yep, much better if everyone was killed in the middle of a wide-open sports field on a still day, says Roger cheerily. Roger is one of our longest-serving forensics. He's been with the Smithson police force for almost 40 years and has a perpetually sunny attitude regardless of the situation. I often picture him at home happily telling his wife about his cases. Yes, the dead girl was strangled, it seems, murdered in cold blood. Pass the salt, please, darling. Roger and Fred, our other forensic guy, pull up the tarp and place the stretcher carefully underneath Rose's left side. Above us is the belly of a low-flying helicopter, and I come around the right side to block the view of her body. Rose is pulled onto the white surface. Her face is exactly as I remember it. A Disney princess beauty. Her even features waiting patiently for a prince's kiss. When I heard a few years ago that she'd returned to Smithson and was a teacher at the school, I was disappointed. I wanted better for her than that. Her hair hangs to the side, and Fred picks it up and pulls it along her face so that it rests across her shoulder and down the side of her arm. He looks at her as if she is a sleeping child. I remember that Fred's wife had their first baby a few months ago, and I wonder what is going through his mind. Rosalind's toenails are painted a vivid blue, and there are silver rings on her fingers. Her brows and lashes are dark against her pale skin. I remember trying to recreate those eyebrows in my bedroom. Even though my colouring was much darker than hers, it had never looked right. Fred and Roger close the body bag around her. The marks on her neck are almost black. Her dark chocolate eyes stare unflinching into the burning sun. The harsh buzz of the zip, and then she is gone. "Right, well, I'll see you all soon, I'm sure." Anna's already checking her phone as she walks off towards the car park. We instruct the field team to begin the search. "Start with the area around the lake," I tell Charlie, our field lead, "then move into the playground and the bushland, and get rid of all these people. It's a bloody nightmare." Several uniforms start instructing people on the outskirts of the police tape to leave. I watch as a teenage boy casually holds out his phone and takes a photo of Rosalind's body being bundled into an ambulance before sprinting off towards the town centre. We're already running out of time to get in front of this thing. I turn back to the lake. The water gives nothing away. Once everything is set in motion, we get into my car and head back to the station. Felix is listening to voicemails. He reaches over and gives my hand a slow squeeze. A deep shiver plays through me. I pull my hand away and flick on the radio to drown out the buzz in my ears. The ache has settled deep in my groin where my belt is pressing, and I shift my weight, trying to placate it. I can't tell how much I'm still bleeding and want desperately to get to the bathroom at work. I want to be alone. I brake suddenly, seeing a red light just in time. Felix throws me a look, but I keep my gaze on the road. Rosalind Ryan is dead. Rosalind Ryan is dead, I think, over and over. And then I think that somehow I always knew that something like this would happen. Chapter 3. Saturday, the 12th of December, 11:36 a.m. "Are you sure you're fine to work this one, Woodstock?" says Jonesy. There is coffee spittle in his moustache. His belly protrudes past his pants, and he rubs at it distractedly. "McKinnon tells me you knew the dead girl." We are standing in one of the little offices off the main room of the police station. Ken Jones, our chief superintendent, has obviously decided that Rosalind's murder warrants his presence. I can't remember the last time I saw him down here on a weekend. I recall flashes of Rosalind's face in the schoolyard, glimpses of her creamy skin in the school change room, her large eyes glowing back at me knowingly. Years later, I slowed my car to watch her walking in front of me, arms heavy with shopping, her long skirt swishing above her feet. Her grainy face in my high school yearbook faded from the rub of my fingers. Her staring back at me in class, daring me to look away. I know every inch of her face. I clear my throat. "Yes, sir, I knew her a bit, but it's not a problem. Honestly, we weren't friends, and I haven't really seen her since we were in school, ages ago." My heart is flying. I hate lying to Jonesy, but how else can I put it? It is impossible to explain Rosalind to him in any other way. "Well, good, 'cause I want you to throw everything at this, both you and McKinnon. Get tight on this one, it's going to be big." He takes a noisy slurp of his takeaway coffee. Do what you need to do today, sort out her family, and then get some sleep so you can hit the ground running tomorrow. Yes, sir, of course. You're up to it after last week? Yes, sir. Good. Terrible, all that was. I adjust my bag. The strap is digging sharply into my shoulder. I think back to last Sunday night, to opening the peeling bathroom door and finding the desperate, beaten-down young woman who had decided it would be better to drown her baby son in the bath and then slit her wrists as she held his dead body, rather than spend another night in fear of her violent ex-boyfriend. Isn't it all pretty terrible these days? Certainly feels like it sometimes. Well, anyway, let's get this show on the road. Jonesy pats me hard on the back as his phone starts to ring. Here's the bloody maintenance man. The aircon in the main room is carked it again, he says and walks away, scrambling to get his ringing phone out of his pocket. The Pink Panther riff is abruptly cut off as he starts barking orders. I stare at the large painting hanging on the wall next to the water cooler. A blurry blue-grey sky set atop green mountains. I think about Rosalind, dead inside the body bag. My insides are wound tight like a spring, my organs suddenly too large for my body. I tap my foot and wish Felix would hurry. I don't want to be alone with my thoughts right now. He appears around the corner holding 2 coffees. He sees me and smiles. Here, you probably need this. Thanks. I take the coffee from him even though the thought of drinking it is making my stomach churn. I just spoke to Charlie. They found her car in the top car park, the one in between the school and the lake. Charlie called you? I say. Yeah, just now. I thought you were talking to your wife. Felix shoots me a withering look. I was, Jim, and then Charlie called me. Want to see my call log? His accent wraps sweetly around the word log, and I want to kiss him. Don't be silly. Her car's not a primary crime scene, apparently. Anna's gone back to do a once-over, but it's locked and seems fine. We can go and have a look before they move it if we want. Okay, good. So, since her car was in the lake's top car park, maybe she knew she was going to end up at the lake last night, he says. I think about this. From memory, the car park at the school is tiny. The teachers would use that lake car park all the time because it's only a 5-minute walk away, so she might have just always parked there. Maybe it's changed since you went there, says Felix. I don't think so. I drive past there sometimes and it looks pretty much the same. I know I'm talking quickly. I stop to breathe. Felix cuffs me amicably on the shoulder, but then lets his eyes linger on mine. A flutter runs through me. Are you really okay, Jem? It must be weird going to school with her and then seeing her like this. Seriously, I'm fine. It's just a bit of a shock, I guess. Okay, right, you two. Jonesy is off the phone. Come on, let's get this thing moving. Get Matthews and Kingston as well. I want them across this just in case. I roll my eyes, but Felix walks off to grab the others. Jerry Matthews and Mac Kingston, both in their late 40s, are detective sergeants too, but wear their superiority like a badge. They have no time for me, and the feeling is mutual. Once the 5 of us are crammed into Jonesy's messy office, we work through what we know. Deceased 28-year-old female, Rosalind Elizabeth Ryan, English teacher at Smithson Secondary College. It appears she lived alone in a small place on the highway. The body was discovered this morning at Sunny Lake just before 7:30 a.m. She was bashed and strangled, and there's suspected sexual assault. Felix reels off this information as if it is a classified ad, and I can almost pretend I don't know her, that I can't see her lifeless limbs floating in the water. And who found her? Asks Jonesy. Some jogger, you said, Woodstock. Have we cleared him? Yes, sir, I think he's clear. He knew her very vaguely, but we'll obviously get a lot of that with her growing up here and being a teacher at Smithson. My voice sounds odd, like I'm talking from the next room. Okay, get his statement sorted and put that to bed. What else? Time of death? Anna thinks late last night or early this morning, I tell them. Any ideas on what she was doing down at the lake? Matthews clears his throat. There was a big production on at the school last night. A stage play, I guess. My wife went. I just spoke to her. She said that at the end, our dead girl was up on stage getting flowers and doing a thank you speech. Apparently, the play was very good. I remember Rose on stage in our final year of school, absolutely captivating as Medea. Her wild eyes like daggers as she looked out over the audience, bemoaning her plight. She was always really into acting, I say. Woodstock knew her back in school, Jonesy explains to the others. I avoid making eye contact. Right, Jonesy continues. Well, the school needs to be a secondary crime scene pronto. Seems like she never made it home. Seal it off and start working over it, and check out her place too. I've already had a team seal it off, I say, ignoring the look that Kingston gives Matthews. Good, says Jonesy. You and McKinnon check it out once the forensics have gone through it. Interview whoever you need to. Who's going to do the family? I'm happy to— No, Jonesy waves Matthews' offer away. I want McKinnon and Woodstock to do the family. He looks me in the eye. The father is a bigwig in business, so tread carefully. Apparently he's very friendly with Mayor Corden. I want the formal ID done ASAP. People are talking, so we need to confirm the identity today. Autopsy tomorrow. Anna knows already. Once all that's sorted, I want you to get a grip on what happened at the school last night. Who, what, where, the usual. Reporters are already clogging up the phones. I can't believe your mate Candy Kane hasn't called me yet, Woodstock, but it's only a matter of time. She's not my mate, sir. She's a pain in the arse, that's what she is, but nonetheless, she and the rest of the Rat Pack will be all over this. It's a great story and just in time for Christmas. Bloody fucking nightmare. He pushes at his sparse hair and rubs his eyes. He seems surprised to find us all still there when he looks up. A few beats go by until he roars, Well, go on then, move it! We scatter. I found my feet when I became a cop. After years of teetering on the brink, wildly close to the edge, the force pulled me back to safety. I walked tall again. Dad said my uniform made me look strong. I think that I simply stopped looking at the ground when I wore it. In the beginning, my days were reactive. Traffic accidents, petty theft, lost property, broken windows. Over time, they became more proactive, tracking known offenders, looking for patterns, getting inside their heads, attempting to predict and prevent their next move. We had a lot of grads from the city come and do stints with us. Typically, young cops need to do their time in the regional areas, but it's not reciprocal. I haven't done more than a few weeks in the city, not since my training. Smithson and its surrounds are all I've ever really known. A good 4-hour drive from Sydney, it's hot here in the summer and freezing in the winter, but I soon discovered that crime isn't seasonal. Along with the wholesome country air comes a lot of booze, a lot of boredom, and a whole lot of violence. Felix, fresh from the streets of London, assured me that the police skills we apply here are the same. It's just the scale that is different. I'm sure that's not true. I think he just didn't want me to feel like I was missing out. But either way, I know that everyone would agree that I'm good at this. It suits me. From the beginning, I liked the hunt, the endless puzzles to figure out, the permission to focus on one thing and shut out everything else. It's a profession sympathetic to selfishness. I found it relaxing after years of blaring noise to legitimately claim tunnel vision, to dive wholeheartedly into something, to have an excuse not to talk to people, to justify my mysteriousness. Being a female cop in Smithson did come with its challenges, but in a way I revelled in those too. They gave me something hard and real to buck up against, a living, breathing obstacle that I could conquer. A stark contrast to the murky nothingness that was the deep well of my grief. The soundtrack of leers and put-downs that followed me around only made me more determined, more focused. Jonesy had a soft spot for me from the start. His initial fascination at a woman being able to navigate the testosterone-soaked locker room extended to him being impressed every time I fronted up, calm and capable, to a nasty road accident, a messy suicide, or a violent conflict. To his credit, he seemed determined to avoid typecasting me, often deliberately sending the others to break bad news to family members rather than assuming they needed my soft touch. I'd heard him talking on the phone a few months into my appointment, declaring to someone that I was as tough as old tin. It wasn't a father figure I lacked, and he never overstepped the fence I had carefully built around myself, but I did get a bonus uncle in Jonesy, and I can't say I minded. The guys in the station were brutal, and his backing was not so overt as to make things worse for me. Rather, he became a subtle and powerful, albeit bumbling, ally, and I yearned to make him proud of me. It had been a long time since pride had seemed important. The grief that swarmed around Dad and me did not allow a normal parent-child relationship. Our focus was almost solely on survival. Dad never relaxed enough to enjoy parenting me most of the time. There were moments of nervous joy, but generally he was too busy looking over our shoulders for looming danger. Having lived only with Dad since I was 13, I initially found the proximity of so many other people, particularly so many men, overwhelming. Their scent hung over the station. Their constant hunger unsettled me. Their jokes were crude and cruel. I set my jaw and swallowed my frustration and occasionally my fear. I had very little on my side. Not only was I female, but I was also young, keen, and sharp. A dangerous combination. About a month into my first year, I attended a robbery at one of the local garages with Keith Blight, a worn-out old boy who saw no place in the police force for women. He thought I'd be better off taking my feelings and my handbag straight to the nearest beauty parlour. The mechanic had managed to detain the thief, a scrawny, acne-scarred backpacker who spat on the ground approximately every 60 seconds. We arrived and I pulled out my handcuffs, only to have the ferrety criminal smirk at me and then exchange a knowing look with Blight, who seemed equally amused. They both thought I was a joke, a kid cop and a girl to boot. I said nothing, knowing that any protest, any reaction at all would simply be deemed emotional, giving them exactly what they expected from me. My face burned as I pushed the backpacker's oily head down and shoved him into the police car. Anger raged through me, threatening to erupt into a scream. And then, a few months later, the Robbie case came along and changed everything. Chapter 4. Saturday the 12th of December, 1:46 p.m. Smithson in general is fairly leafy, and George Ryan's house is undoubtedly in the leafiest part of town. Smithson has always had a wealthy area to keep the rest of us in our place. It's just that before the Carling plant was built, it used to be the retail franchise owners, a handful of bankers and the former owners of successful family farms who lived at the base of the rolling hills on the edge of town, on the opposite side from Sunny Lake. Now it's more likely that Carling's top-tier executives are neighbours both at home and at the office. Nice place. Felix ducks down to look up through the windshield at the full length of Rosalind's old house. Yeah. I imagine this house was party central back in the day. Unfortunately not. Rosalind kept to herself. Well, sort of. I tried to explain. She was popular, but she was very private. I don't know if anyone really went to her house. Why not? I'm not sure. She was unusual. Well, hopefully she's got easier to work out since then. Yeah, I say again, though I doubt it. I look up at the house too. I know her bedroom used to be on the second level to the left. I would occasionally catch her silhouette in the window as I watched from the other side of the street. I shake myself back into the present and push my phone onto silent. Okie dokie, says Felix. Let's do this then, shall we? We get out of the car and slam the doors heavily behind us. I don't mind if George Ryan knows someone is coming, though of course nothing will ease him into the shock he is about to get. Unless he already knows, I think darkly. Telling family and friends about a murdered loved one is never easy. Parents are usually the worst, their grief so pure and unchecked. They tend to immediately recast the dead adult offspring back to their childhood version. Distraught mothers often relive the moment they first held their infants and shaped their arms into an empty cradle, even if the birth was 60 years earlier. On the other hand, children of the newly dead are often bravely stoic, realizing their new responsibility and position at the top of the food chain. Plus, they are busy with a myriad of distracting grown-up jobs, legal tasks, funerals to arrange, relatives to inform. Siblings are distraught, of course, but there is often a strange, ingrained competitiveness that has them imagining the roles reversed. They picture themselves as the dead child and compare hypothetical grief and reactions. Even in death, the ability to pull rank can be strong. Informing the family of a murder is particularly difficult because our best chance at a solve is maintaining a completely open mind. We must have the ability to see past a broken stare, to look beyond pale-faced agony and the wringing of hands. Murderers are people too, and in many instances the grief they show for a victim is real, despite having caused it. George Ryan is listed as Rosalind's next of kin. I'm pretty sure she also has 3 older brothers. I can only remember one of them, I tell Felix as we walk to the door. The driveway is lined with a cloud of wattle and the sun bounces off it, making a ferocious yellow blaze. He seemed kind of cocky. I think the others were a bit older than us. No mother? Asks Felix. I don't know, I say. Not that I can remember. The front door flies open just as I am about to press the doorbell. Hello? A short, clean-shaven man with neatly combed hair and a complexion starved of sunshine stands in front of us. A rush of aircon swirls out from behind him. His small eyes dart back and forth between us. Hello. Sorry to arrive unannounced, but we need to speak to George Ryan. The man bobs his head up and down. Oh, he's only just out of bed. He's not feeling 100%. Well, I'm afraid we'll still need to speak with him. I'm Detective Sergeant Woodstock. This is Detective Sergeant McKinnon. A haze of understanding falls over the man's stare. You'd better come in then. I'm Marcus, George's son. He steps aside, gesturing for us to enter. On our left is a polished wooden stairway. To the right, a high-ceilinged hallway displays a heavy-looking oil painting. Is Mr. Ryan unwell? Felix asks as we follow Marcus towards the back of the house. He had surgery yesterday, Marcus informs us, but he's recovering well. Felix and I exchange looks. We are probably about to bring his recovery to a grinding halt. This way, please, says Marcus. Everyone is in here. My brothers are here too. He leads us into a large open room at the rear of the house. 3 men sit on a giant cream couch along the right wall of the room. Their eyes are glued to the cricket, which is playing soundlessly in high definition on one of the biggest televisions I have ever seen. The ceiling peaks directly above them, and windows are cut into its sides, casting blades of light onto the floor near their feet. Photographs crowd the mantelpiece. On one end, there is a large frame featuring a striking raven-haired woman with glittering blue eyes. From the kitchen, I hear a radio tuned into the cricket match on the TV. Outside, a sparkling lap pool glitters in the bright sunlight. Hello, I say. I'm Detective Sergeant Woodstock, and this is Detective Sergeant McKinnon. 6 eyes look at me blankly. Please sit, insists Marcus, coming up behind me and ushering us into chairs. This is my father, George Ryan, and my brothers Bryce and Timothy. If Bryce and Timothy recognize me, they don't show it. Steam curls from the mug that George Ryan is holding. He is the largest of them all, broad across the shoulders and overweight, but in a way that suits his frame. He is very pale. His hands shake as he steadies the tea on his knee. His younger sons flank him. While Marcus looks like he has stepped straight out of the early 20th century, Timothy and Bryce are quintessential modern Aussies. They are both deeply tanned with loose-necked t-shirts, surf-brand shorts and wiry hair like ivy woven up their muscled legs. Straight white teeth underneath denim blue eyes complete the look. I look at each of them in turn before speaking to George Ryan. Unfortunately, we have some very bad news. I take a huge breath and close my eyes briefly before saying, "Your daughter Rosalind was found dead this morning. We believe she was murdered." A ball connects with a bat on the radio and it sounds like a gunshot. The crowd oohs and ahs, and I watch carefully as the shock hits the Ryans square in the face. Marcus looks desperately at his father and brothers and then back to me. "What?" George Ryan shifts into an upright position, clearly in pain. "Rosalind is dead." Timothy and Bryce are gobsmacked bookends staring dumbly into their laps. "Yes, I'm so sorry." Marcus scurries to the kitchen and snaps the radio off. The silence rushes through the house and I find myself desperate to say something. "We believe Rosalind died late last night or very early this morning, after the play at the school." "What happened?" George Ryan's booming voice is glorious. Syrupy and thick it catches in his throat. Felix leans forward. "We don't know yet, Mr. Ryan, but it is a homicide investigation. Your daughter was attacked. We're terribly sorry, but can we ask you all a few questions? We really need to know as much as we can. It will help us to find out who did this." George Ryan lets out a deep sigh straight from his soul. He grimaces as he pulls himself up to place his mug on the coffee table. I imagine going from the ordeal of surgery to being told that your only daughter has been murdered. "My little girl is dead." His face wobbles wildly and his eyes seem unable to focus. He looks to me for confirmation, to check that the awful thing I just said is true. I nod quickly, considering his reaction. He pushes his fingers against his eyes and holds them there for a moment. "Ask us anything," he says to the floor. "I'll get some water," says Marcus, jumping up from his chair again. His eyes are bright with tears and his lip quivers. "We're fine, honestly." No, come on, please," he insists. "It's so hot." I sense Marcus needs to have a task. "Thank you," I say. "Get me a water too, please, Mark," says George softly as Marcus walks out of the room. "And bring me my pills." Felix is firm. "We know this is a huge shock. Maybe let's start with when you all last saw Rosalind. Timothy, what about you?" Timothy's eyes are huge. He stares at the mute cricket game on TV, his jaw shaking. "Well, I went to the school play last night. It was a really big deal for Rose." His eyes jump from me to Felix to the floor. "I didn't get the chance to speak with her, though." Bryce's head snaps up. "I didn't know you went." George, too, looks at Timothy in surprise. Timothy shrugs. "I hadn't seen her since Dad's birthday." He turns to me and wipes some tears from his eyes. Dad's birthday night got a bit intense. I acted like a dick and Rose was upset. I knew the play was important to her, so I wanted to go." "All she talked about was that play," says a bewildered-looking Marcus, returning with a silver tray on which are several glasses of water. "She was very excited about it when I last spoke to her." He hands me a glass. He speaks so softly I have to strain forward to hear him. "I live in Sydney. I'm home early for Christmas because of Dad's operation yesterday. Rose and I usually speak once a fortnight, but I've only seen her once since Dad's birthday in October." I glance at Timothy in time to see an almost imperceptible twitch of his eyes. I turn back to Marcus. "Did you go to the play too, seeing as you were here?" "I only just arrived this morning." His voice breaks and he looks away. He wipes his face with his hand. "I was planning to go next weekend." I shift my gaze along the couch. What about you, Bryce? When did you last see Rosalind? At Dad's birthday dinner like the others, so October the 17th. His eyes bore into mine. I haven't even spoken to her since. We don't really talk much. That sounds awful now. He gulped some water. But it's true. To be honest, I'm not quite sure this has sunk in yet. What did she do? What do you mean? I say. Why did someone attack her? Was she fighting with someone? What makes you say that? I ask. Bryce is sheepish, clearly regretting his comment. I don't know. I guess I just figured she did something that made someone lose it. Did she do that a lot? Get people offside? Felix probes. Timothy stares at the floor. Bryce opens his mouth and then closes it. Felix arches his eyebrow at him. Well, she can be difficult, says Bryce feebly. Difficult, I say, ignoring his use of the present tense. Bryce looks to Timothy for support. Yeah, well, she always speaks her mind, which I guess some people find challenging. Had she mentioned any specific run-ins with anyone lately? Arguments? Now Bryce is the one to fix his eyes on the floor. Timothy shakes his head slowly. George Ryan clears his throat, cutting off our conversation. I just can't imagine how this could have happened. It doesn't make any sense. No one would want to hurt Rose. It's very hard to understand something like this, Mr. Ryan, I tell him. It may never really make sense, but we need you all to help us try to piece things together. I place my glass down and ask, when did you last see her? At my birthday as well. I've been away a lot since then, you see, trying to get everything ready before... Well... He trails off and then seems to remember he was talking. She did call me on Thursday to wish me well for my operation. We talked about the play. She was very proud of it, you know. He drops his head and shudders through a hopeless, silent sob. It was based on Romeo and Juliet, is that right? I'd looked it up on the school website before we came here. He lifts his head and focuses watery eyes on me. Yes, she loved all that stuff. She really battled to get it happening. The school didn't want to put on a play this year. There were issues with funding or something, so it got delayed several times. I think she was quite frustrated about that. She was very passionate about it and kept pushing the principal to endorse it. That's just Rosalind all over. Determined. Bryce, Marcus and Timothy don't move. George Ryan pops some pills out of the packet that Marcus gave him, dropping them on his lap before washing them down with the cold water. He continues. And all those kids in Year 12 got behind her, agreeing to be in the play even though school had finished. They must have really liked her. I nod, reminded that we need to talk to all of these students as soon as possible. I wonder what will happen with the play now. The sun has moved across the floor onto my foot. I pull it away into shadow. So, Marcus, you were in Sydney last night. Timothy, you went to the play. Bryce, what about you? I ask. I was here. I flew into Gowran yesterday afternoon. I saw Dad briefly at the hospital, but he was pretty groggy, so he didn't stay long. He seems out of breath. What about after dinner? I press. I had a work call and then had some dinner here. I spoke to my girlfriend at some point. She lives between Smithson and Sydney and was already here at a place she rents out, but she wasn't feeling well, so she cancelled our plans just after I landed. Felix turns to Timothy. Do anything after the play? Just came straight here. Bryce was here in his room. Bryce nods in confirmation. Something is nagging at me. Timothy and Bryce's Dear Diary recall is all a bit too neat. But as I study them, I see real sorrow in their eyes. I change gears. Did Rose have a boyfriend? A boyfriend? No boyfriend, says George. Okay, well, what about earlier this year? Was she seeing anyone? No, nothing like that.
She had a few boyfriends in school and uni, but nothing serious. She was very into her teaching, very dedicated, not running around like half the silly girls are these days.
Timothy and Bryce exchange loaded looks from opposite ends of the couch. Marcus gets to his feet and hovers near my elbow for a few moments. His anxiety is palpable. He clutches at his hands and then clears his throat twice. "Do you want food? I think we have biscuits or maybe some cake. How often are you here?" Felix asks him abruptly. He stammers. It depends. Probably 3 times a year." "And you?" Felix says to Bryce. "Same. Maybe a bit more. My girlfriend is here almost every second week at the moment, so I come with her sometimes." "And you live in Paxton?" Felix says to Timothy. "I did. I own a place there. Well, half a place, according to the lawyers. I'm in the middle of a divorce, so I'm staying here at the moment. I'll get a new place in the new year." I catch Timothy's gaze and feel the hairs prickling up my legs. Felix turns to George. "Mr. Ryan, I have to ask, does Rose have other family? Her mother?" "My wife, Olivia, is dead. She died a few days after giving birth to Rose, from a hemorrhage." "I'm sorry to hear that. That must have been incredibly difficult." "Yes, it was a shock, just like this. I had small children to worry about then. Truth be told, Olivia was not a well woman before she died. Marcus was always a great help, especially once Olivia was gone." Outside, a bird swoops suddenly towards the pool and flits across the surface. Inside, the only sound I can hear is the soft whir of the air conditioner. "Is there anything you can think of that might be worth telling us about?" I ask. Something she said, even something that seems like a little thing. Bryce and Timothy exchange looks again but shake their heads. Marcus swallows noisily. George Ryan just stares at his hands. "Well, thank you. We'll leave you alone." I stand up and gesture at Felix to do the same. "We truly are so sorry. Look after yourselves. You've had a terrible shock. We'll do everything we can to work out what happened to Rosalind." They all stand except for George. His eyes fix on me, years and sorrow etched into his face. "Yes, please find out who did this to my daughter." Marcus walks us to the front door. "We'll be working through her phone records, her house, what happened on the night she died, everything." Felix shakes Marcus's hand. "We're doing everything we can." Marcus holds his hand for a few beats. Felix adds, "One of you will need to come down to the station today to complete the identification. Your father may not be up to it." "Oh, yes, of course. Well, I'll speak to Dad and see whether he wants to. Or perhaps I'll just go myself. He's probably not really well enough. He's supposed to have strict rest until Monday." "How about I call you in an hour? You can let me know then," says Felix. "Yes, all right." His face crumbles before he pulls it back into line. "God," he says almost to himself. "Marcus, make sure you tell any other family and friends sooner rather than later," I say gently. "This will be all over the news tonight." He nods, looking lost. We step outside into the heat. Felix pauses and turns to face Marcus again. "Did Rosalind keep living here after she finished school?" Marcus stands in the doorway. I can see glimmers of his father starting to creep onto his face. No, she wanted to do the student thing. Plus, I think being the only girl, perhaps it was a bit hard for her. I think she felt a bit lost living here. She never really found her place. Anyway, she moved to Sydney, did arts at uni and travelled a bit. You know, normal stuff." He pauses and we wait, both thinking he's going to say something else, but he just stands there blinking at us. After a few moments, Felix smiles sadly. "Well,
Take care, okay? Like I said, I'll give you a call in a little while, but you call us any time you need, or if you think of anything.
Marcus moves his mouth into a tight smile and closes the door gently, his footsteps echoing as he walks down the hall.
Wow.
Felix whistles as we make our way down the driveway. Wow, what?
I don't know, but there's something.
We get back into the car. Can you be more specific?
Well, I don't know where to start.
Felix fastens his seatbelt.
I mean, we've obviously dropped a bombshell on them, but they seem so weird. No wonder she got out of there.
Define weird.
That!
Felix makes his eyes bug out and I laugh. Timothy looked at me funny, I say, like defensive or something.
He had a weird vibe. They all did, especially the younger two.
Well, they were in shock. Felix dismisses the Ryan's shock with a wave of his hand.
They were strange, like cardboard cutouts, and Marcus would have to be the most awkward person on the planet. I want to run background on all of them and get alibis confirmed ASAP.
Of course, I agree. I just don't want to jump to conclusions. Getting news like that throws you. You're allowed to act a bit weird. I start the car and pull away from the curb.
When can I see you?
Felix says.
Huh? When can I see you, properly?
His voice has a desperate edge and my body stirs in response. I keep my eyes on the road. I think about this morning in the shower. It feels like it happened a long time ago. I blink the scene away. I wonder if I'm still bleeding. I can hear his breathing next to me. I guide us back towards the station. Felix grabs my thigh hard, digging his fingers in around its curve. Monday night, I say, staring straight ahead, my heart beating so loudly I think he can probably hear it. Chapter 5. Saturday the 12th of December, 7:03 p.m. Scott looks up from whatever he is frying on the stove top as I walk in. He takes in my drawn face and what he calls my police eyes, the intensity that is reserved specifically for tracking down evil. "Bad day," he says evenly. I look up to answer him but am distracted by aerial shots of the crime scene at Sunny Lake on the TV. I recognize the top of my head. The footage is interspersed with a recent headshot and a photo of Rosalind dressed in white and smiling prettily at our debutante ball. She looked like an angel that night. I hated my deb dress. I remember Jacob clumsily giving me a corsage on our front porch as Dad self-consciously snapped photos. I spent the entire evening trying to adjust the straps on my dress. In every photo from that night, I have a slightly pained look on my face. My foundation was about 2 shades too dark and my lipstick too brown. If that was my first foray into womanhood, I would say I failed spectacularly. Ben careers around the doorway from the hall and catapults into my legs, wrapping his arms around me. "Mummy!" "Hey, sweetheart. Granddad and I flew a kite." "That's great, darling."
"You're on this case?"
Scott tips his head towards the TV.
"Yep."
On the case, Ben babbles, and I shoot a look at Scott. "Hey, buddy, why don't you go get those stickers Granddad gave you to show Mum?" I watch Ben's dark curls bob up and down as he runs off along the hallway to fetch his latest favourite thing.
"Did you know her? She went to Smithson, right?"
"Yep, she was in my class. I knew her."
"Jesus."
Scott flips off the gas and starts to spoon stir-fry onto 2 waiting plates and into Ben's Peter Rabbit bowl. Ben explodes back into the room, clutching his new stickers. Look, Mum, see? I have Ninja Turtles, all of them." "Wow, darling, that's great. Let's have dinner first and then you can show me properly." I guide him to the table. We settle in front of the steaming food. Ben eats noisily, making little beeping sounds every time he swallows a carrot. Scott looks down as he eats steadily, one forkful after another. Everything about Scott is precise. If he says he is going to be somewhere at a certain time, he is there. Our bills are paid on time. Our bins are always put out the night before. I often think he would make a good forensic analyst instead of a concreter. He would be at ease with all the order required. Scott prefers things to be linear, to happen in the right order, one after another. Crawl, walk, run. Our being parents without being married drives him crazy. Ben chatters away about the kite and Ninja Turtles. Scott clears our plates and tidies the kitchen as I am mistaken for monkey bars by our son. I can hear the newsreader recapping the details of Rosalind's death, describing it as the Smithson schoolteacher killing. "Right, kiddo, bedtime for you." Scott tickles Ben on the belly. He squeals with delight. "Good night, baby man," I say, kissing him on the forehead. He zooms off, still making little electronic sounds as he bounces against the walls. I grab a beer and sink onto the couch, letting thoughts whirl around my head as I half-watch the cricket. Nothing is adding up. By all accounts, Rose was in good spirits last night. The opening night of her school production was a huge hit. It does appear that the aura of mystery she'd carried in high school had extended into adulthood. She kept to herself, along with "such a beautiful girl," are common themes in the commentary that we and the scrappy bunch of uniforms we've managed to secure so far have gathered from our initial interviews. No one we spoke to knows anything about a boyfriend or a lover, but we haven't made contact with many people yet. I keep playing the scene with the Ryans over in my mind. There was such a stiffness to their grief. Felix is right. It's odd. I've uncovered an assault charge against Timothy Ryan. He allegedly punched another guy in a pub brawl about 6 months ago, but the charge was dropped before it ever went to trial. Apparently, the victim was his ex-wife's new boyfriend. As a result, Timothy has become the main focus of our investigation. I have some uniforms working through his personal finances and phone records, and we're trying to confirm his alibi. In the end, Felix went with Marcus to identify Rosalind's body a few hours after we spoke to the Ryans. George wasn't up to it. Marcus didn't say much, but gasped when the sheet was pulled back to reveal his dead sister's face. He nodded quickly and said, "Yes, that's her. Oh my God." Nothing is cut and dried at this stage. I remind myself that working a case is a marathon, not a sprint, as Jonesy is fond of telling us, even though he makes it clear he would prefer more sprints. I flick a quick text to Felix. "Meet me at R&R's house tomorrow, 9:30. We can go through it after the forensic guys are done. Then we can do autopsy and get background done before the briefing." My phone buzzes almost immediately. "Roger that, boss. Very romantic. Dream sweet. Kiss." I knock back the last of my beer. Shrill giggles echo up the hallway from the bathroom. Ben thinks brushing his teeth is hilarious. He is becoming such a little boy now, so confident and so curious. He no longer fits in my arms properly, and I'm finding it harder and harder to carry him. I think about him having a sibling, another little Ben. I can see his baby photos on the bookshelf from where I am sitting. I remember breathing in his scent just after he was born, not quite believing that he was mine. Scott comes back down the hall and I get up to fetch another beer. He pours himself a bourbon and joins me on the couch. He pulls my foot into his lap and strokes it absently. I glance at his profile, but he seems intent on the cricket. He needs a shave. His face is dark with patchy bristles. I wonder if he will bring up getting married again. His proposal from a couple of weeks ago still hangs in the air between us. I wish it would disappear. I finish my beer and place the bottle on the coffee table. My eyes glaze as I watch the action on the screen. I slip into sleep for a few moments and wake with a jolt, slightly disoriented. You okay? Scott says. Yeah, just knackered. I better go to bed. We've got a massive day tomorrow. It's about to get crazy for you, isn't it? I stand up and stretch out my back. It clicks uncomfortably. I picture Rosalind face down in the water, her bruised neck and vacant stare. I remember the blood swirling around my toes in the shower this morning. Felix grabbing my thigh in the car. The burning pain in George Ryan's eyes. Scott is still looking at me, his face filled with concern. He runs his finger along the rim of his glass, waiting for me to answer. Yes, I say. It sure is. Chapter 6. Sunday the 13th of December, 9:24 a.m. Rosalind's house is one of 8 modest cottages positioned on a nondescript stretch of the Ross Highway. Smithson's Public Hospital is about 500 metres up the road, and there's a 7-Eleven opposite her driveway. A vacant block of land 2 doors along on the right has an old mattress propped against the fence and weeds almost a metre high. The dwellings are made from an off-white fibro with peeling cream window frames. A few plants are growing half-heartedly in the common garden beds between the driveways, but there are more weeds than anything else. The patchy-looking sawdust scattered in between them looks about a decade old. Rosalind's place is the neatest. There is a new doormat on her porch and an array of pots around the front entrance with a few flowers reaching out of them. A pair of thongs is set neatly to one side of the door. A bird bath hangs from the brick window that cuts into the porch, and it shifts slightly in the breeze. The drone of the highway traffic rings in our ears as we greet Jimmy and sign the crime scene register. Geez, I guess teaching salaries are even worse than ours, Felix says, slipping booties over his shoes and snapping on latex gloves. They probably are, I say, pulling my gloves and booties on, but considering her family home, this is pretty strange. Maybe George is the kind of father who thinks you need to make your own way, Felix suggests. Maybe, but is obviously happy to let Timothy stay with him. Felix shrugs. True. The forensic team deemed Rosalind's house clear yesterday and have taken a few samples to run through the lab. They don't think she returned here after the play, which makes sense given that she was attacked in such close proximity to the school. I'm curious to see her house, to get a glimpse into her private world. We duck under the line of police tape. I open the front door. Petrol fumes from the highway fill my throat as I step inside. The house begins in the kitchen. There is a small table with a vase of white daisies in the middle. They are still standing tall despite the heat, so must only be a few days old. A coffee mug is in the dish rack along with a single plate, a few forks and some spoons. A faded tea towel hangs neatly to the side of the sink. The shelves in the small fridge are scattered with a couple of sauce bottles and a small carton of milk. White wine bottles fill the rack on the fridge door. Felix picks up the half-empty one and looks at the label. Nice. This bottle would have cost more than my weekly grocery bill. I know very little about wine, but even I can tell the label is expensive. An almost empty rubbish bin is nestled under the sink. Half a dozen empty wine bottles are lined up next to it. Felix confirms that they are all at the upper end of the market. In the freezer is a stack of Tupperware containing some kind of sauce. A bottle of vodka lies next to them. She was definitely a drinker who knew her way around wine, but I don't get the feeling she had many guests, do you? They wouldn't fit in here. He gestures to the tiny rooms. You think she got blind on her own? I ask. That would be my guess. I bend down to look through the drawers and cupboards. They are mainly empty, just a couple of worn-looking pots and pans. An old blender covered with a layer of dust. I stand up too quickly and blank for a moment, dizzy. A faint floral scent enters my nostrils. It's like she was an old lady or something.
says Felix, with a penchant for outrageously expensive booze.
I nod, running my fingers along the rim of the daisy vase. There are no photos, but movie posters are everywhere, in the bedroom, in the lounge, and in the spare room. The large old-style cinema poster announcing the debut screening of The Godfather is blue-tacked to the back of the toilet door. Dramatic scenes seem to close in on us from every angle. Familiar Hollywood faces are everywhere I turn. Magnets dot the fridge, most featuring a quote or a poem. She must have been a real movie buff, says Felix, turning in a slow circle to take in all of the posters. And a bookworm, he adds, noticing the bookshelf in the lounge. It's the nicest piece of furniture in the house. Dark mahogany shelves are built into the wall and run the entire length of the room. Rows and rows of books are crammed into every square inch. There are hundreds of them. I remember how Rosalind seemed to slip into a trance whenever she was reading aloud to the class or acting out a scene. She always seemed so far away. I often wondered what she was thinking. Well, she was an English teacher. I guess reading is kind of essential. I thought she was a drama teacher, Felix says, confused. I'd say she teaches both, I tell him. I think they are often paired together, at least when we were at school they were. I remember poor Mrs. Frisk yelling at us to use our bodies as tools and then awkwardly watching on through the necessary love scenes in our school plays. I bet you would have been good at drama yourself. Felix's eyes dance as he looks at me. The small room suddenly seems smaller. I wish, not for the first time, that we could go away together. Escape. Sit on a beach and drink cocktails, make huts from driftwood, make fire from sticks and never come back. I want to wrap my body around him forever. But then Ben's little face looms before me and I shake the fantasy away. Come on, I say, let's get this done so we can get back to Anna. I head towards the bathroom trying to focus. There's an entry from Rosalind's bedroom, but a shelving unit has been placed in front of it, so I go through the main door off the hallway. I am greeted by a shower over a small bath. The tap drips. Faded grey towels hang from cheap gold hooks on the back of the door, and a bath mat riddled with tiny holes is folded on the side of the vanity. I stand in front of the mirror and try to picture Rosalind here every morning, brushing her long blonde hair and putting foundation on her perfect skin, but it doesn't seem to fit somehow. I pull open the cabinet doors and my face disappears. Inside is like a portal to a different world. Shining bottles of shampoo and body lotion line the bottom shelf. Expensive teeth-whitening products are arranged on the next shelf up alongside what must be thousands of dollars worth of makeup. L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, Chanel. I don't even know what half of the products are for. I pick up a full contraceptive pill packet and turn it over, wondering whether it means she was seeing somebody. I'd taken mine religiously, but about 2 months ago had forgotten a day when I worked an early shift, and then had got into a routine that was a day out. Then I worked late one night and accidentally skipped another day. A few weeks later, I knew immediately that I was pregnant. The aching of my breasts and the slow tumble in my stomach were such visceral reminders of how it had been with Ben. A few bobby pins are scattered across the middle shelf and a few hair ties are loosely bound around the stem of a designer hairbrush. Despite the expensive products, it still seems impossible that someone as glamorous as Rosalind groomed herself in a bathroom like this. White chemist packets pepper the top shelf. I reach up and pull them down. 2 brands of antidepressants and 2 Valium prescriptions dated from September to November. What was going on with you? I whisper. What, Gem? She was on meds, I call out. Felix sticks his head into the bathroom. Who isn't? Hey, so I can't find a diary or any sex tapes, but I did find something weird. Look. I leave the pills and follow him into the bedroom. It's a stone, Flat and smoothed by time, it has softened into the shape of a crude love heart. A neat X has been drawn on the back of it with a black marker. I found it in her bottom drawer. I breathe out, thinking. Anything else interesting in her drawers? Felix drops the stone into an evidence bag. Something about that movement reminds me of cracking an egg into a bowl. Not unless you consider a book of poems and some Bond's undies fascinating. I swat at him gently and look around the small bedroom, which is so different from what I had pictured for her. The rug on the floor is faded. I recognize the grey bedspread as one that Kmart sold a few years back. I have the same one in blue. My hands are on my hips as I take in the giant artwork hanging above the bed. A stark, haunting painting of a tree. I let my eyes get lost in it. This house is so strange. The wine, the movie posters, the art. I gesture to the piece on the wall. Her makeup is all top-shelf stuff too, but everything else is so basic. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Felix is typing a message into his phone. I'm not really getting a clear read of this woman. The tiny room is suffocating. I'm struggling to take a proper breath. It's as if my lungs have shrunk. I stamp my foot, suddenly desperate to go outside. Felix jumps slightly. Come on, I say. Let's have a quick chat to the neighbours. See what they say about her. We walk to the top of the drive. I take the first cottage, he takes the next, and we alternate like that for the next 45 minutes. Surprisingly, all 7 occupants are home. The investigation gods are clearly smiling down on us. On the flip side, all we learn is that Rose was a perfect neighbour, perhaps a bit shy, but always friendly enough. An itchy young man in number 3 tells me that Rose had asked him to fix a light fitting a few weeks ago and then left beer on his doorstep the following day. Didn't expect anything in return. I would have done pretty much anything for that smile of hers. So yeah, I helped her out from time to time. Just odd jobs around the house. She used to sunbake at the top of the driveway sometimes. I couldn't help but notice. She'd give me a wave. Very friendly. He wipes at his eyes, which are red raw, and scratches his elbow again. I'm really going to miss her. An old woman in number 5 is warier and obviously hasn't been watching the news. Something's happened to her, hasn't it? I saw the policeman come yesterday with that ribbon you lot use. Yes, I'm afraid so. She purses her lips. Ah, beautiful girl like that, it figures. I don't have the heart to tell her that bad things happen to ugly girls too. It's just that they slip off the front pages a little bit quicker and are less likely to be the subject of a current affairs specials. She's dead then? I'm afraid so, Miss Murphy, never married. She says this proudly as if she has escaped a fate worse than death. Then, oh dear, that poor girl. Yes, it's very sad, I say. Well, my fault for not watching the local news, I suppose, she says primly, but her jaw wobbles. I only ever watch the BBC. I'm sorry, Miss Murphy. I know this is hard, but I just want to ask you a couple of questions about Ms. Ryan. Did you ever see anyone hanging around her place? She clasps her hands formally. Not really, and I'm home all day. I'm always sure to keep an eye on things. I sit in the chair over there near the window. I look over to a chair rendered shapeless by a mountain of blankets. A fan and a heater are propped about a metre from the chair, aimed at it like spotlights. And nothing ever seemed out of the ordinary? I ask. No, I don't think so. She didn't have many visitors, which always seems strange for a girl like that. A young man did come a few times, her brother, I think, from the way they were together. And a few weeks back, a man came in a posh car. I remember that because it was the same day that Louis died on the street, God bless him, and I stood at the front door to get some fresh air. A bit upset I was, and I saw the car. They talked outside, though. It didn't seem like a romance call, if you know what I mean. I nod, taking notes. That's very helpful. Is there anything else? I don't think so. It's actually rather dull around here, really. Do you remember what her visitors looked like? I think so. The man in the car was flashy, nice suit, nice smile. Older, maybe 40, doing well for himself. The other one was young, dark hair, tall, good-looking, but all slumped over. Terrible posture. How old? Well, it's hard to say these days, isn't it? 25? Or it could be older, or younger. Honestly, I'm not sure. It's not like I was spying on her. Of course not. Well, thank you for your time. Felix and I meet back outside Rosalind's. Anything? I say to him. Nope, just a bunch of bullshit about how pretty she was. One guy clearly had the hots for her, which normally I'd be all over, except it seems that everyone had the hots for her. You? Some male visitors we need to track down, but no real leads. Mainly just a disappointed Miss Marple who's wanting a bit more action than this block delivers. Huh, says Felix. We stand looking at Rosalind's home for a moment, the pots of flowers leading to the plain fly screen door, the pinwheel in the largest pot doing a lazy turn in the wind. Well, I say, it's usually the way, I guess. Nosy neighbours never come through with the goods, only in Hitchcock. Exactly. Felix looks at me and briefly everything else disappears. I'm so lucky to be able to spend so much time with him, yet it's so horribly unsatisfying. I want to reach out and hold him, be a normal couple. Reluctantly, I break the moment. Let's head back. Anna should be ready to start the autopsy by now. We make our way down the short drive back to the cars. I spot a guy with a camera getting out of a beat-up Holden. I recognise him from the local paper. Smithson is just waking up to Rosalind's death, but no matter what happens, it will be in the local news for months, probably years. I've only been involved in a couple of high-profile cases since I joined the force. I see the guy raise his camera to snap a shot of Felix and me getting into our cars. A familiar shiver runs down my spine as I duck my head out of sight. I've worked on all kinds of mysteries, some that have really got under my skin, some that have got me on the front page of the paper, but certainly none that have been as personal as this. The Robbie case happened by accident. It started as a run-of-the-mill car theft. The girlfriend of the owner reported it, and I just happened to be walking through reception when she came in. Young and skinny, she had a voice that hit high notes every third beat as she recounted finding the car missing that morning, how she and her boyfriend heard nothing, how the thief must have known how to get the car started without keys, and how, yes, they had insurance, which was lucky. I listened to all this with my back turned as I pretended to sort through papers on the bench. Immediately, I just knew something was off. Why was this girl coming in to report her boyfriend's missing car? He's at work, you see. Had to catch the bus. And how was it that her boyfriend was driving a brand new Audi when her hair had the distinct tint of supermarket dye, and she'd said that she waited tables at Woody's for a job? Her boyfriend, Warren Robbie, was 24 and a brickie. Yes, he could come in tomorrow to report the theft if they really needed him to, but they'd figured the cops would want to know immediately. Surely they had a better chance of catching the guy that took the car if they started looking as soon as possible. Surely her statement would be all they really needed. Dale Morton, the cop on the desk, scribbled down the information and explained that yes, Warren Robbie would need to come in to make a formal statement, but that he, Morton, would put the report into the system straight away and see what turned up. The girl looked deeply concerned at this, twisting her scrawny ponytail around her fingers. Often these cars are found burned out in the bush somewhere within 48 hours. Morton explained. Kids just mucking around and having fun, but with a car like that, someone may actually want to keep it. Hard car to hide, mind you. The girl, Stacey Porter, I found out later, smiled at Morton encouragingly, looking up at him through her mascara-coated lashes. How long you been with your boyfriend? He asked. 3 years. Almost too long, you know what I mean? Her tinkling laugh chimed through the station, but her movements were jerky. This was not a girl who relaxed very often, I surmised. She had the wary look of a beaten dog. We're really just like good friends now. Ah, yes, I hear. Yep, A now uncharacteristically diligent Morton took down a few more details and then she left, a cloud of cheap perfume lingering in her wake. I thought about Stacey and the alleged theft for the rest of the day. I knew in my gut that car wasn't stolen, but that in itself was not so unusual. Playing the insurance companies was almost a national pastime. It was the girl. I sensed Stacey's brash front was hiding something far more sinister. I would have bet anything that her boyfriend assaulted her. The smattering of bruises that I'd clocked on her upper arms was a dead giveaway. Again, not so unusual. Unfortunately, over half our cases had an element of domestic abuse, but it seemed risky to send the girlfriend you abused to a cop station. What if she saw it as an opportunity to ask for help? After Stacey left, I hit the road, dutifully completing my patrol shift at the local shopping centre, which was essentially an exercise in tolerance, as I listened to Constable Toledo drone on about his in-laws for the best part of the afternoon. Rather than going home after, I headed back to the station to see what I could find out about Warren Robbie. Not much, it seemed. He'd left school just shy of his 17th birthday and got his driver's licence the day he turned 18. He'd held down a job with the same bricklayer ever since and had applied for an ABN a year earlier. He split his time between the original employer and doing jobs for himself. Insurance on the Audi was taken out 2 months earlier. He'd purchased the car 4 months before that. In cash, from what I could tell. There were no records of a payment, but nothing to suggest he'd have access to that much money either. Certainly his bricklaying salary hadn't paid for the car. Driving home later, I detoured past the house Robbie rented. A dark wooden cabin on the outskirts of Smithson, about 5 k's from my place. It was set back from the road and surrounded by thick bush. A lonely outside light was on. I sat in the car for almost half an hour, watching the shadows moving through the house. The next morning, I got in early and deliberately loitered near the front desk. At about 8, Warren Robbie came in. I knew it was him from the ID photos I'd seen the day before, but his face was now covered with a rangy beard and his hair was longer. His left eye was shaded by a large bruise and he wore a long-sleeved jumper despite the temperature outside already passing 30 degrees. Charming and personable, he went through the motions of reporting the theft, joking about having to catch the bus in this heat and politely wondering whether it was okay if he contacted the insurance agency to get the ball rolling on that stuff. "Pretty hot out to be wearing a jumper like that," I said from the back of the office. He looked up, and in the harsh fluorescent light I could see the soft shine of makeup that had been carefully applied to hide bruises that were clearly far worse than they had initially appeared. Warren Robbie's mouth pulled into a half-smile. His eyes glittered, and against my will I found myself looking away. My body shifted into flight mode, my inbuilt radar deeming him unsafe. "Guess I'm not that hot yet. Got out of bed and came straight here." Morton looked back and forth between the two of us, irritated at my comment and seemingly unsure what to do next. "Anyway," he said, glaring at me, "thanks for coming in, Mr. Robbie. I said to the girl, Stacey, that the statement needs to come from you just 'cause all the paperwork is in your name, so if you can sign the stat deck, we'll be all set. Just your autograph here, please, and you can be on your way." Morton laughed awkwardly and Robbie acquiesced, smiling along. He sent a short glare in my direction before leaving. "Thanks, Dale, my man. Nice doing business with you." For a couple of days I pushed Robbie and his missing Audi out of my mind. I drove past the dark little house a few times, but nothing seemed out of order. About a week after he came to the station, a new blue ute appeared in the driveway. There was something about him that my body seemed to physically reject, but I had court cases to prepare for, traffic hours to log, and I'd just moved in with Scott, which was taking some getting used to. I'd never shared a room with anyone before, and I was surprised every morning to find Scott there, him moving next to me, his breathing. I was pregnant at the time too, not that I knew it, and my body was responding as if it had been shot by a tranquilizer. But busy as I was, Warren Robbie lurked in my mind like a disease I couldn't quite flush from my system. It wasn't the insurance fraud keeping me up at night. It was the fear in Stacey Porter's eyes when she'd realised that she would have to tell Robbie that he needed to come in himself. It was the quiet evil that I'd sensed in his own dark eyes. And then, about 2 weeks later, on an especially hot night, I pulled over a ute with a broken tail light just outside of Smithson. The windows were down, and straight away I knew it was them. The long yellow tail of Stacey's plait hung in parallel with the undone seatbelt. She'd been crying and one side of her face was red, but I went through the motions of explaining the issue with the tail light, writing out the ticket and checking Robbie's licence. His presence was overpowering. I'd never felt so repulsed by another person. His anger burned through the air between us, and I was unsure how to finish the exchange. I didn't want to let him go. I wanted something on him, something real. I wanted Robbie put away, permanently. I hadn't wanted anything so badly in a long time. I sensed that he was capable of something truly terrible. After the taillight incident, I became obsessed. After 2 weeks of sleepless nights and post-shift drive-bys, I went to Jonesy and told him I had suspicions about Robbie.
"Milk Robbie's boy?"
said Jonesy. "I guess so. I think his dad used to own the petrol station."
"Sure did. He's dead now. Got himself shot hunting with a mate a few years back, if you can believe it. Some mate. He's got 3 sons, I think. Warren's the youngest, but I don't remember any of them being trouble. A bit rough, perhaps, but hard workers. What's got you going on him, Woodstock?"
"Nothing specific, sir. I guess you'd call it a gut feeling." Jonesy opened his mouth and was, I'm certain, about to tell me just what he thought about gut feelings, so I hurried to add, "But I'm sure that a car he'd reported stolen was bogus, and I think he beats his girlfriend. He had a black eye when he came in too. He's trouble." Jonesy leaned back heavily in his chair and put his hands behind his head, studying me. I suspected that he thought he looked like a wise old detective, possibly the one from Batman, but really his stance just showed off the sweat patches under his arms.
"Woodstock, you're a good cop. You've impressed me so far. You're making the guys on the floor nervous, which I like. I was just telling Lucy the other night that I think you're a great kid."
The last part was said gruffly, and I felt an unexpected wetness surge in my eyes.
"But I'll tell you something for free. Feelings will get you nowhere. This game is all about facts. Get me some facts on the Robbie boy and I'll be right there beside you nailing his ass for whatever he's done, but make sure you focus on doing your day job. There's nothing that some of the boys here would like more than you getting caught up in some wild goose chase."
"Yes, sir," I said, feeling strangely sated.
"Don't give them the satisfaction, my girl, okay?"
"No, sir, I won't," I replied, meaning it. Chapter 7. Sunday the 13th of December, 11:31 a.m. Smithson has the only real morgue in a 100-kilometre radius. Lucky us, we get everything along the scale of death and destruction from around the region. The regional death capital, as Anna is fond of saying. Felix and I don't always go to the autopsies. Some detectives prefer not to. Some claim it muddies their objectivity. Sometimes we take turns, and sometimes we're just too thin on the ground. Logistics are as common in death as they are in life. There is relentless scheduling and organising, slotting in the gory box ticking around a bit of admin and the weekly pizza night. Felix and I have recently started to let the uniforms go when it's appropriate, and we just read the reports afterwards, or have them give us the highlights. There's not always enough death to go round, and they need the experience. But there is no way I'm going to miss this one. Mentoring aside, I prefer to be present at autopsies when I can. It sort of feels like it's the least I can do to pay my respects to the victim. I've never told anyone this, but when it is a child, I always go. I have this thing about them being lonely and scared and needing some semblance of maternal comfort in that horrible airless room. However, this is completely different from any post-mortem I've ever been involved in. I feel compelled to see Rosalind again before she is gone forever. I think about the clues lying in wait across her body, and I feel an almost magnetic pull towards the suite we all call the last chapter. After so many days in the stuffy heat of the police station, I thought I'd be grateful for the aircon, but it's turned up too high and goosebumps break out on my arms. Felix and I are perched on the beaten-up sofa in the waiting room drinking takeaway coffees. The springs gave way sometime in the late 90s, and it's not unlike sitting on a block of cement. I suppose this is not really a place where people need to get comfortable. Felix looks at me, and I can see tiny tan flecks in his dark green eyes. "You okay?" Before I can answer, his phone is ringing, and he shoots me an apologetic look as he stands up, pushing through the heavy door to step outside. Warm air swirls around me. "Hi, honey," I hear him say. I wander over to the window and look out across the car park. The wind has picked up now, and plastic bags are catching and flying in short bursts across the concrete before becoming tangled in bushes. I see Felix pacing back and forth as he talks into his mobile. I spot Anna's car, so I know she is here. I take a sip of coffee and almost vomit. I throw the almost full cup in the bin. I imagine the contents spewing out and circling round the rest of the rubbish, just like the dirty lake water had curled around Rosalind's creamy skin. I shake the image away. "Hey, Gem!" Anna's voice is like a ray of sunshine in the sterile corridor. She would have to be the girl least likely to slice dead bodies open for a living. On face value, she's more a 50 sit-ups before sunrise and tequila shot at dusk type. We don't get too many murders out here, and they tend to be a result of domestic violence or alcohol-fueled tussles, friends killing friends and husbands killing wives. The longer I am in this job, the more I realize that the lines between love and hate and life and death are blurry. More often than not, it's drug overdoses and suicides that have me standing next to Anna as she turns someone inside out. Anna is extremely competent and widely regarded around the station as one of our best assets. She's still young, only about 3 years older than I am. It's a miracle that we haven't lost her to the city yet. Jonesy used to think the same thing about me, but believes I am less of a flight risk now that I have Ben. Phelps, the previous medical examiner, was a crude character but a brilliant ME. A real Hannibal Lecter type, classical music and all. We often joked at the station that it's lucky his patients were dead or he wouldn't have had any. Fortunately, Anna, his incredibly capable trainee, managed to inherit his skill but not his weirdness. "Hey, Anna," I reply, smiling through a grimace as I follow her down the hallway to the autopsy suite. The waves of pain are still way worse than I want to admit to myself. Anna snaps the lights on. The room is cool and airless. "Ah, fuck it," she says. "What?" "Left something in the office. Give me a sec." She walks out, leaving me alone with Rosalind. She is lying naked on the metal platform in the middle of the room. Aside from the angry marks around her neck and some slight bruising on her thighs, she is flawless. Her perfect breasts, larger than I had imagined, roll slightly to each side but still point skywards, fulfilling all manner of universal fantasies. Her veins are delicate webs underneath her skin. Her wrists and ankles are almost childlike. The lashes are dark and fan prettily, little shadows spiking out beyond them. I had wondered what she looked like naked so many times. I never expected this to be the circumstance under which I would find out. I walk over and stand beside her. I look into her eyes and wonder what they saw in their final moments. I whisper things to her that I wouldn't dare say to anyone breathing. Words tumble out and I'm left empty and drained from the sudden release of my secrets. The clock ticks loudly from the wall above my head. Right, let's do this. Anna barges back in, snapping on latex gloves. I step away from Rosalind, my heart racing, skin on alert across my body. I clutch involuntarily at my gut and then quickly drop my hand. Anna walks around and picks up Rosalind's arm, shifting it away from the edge of the table. Should we wait for the others? I ask. I told them 11:45. They're late. Anna replies, pressing a button on her phone to record her analysis. Deceased female, Rosalind Elizabeth Ryan, 28 years of age, found Saturday, 12th December at around 7:30 a.m. face down in Sunny Lake in Smithson, New South Wales. Suspected homicide, trauma to the head and suspected strangulation. She looks at Rose's waxy face. No suspects at this time. Felix and Jonesy enter the room. I can feel the heat coming from Felix as he stands next to me. Anna flashes them a quick, businesslike smile. And the guy who found her? Asks Anna. A local man on a morning jog, I say. Connor Marsh, we've cleared him.
Jeez, just the thing to have you renewing your gym membership.
Jonesy laughs at his own joke, widening his stance and leaning heavily against the wall. Felix's hand scrapes softly against mine. A tingle pulses somewhere between my chest and throat. Right, I'm going in. Anna puts on her mask, adjusts her gloves and circles her shoulders as if she's about to throw a punch.
What a beauty,
says Jonesy helpfully. A bloody waste killing a girl like that. Anna tackles Rosalind's wounds first, prodding into the ugly redness that is like a blooming flower on her left temple. I stare at her until my eyes blur, until she becomes a mass of indistinguishable pixels. I think about transferring money into my savings account, my court appearance for a rape case in the new year, stopping to get petrol later, what I'm going to get Dad for his birthday. Anything to stop the piercing sound of Rosalind Ryan's body being sawn open. Whatever air was trapped in there is forced out as her chest plate is cracked open. That's the part that always gets me. It makes no sense, but it's like my brain reasons, well, no one could survive that, so they really must be dead. What's with the roses that were all over her? Asks Anna. We think she was given them at the end of the play. She wrote and directed it. Maybe she still had them with her afterwards. Anna nods and keeps prodding Rose. Kind of creepy that she was covered in flowers, sort of like a real burial. I nod. Felix and I have talked about the flowers already, figuring they must mean something. An apology, perhaps? An attempt at a proper send-off? I look at Rose, trying to ignore all the clinical markings and death tools. It is bizarre how death grabs at a body, claws at it, owns it. I must have attended at least 50 post-mortems by now. Each one sticks in my mind for a different reason. The most violent, the weirdest, the most straightforward, the youngest. I still vividly recall watching the autopsy of a 3-year-old who had been killed by her stepfather. I held her hand as she lay on the table. Anna and I both cried. Anna is making comments as she works, detailing her findings and Rosalind's general health. Non-smoker, I think, but the liver is a bit of a mess. She had dinner before she was killed. She scrunches up her face while she works through the stomach and intestines. Some kind of dessert too, maybe strawberries, and definitely alcohol in the hours before she died, judging by the digestion. Anna moves to the next stage of the examination. More robotic now, she reports her findings like she is reading a textbook. Jonesy peppers the procedure with unnecessary conversation before grabbing me around the shoulders and saying, "Sorry, Woodstock, I keep forgetting she was your mate." I shrug him away. I'm so used to the autopsy table chit-chat now that I barely notice it. Anna continues. She definitely struggled, though it doesn't look like too much. I'd say she was already on the ground trying to scramble away rather than fighting back. This is dirt, not skin. Anna is inspecting Rosa's fingernails, bagging the slivers that she has carefully clipped off. Definitely some recent bruising on her thighs, but nothing conclusive. Then Anna starts to examine her genitals, looking for signs of sexual assault. I deliberately tune out and begin counting the rubbery scratches on the floor. It isn't until Anna says, well, this is interesting, that I snap back to the present. What is it? We all lean forward. Seems your dead girl was pregnant. Chapter 8. Sunday, the 13th of December, 3:43 p.m. I call Scott to tell him I'll be home late. Then I spend the afternoon poring over what I can access of Rosalind's social media accounts, phone records, medical records and financials. But because it's a weekend, there's a lot of information that I can't get hold of yet. The field crew is at the school trawling over the grounds looking for any signs of a struggle or a murder scene, but so far they haven't come up with anything. Charlie calls just after 4 p.m. to let us know that a small bag has been located down the back of the oval, deep in some tall grass, with Rosalind's phone, purse and lip balm inside. "They're all wet," Charlie tells me. "Must have gone into the lake with her to begin with, and then I guess the killer ended up dumping them here." "Did you search the stormwater drain?" I ask him. "The one near where she was found?" "Course." Charlie sounds like he's eating an apple. I can picture his big, ruddy face covered in freckles as he marvels over the unsavory delights hidden on the grounds of my old high school. "Did that first thing. It was empty apart from water, dead animals and a shitload of graffiti." "So nothing unusual then?" He laughs. "Gem, it's a high school. There's heaps of weird shit everywhere, but nothing that seems relevant. We're still looking though." "Thanks, Charlie." "Well, I'm not going to tell you it's a picnic. It's fucking hot out here. Mossy can't handle it. He's sitting in the shade under a tree fanning his face with a chip packet." "Tell him he's weak." "Will do." A fresh team had gone back to do another search of the lake and the car park this morning, but nothing has turned up yet. I get started on Rosalind's phone records. "Anything?" Felix comes over to my desk just before 5 p.m. and places a milky-looking mug of coffee on the edge. He's nibbling on a muesli bar and I realize I'm starving. "Not really," I say. "She's not on Facebook, only Instagram. It's just photo after photo of pretty things. Flowers, cute animals, rainbows and quotes. Mainly Shakespeare and dead poets that I remember from high school. It's all very vanilla. But there is a photo of that heart-shaped rock you found. She wrote love when she posted it. That was 2 months ago. The only other thing that's vaguely interesting is an arty shot of a rotting apple and a close-up of red lips. I think they're hers." I hold the phone out. Felix takes a quick look and raises his eyebrows at the image. We ran the rock for fingerprints but only found hers and a few other blurry half-prints that were no use to us. "What about family? Friends?" he says, still looking at the lips. "Zilch. No people in the shots at all. It looks like some of her students follow her, though, which might be worth checking out." I think of all the family photos on Felix's pinboard. I have photos of Ben and my dad all over the house, and Scott has snaps of his brother and parents. Even Phelps, our prickly old M.E., used to have a photo of his wife on his desk at the morgue, the two of them at a Halloween party dressed as zombies. "Just like her house," says Felix. "Did you notice how there were no photos there either?" Yeah, most people display at least a couple of happy snaps. Also, her phone records are the leanest I have ever seen. I need to get the names, but there are only about 6 numbers. I show him the printout. And she didn't have a landline, only a mobile. The email address linked to her Instagram account has virtually nothing in it. "Maybe she had a secret email address and accessed it from somewhere else," says Felix. "That's what I'm thinking." I open my drawer and get out a packet of sultanas. Chewing them, I continue. "Someone called her just after 10:30 on Friday night, probably around the time the play finished, maybe just after." Felix's eyes widen slightly. "Okay, good, and?" "It's a dead end so far. She missed the call and it was a blocked number, probably a prepaid SIM. Local, but that's all we know, so basically I'm getting nowhere.
And we don't know who her gentlemen callers were either, he adds. You're right, I agree. It would be good to know who the man in the fancy car was. Felix is looking at a crime scene photo that is poking out of the manila folder on my desk. She seemed very frugal on one hand, especially when you consider her family home, but then there's the wine and that makeup. Yeah. My thoughts are cloudy. I can't quite work out what's tugging through my consciousness. Rosalind's blood-red lips keep interrupting my thoughts. You know, I say, swallowing more sultanas, her bag was found at the school, tossed into some bushes. So it's most likely that the killer either followed Rose down to the lake or led her there, killed her, dumped her in the water and then took her bag, maybe trying to delay us IDing her, or maybe they thought there was money in it, whatever. But it means they made their way back through the school after she was dead. It just feels to me like that points to someone who was watching her all night. Maybe they'd planned to confront her about something after the play finished, or maybe they'd arranged to meet and something went wrong. Maybe she had a stalker. I don't know. It's almost certainly got something to do with the school, though, don't you think? It does make sense. We'll hit the school tomorrow, Felix says. We need to talk to the other teachers, the students, work out who was at the play on Friday and if anyone saw her afterwards. We need to get our hands on the CCTV, if there is any. Hopefully we'll get something. He opens his mouth as if to keep talking, but ends up just smiling at me. What? Nothing. He looks at me longingly before saying, I'm going to do some digging into Timothy for a bit. Marcus is clean, by the way. His alibi checks out. He didn't leave Sydney until Saturday morning, and Bryce's girlfriend, Amelia Posson, has confirmed she felt unwell and cancelled their plans. She says they spoke on the phone late on Friday evening, which matches the story he gave us, though it doesn't exactly let him off the hook. But I still think it's Timothy that's off. I nod, fighting a wave of tiredness. I'll look into George Ryan. He nods, and I watch him walk back to his desk. Despite the ache in my gut, I want to be able to kiss him, pull him on top of me, have him inside me. The desire is so overwhelming sometimes that it hurts. Instead, I start to trawl the net and our records for anything I can find on Rosalind's father. Jonesy was right. George Ryan is a minor celebrity in the business world. Over 30 stories load referencing him and his companies. Years ago, he launched a recruitment company for low and mid-tier health roles. One of the first in Australia, it had benefited from the sudden influx of women and migrants into the workforce. He sold it in the late 80s for over $1 million and then moved into property development. The successful company, simply called Ryan, has an office in Sydney as well as Smithson and has projects all over regional New South Wales. I recall Rosalind's pokey apartment, the almost empty fridge and the Kmart bedspread. We're going to need to speak to George Ryan again. I tap my pen against the side of the computer, trying to make sense of what Rose's brothers said about her. Marty Pearson looks up at me from the other side of the desk. Cut it out with the pen, can you? He says gruffly. Huh? Oh, sorry, I say, putting the pen down. Looking away from the screen is making everything seem slightly too bright. I lean back in my chair to stretch out my spine. Marty gives me his standard disparaging look before he disappears down behind the partition again, shaking his head. If Marty had his way, no one under 45 would be a cop. There's a commotion at the front desk, and vague wafts of swearing and crying roll into the main room. Someone has put on the radio in one of the interview rooms, and Bon Jovi is softly belting out Bad Medicine. I return my eyes to the computer screen and read through a few more articles about George Ryan's business ventures. It seems that Marcus was involved in the business for a short stint, but there is barely a mention of Timothy and Bryce, or of Rosalind. There are, however, several photos of George and his sons at various local industry nights. There is nothing on Rosalind apart from a local newspaper story about the upcoming school play.
Just as I'm about to shut my computer down, I find a small article in the local paper from January 1985 covering the death of Olivia Ryan. In the photo taken on their wedding day, the woman from the mantelpiece at the Ryans stares out at me. Her thick dark hair frames her heart-shaped face, and her crystal eyes are reminiscent of Elizabeth Taylor's in her heyday. A tragedy, declares the paper. It seems 33-year-old Olivia suffered a hemorrhage 2 days after giving birth to her first daughter, Rosalind, and fell unconscious from the blood loss. She died 2 days later. George Ryan was quoted as saying that he was devastated by the sudden loss of his precious wife and would do everything in his power to look after their 3 young sons and brand new baby angel. Chapter 9. Monday the 14th of December, 7:32 a.m. Jonesy has called us together to officially kickstart the investigation. We had trouble getting resources. A murder/kidnapping took place on Saturday afternoon a few kilometres out of Paxton, and all spare bodies in the region were allocated to finding the newly motherless 7-year-old girl and her violent father. Fortunately, she was found unharmed late last night in her dad's ute on a long stretch of country highway. Her father was discovered about 50 metres away in bushland, his brains blown to pieces. Rosalind's death has formed a blanket over Smithson. Mixing with the relentless heat, it's a creeping, vapour-like cover that sticks to everything. Voices are low and theories are exchanged in clusters outside the newsagent and the post office. Eyes dart around as if seeking a killer in the shadows. Beautiful piles of flowers form little mountains of love and grief at Rosalind's front door, the lake and the school. It's true what they say, that death unites us, pulls us together, though I see beyond this primal unity and think that perhaps we pull each other closer to check that we are who we say we are. We're all trying to work out what went so horribly wrong. The energy is frenetic, buzzing with the newness of a bona fide mystery. There is nothing like this feeling, the hard fact that a death must have a story. We detectives must fill in the blanks. We have the ending, but not the beginning or the middle. We need to know what happened in reverse. I usually love this stage. The satisfaction of problem solving makes my soul sing, but this is different. I feel a flatness and a mild flutter of fear. In many ways, I'm scared of going backwards through Rosalind's life in case it merges dangerously with my own. My past is something that I've always been happy to leave be. There are about 15 uniforms in plain clothes seated at the tables in the Waratah room, underneath the overworked ceiling fans. Matthews, Kingston and Pearson are also present. The uniforms are mainly from Gowran and Mount Lyell, though 2 are from Corburn and 2 flew in from the city. Eager and desperate for murder experience, I picture them fist-pumping at the first sign of carnage on the nightly news. Jonesy is pacing at the front of the room, stopping sporadically to rock back and forth on his heels. The bottom of his belly winks out, and I can tell he wants a cigarette. Large prints of Rosalind, dead and alive, dot the pinboard behind him. Several sets of her dark honey eyes stare out across the room. In one of the shots, she's dressed in a soft mauve jacket with her hair pulled back, exposing her delicate throat. Her face is arranged into a sad, knowing smile. I fight the strangest urge to smile back. One of the uniforms is fiddling with the Venetian blinds, trying to get them to drop, and the rustling sound is slowly driving me spare. I look down and realise my hands are in fists. I didn't even get to see Ben this morning. He was still asleep when I left, his arm wrapped around his soft toy fire truck. Scott asked me whether I'd be home for dinner as he handed me a plate of toast. I told him I wasn't sure. I need a coffee. I start to walk towards the kitchen to make one just as Jonesy slaps his hand down on a desk and yells, "Right!" I move back to my spot just inside the door. I don't feel relaxed enough to sit down. Here. Felix appears, placing a takeaway coffee from Reggie's in my hand. He keeps looking straight ahead. We're very careful at work, but we are partners and this means a certain level of intimacy is expected. Plus, we both have kids and most of the people we work with simply aren't imaginative enough to assume we have time for anything as frivolous as lust. Thanks, I whisper, gently glancing my knuckles against his. Jonesy begins.
Right. By now you all know that Rosalind Ryan, a 28-year-old female, was found dead in Sunny Lake on Saturday morning, beaten and strangled, suspected sexual assault. She was a teacher at the local high school and by all accounts very popular. No witnesses and no clear motive or suspect. No partner that we can tell at this stage and no obvious beef with anyone. The media is already crawling like flies on shit over this.
Jonesy pauses to jerk a thumb at Rosalind's photographs.
For obvious reasons.
He breaks into a mild coughing fit and grabs the ledge of the whiteboard to steady himself.
So we need a solve and fast. Being a teacher, the school parents will start to be pains in the ass too, and we don't want this kicking around for months. The mayor called earlier and he's putting the pressure on as well.
He hikes his pants up, which only serves to highlight the flabby skin around his waist.
Now, not for a moment do I think that this is a serial, but you know how these things play out. If we don't pin someone for this, then it may as well be the next Jack the Ripper and we're all fucked.
He coughs again.
One other thing. Our victim was pregnant at the time of her death, approximately 10 weeks along according to Anna. We have no idea whether it's relevant to our case or not, but keep it in mind, and for the love of God, keep that information to yourselves.
He looks around the room in what I assume is an attempt to appear stern.
Woodstock and McKinnon are leading. We've got you lot for at least a week, maybe more, but let's plan not to need it. Now go, and no overtime. I mean it.
He exits the room, stumbling on a bin and flailing into the wall. His muttered swearing fades as he walks towards his office. There's a smattering of laughter and at least one dickhead whispered. I make my way to the front of the room with Felix close behind. Right, guys, this is how the next couple of days look. My voice is strong and clear. Matthews rolls his eyes and I give him a swift glare. We meet every morning at 8 and again at 3 to check in. If you can't make it, you have a good reason and you ring in your progress to myself or McKinnon. No excuses. One of us will always attend. There's nodding and a few of the guys get out their phones to log the appointments in. We'll review the hotline calls at every check-in and follow up anything that seems legit. We've done the basics, but there's a lot to be getting on with. The primary search is complete. We're not clear about her exact movements on Friday, but we know she was at the school in the evening no later than 7. She was there for a play. Kids from the school were performing a version of Romeo and Juliet. Our victim wrote and directed it, and apparently it was very impressive, and a big deal for the school. We know there were issues in getting it happening, so maybe she put quite a few noses out of joint along the way. We're looking into everything right now, so keep your ears open about any tension. Sunny Lake is not a direct route to her home, so there was no obvious reason for her to be at the lake after the play. Our guess is that she was either meeting someone there or she was lured there by someone she trusted. It's possible that someone physically forced her there, but that seems unlikely based on the post-mortem. Plus, someone would have noticed if she was grabbed at the school. Sets of alert, shining eyes flick between me and the photos of Rosalind. I think of how much more beautiful she was than I am and wonder whether they are all thinking the same. We've only spoken to the immediate family so far. McKinnon and I will be heading to the school shortly to cover off the principal, colleagues and hopefully some students. I want you guys on this side of the room, I gesture to my right, to begin working through the audience from Friday night. Start with the students. Tread carefully with minors. I want parental consent for any formal questioning if they're under 18. You know the drill, and if you don't, then get up to speed. Offer counselling whenever you think it's necessary. I pause, feeling the potent charge of determination in the room crackling over the group. I can smell the raw desire to track down the person who has taken it upon themselves to disrupt the natural world order. Where possible, refer any kids to Matthews and Dixon. I'm sure they'll be happy to help. I smile sweetly at Matthews, who is industriously picking at his teeth with his fingernail and ignoring me. Felix steps forward.
Work smart. Batch trips together so you don't waste time in the car. I nod. Okay, so before Thursday, we want to have done all the main ones. Friends, exes, colleagues, students, extended family, doctors, and anyone who comes forward with a statement. We need to cover off the guy who found her and anyone who saw her last week and can vouch for her state of mind. We need to pull any CCTV footage we can access, and I want every record we can get our hands on. We've made a start, but we want everything. Dental, medical, psychological, phone, internet, financial, spiritual, whatever. One of the uniforms raises his hand slightly. What are you guys thinking at this stage? Random or personal? Personal, say Felix and I in unison. We glance at each other and then quickly look away. Matthew smirks. But nothing is really clear yet, says Felix more quietly. So let's just get going. I'm not ashamed to say that I went after Stacey. It was cruel, but I figured she knew stuff about Robbie that could help me find an angle. She had the facts, as Jonesy had put it. In between my shifts and navigating my new relationship with Scott, I formed a plan. I could tell that Stacey was not overly intelligent, but she was shrewd, and while life with Robbie was originally exciting, it had probably now reached a point where she felt trapped and scared, addicted to him, but not happily. One Saturday morning, I followed her to work at Woody's, a run-down-looking roadhouse between Smithson and Mount Lyell. I went inside and took a seat by the window, ordering a coffee which, when it came, tasted so much like dishwashing detergent that I could only manage a few sips. "Stacey," I said when she came to check if I wanted anything else. In her black skinny jeans and tight black t-shirt, she managed to convey sex and fear at the same time. She looked up at me, surprised. Light purplish crescents underlined her eyes. "Yeah?" Her voice was soft in the middle and sharp around the edges like a home-cooked pie. "Tell me about Warren Robbie." "What?" Her eyes shifted back and forth in quick little circuits. "Does he hurt you?" "What?" Her voice turned to a hiss and she squinted at me. "Does your boyfriend hurt you?" "Who are you?" She didn't remember me from the taillight incident. "I'm a cop, and I know your boyfriend is bad news, and I think you know he is too." She scoffed at me and rolled her eyes, more confident now. "He might be bad news, but he's not scared of cops. He's not scared of anyone." "Are you scared of him?" She didn't answer me, just sort of dug her heel into the floor and rolled her eyes again. "I think you want a better life. You deserve to be treated better. He gets all this money by doing bad things, right? But you don't see any of it, do you?" Her jaw remained hard, muscles working furiously, grinding her teeth together. "What next? You end up having kids with this guy?" Stacey spun around sharply and walked off towards the kitchen, the end of her plait so fine that the elastic band looked huge around the feeble strands of hair. Stacey came to the station the next day asking for a girl cop with light brown hair. I was easy to find. "Walk?" I suggested. She nodded. Her hands scrambled together as if she were putting on hand cream. "He's been getting worse lately." I led her towards the skate park. There, I gestured for her to stand against the concrete wall and I did the same. "Worse how?" "Just worse." She bit her lip. "Angrier, I guess. He gets so mad sometimes." Was it his idea to report the car stolen? I said it calmly, as if I knew that it hadn't been taken. "Yeah." She picked at a thread coming loose from her sleeve. "His cousin took it to the city and sold it. You know, win-win." She wiped her fist along her nostrils. "He gets bored and wants to do crazy things. Last night he woke me up to drive him out to Dwyer's paddock so he could shoot some of the cows." He shot at someone's cows. She nodded. "I told you, he's always doing crazy shit." "Does he hit you?" "Sometimes." "Can you leave?"
Do you have family around here?
No. I ran away from home years ago. We don't talk. But I have a friend that lives in the city. I called her this morning and said I might come to stay soon. She's at uni. I wanted to go to uni too, but Robbie says we can't afford stuff like that.
In the end, Stacey did leave. I didn't see her again until the trial. After she'd gone, I watched Robbie whenever I had a spare moment. I drove past the house. I spied on him at his work sites. I followed him to the pub and sat in the corner observing as he threw back beers and leered at women, and threw darts with such frightening precision that I found myself swallowing nervously while I sipped my wine. I don't know why I didn't pull him in about the cows or the car. I think I just sensed that something bigger would happen. It had become important to catch him, to show everyone that I could do more than traffic offences and petty theft. 2 weeks after Stacey left, I watched Robbie drinking beers with several men on his front porch from my dark car. After an hour, I carefully followed when he jumped into his ute and drove to the saloon bar, a dive of a place that doubled as a half-hearted strip club. He'd been in high spirits at the house, laughing and animated. By the time he got to the club, he was clearly getting drunk. He ordered more drinks, pulling the waitresses close to him as they walked past, whispering in their ears. Another hour went by and I was about to leave. Scott's missed calls were compounding on my phone, when suddenly, like a spider, Robbie struck out and grabbed the girl, yanking her onto his lap. There was a roughness to his movements. I could see it from meters away, and even though she was laughing, it was obvious she was scared. I gripped the stem of my empty wine glass as he whispered to her. Then suddenly they were on their feet and out the door. By the time I got outside, his ute was squealing out of the car park. With my heart in my throat, I jumped in my car and raced after him. I worried he was very drunk. I'd watched him knock back at least 3 beers and as many bourbons. I prayed he wouldn't crash and kill the girl, hoped I wouldn't round a bend and be confronted with her dead body, him alive, roaming the scene like a rabid dog. Instead, I pulled up at the end of his street with my lights off and watched through the trees as he shoved the girl against the wall near the front door. She cried out. He grabbed her face and I realised he was gagging her, covering her mouth so she couldn't scream, and I thought to myself, my God, he's going to kill her. It's actually happening, when he rammed her head hard against the wall. I saw it loll back, limp, and then he yanked open the door and they both disappeared inside. I called for backup, then grabbed my gun and sprang out of the car. Lights came on inside, indicating his path through the house, and I stood just shy of the porch trying to decide what to do. I knew I shouldn't go in alone. I didn't even know who else was in the house, but I was convinced that he would kill the girl, and in the end that was all I could think about. I pushed into the house and followed the sounds, noting a shabby-looking wooden table in the kitchen with bags of white powder on it. The air smelled like stale booze and sweat and fear, and I wondered how many girls had been brought here, powerless and terrified. When I got to the bedroom, Robbie was attempting to rape the poor girl who was out cold. Her bruised lip was like a strawberry in the dim light, and a black eye was just starting to show. Her bra was dotted with tiny, smiling cartoon suns. I held up my gun and said all the right things, and I wanted nothing more in that moment than to shoot him dead, but I held my stare and calmly directed him to get up, pull his pants up and go and stand against the wall with his hands high. "You piece of shit," I said to his freckly back. Robbie grunted and then laughed as he swayed slightly against the wall. The girl didn't move. After checking for a pulse and finding one, I carefully draped a sheet across her. The house turned out to hold more of Robbie's secrets than I had ever expected, though I am sure there are many more that we will never know. The drugs in the kitchen were just a taste of the fully operational amphetamine lab we found in the garden shed. Then there were the weapons, 4 unlicensed shotguns and an antique dagger. We turned up fake IDs and wads of money stashed away under the house. But it was the 2 bodies we found in an old well in the yard that really changed my fortunes. A runaway, just like Stacey, who had gone missing 5 years earlier, and an Italian backpacker who had been assumed to have suicided down one of the local gorges due to a carefully placed backpack had died at the hands of Robbie. Several of his friends were fingered for the weapons and the drugs, but only Robbie was linked to the murders. Annie Charleston, the 18-year-old student he'd attempted to rape that night, was battered and bruised but recovered in full, at least physically. Her family moved away after the trial. I don't know whether Robbie would have killed her that night, but I know the part of me that had been dormant for a long time came alive as I stood in that room with my arm out, heavy with the weight of the gun, my body burning with the ability to make the badness stop. It felt incredible. I did my interview with Candy Fife, up-and-coming reporter, the next day. I had woken feeling sluggish just after 9 a.m, with Scott hovering nearby offering me water and telling me that even though what I had done was amazing, I really shouldn't have risked my life like that. I nodded, knowing that if given the chance I would do it every day. When I was sitting across from Candy in her boss's office, her perfect dark skin glowing, she was all sisterhood and girl power, and I know I came across as cold and prickly. She was not a good enemy to make, but I felt sick and anxious, increasingly panicked about what the last few weeks of my Robbie obsession had allowed me to ignore.
How does it feel to have virtually single-handedly taken down a serial killer? I mean, some cops will go through their whole careers never doing what you have done in a couple of years. You're a star.
She managed to make it sound like I'd put extra cinnamon in some already tasty muffins. I'm just glad he was caught. He was dangerous, like a loaded gun.
A loaded gun, great, yes.
She tapped her pen against her teeth.
That's a good visual. I like to write as if I'm painting, you see.
She smiled at me, her cold, dark eyes piercing. I couldn't stop looking at her large white teeth exploding out from bright orange lips. Sitting next to her, I felt flat and pasty, as if all the colour had been drained out of me. I wished I could disappear into my grey pants and shapeless long-sleeved t-shirt.
So are you going to become a celebrity cop now? You could probably write a book or something.
I looked at her blankly. No, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm paid to do, I guess. I disappointed Candy that day. I didn't give her that fierce, feisty girl power cop thing she wanted. The article she wrote on me was vaguely condescending. She managed to flatter me, calling me a prodigal detective and Smithson police force's best asset, while at the same time suggesting that this had all been a huge stinking pile of luck. Of course, deep down, that was what I was worried about too. Walking back into the station that afternoon, I felt apprehensive. I knew that I had done the right thing, a brave thing even, but I also knew that I had broken unspoken rules. I had gone rogue, and it had worked, but in the process I had made everyone else look inferior and lazy. Jonesy beckoned me into his office. He was puppy dog excited. No one else in the main room seemed to move. I stopped still too and just stood in the middle of the open office for a second. The water cooler chose that moment to force a large bubble of air to the top of the tank, mirroring my choppy stomach. I felt completely exposed. Once we were safely behind the glass, Jonesy said, "How'd you know, Woodstock?" "I told you, sir, I had a feeling." He whistled.
Well, it's a good thing you did. This changes things for you, Woodstock. Won't be easier, not at all. Harder, I'd say. But you can tell them all to get fucked now. A fucking serial killer, I can't believe it.
He patted me on the back and swept a disparaging look through his glass wall as if the rest of the force were annoying toddlers who needed their nappies changed. "Thank you, sir."
Okay, Woodstock, we'll talk more tomorrow about what this means, but it's good. I guarantee you that much.
"Sir, I need to tell you something," I said, riding a wave of nausea.
Yes, of course. Don't tell me you have another feeling.
"No, sir, it's just that I'm pregnant." Chapter 10. Monday the 14th of December, 8:37 a.m. Josie Pritchard watches Gemma Woodstock peer through the windows of the school library as the man with her takes a phone call. She hasn't seen the Woodstock girl in years, except for that business with the Robbie boy in the papers a while back. It seems completely bizarre that she is a police officer, and a detective no less. Josie narrows her eyes. Gemma looks much smaller and skinnier than Josie had thought she would. As a teenager, she had the kind of figure that one expected would thicken. The charcoal suit she is wearing is doing her no favours, though. Badly tailored and set oddly across her shoulders. And those shoes. Josie's 80-year-old mother wouldn't be caught dead in shoes like that. She hasn't had a mother to guide her, Josie reprimands herself. Ned Woodstock renovated the Pritchard's laundry a few years back, and Josie had wondered how such a clueless man had managed to raise a teenage daughter. It's really no surprise that Gemma looks like a bargain basement mannequin. The tall, handsome man returns to Gemma's side, and they talk briefly before walking towards Nicholson's office. Josie grabs the last of the Tupperware containers from her car and shuts the boot, then makes her way to the canteen. Huddles of parents are milling around the school today, clearly spooked by this Rosalind Ryan saga. Her own kids are off playing somewhere, curious but seemingly unaffected by the murder, which she loosely breezed over this morning while doling out Weet-Bix juice and raisin toast. Poor lost young girl, thinks Josie, clicking her tongue as she cuts across the quadrangle. Rachel, her eldest, was taught English by Rosalind Ryan last year, but none of Josie's other kids had been in her classes. Josie didn't know Rosalind well, but she had always found her mildly off-putting. Her suggestion in the parent-teacher interview that Rachel needed to slow down in her essays and feel the words didn't inspire much confidence in Josie. "I'm not sure she's all there," she said to Brian as they drove home afterwards. She's there all right," Brian responded, laughing and shaking his head. "Damn, if I'd had an English teacher like that, I might have actually read a book once in a while."
Don't be revolting,
Josie snapped, turning away from her husband. Typically, he didn't seem interested in discussing the shortfalls of their daughter's teacher. "She's always daydreaming," Rachel reported of Ms. Ryan when Josie investigated further the next day.
but she's pretty cool and she's so beautiful.
Josie didn't really know what to make of the young teacher with her long princess hair and strange old-fashioned clothes, always looking at everyone with that haunted, wide-eyed stare. Men seemed to have no sense when it came to her. Those idiotic Year 12 boys were constantly embarrassing themselves, slobbering after her like mindless dogs. And there were the problems with Kai Brax a while back. Even John Nicholson, the boring-as-watching paint-dry principal, appeared love-struck. He was always staring at her and promoting her silly plays. Rachel ended up doing very well in her exams, though, so the woman could obviously teach. Still, this murder business seemed to suggest something sinister was going on in her life, and Josie can't help feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. She knew something wasn't right with that woman. She tends to have a radar for these things.
Morning.
Josie pushes into the canteen's back room and hangs her bag on a hook by the door. The room is stifling, the air thick and soupy from the heat of the oven.
Oh, isn't it terrible about Miss Ryan?
Amy Parsons trills into a hanky as she grabs at Lucy Holbert's hand.
I can't stop thinking about it. Poor woman.
Such a shame, agrees Lucy, patting Amy's hand, especially after that wonderful play. Josie settles her heavy form into the spare chair and opens one of the containers. Chewing on an apple bran muffin, she looks at the two women in front of her. "Did you both go to the play on Friday?" Amy stares at her hands, twirling the remains of the tissue between her fingers. Lucy reaches down to rustle through her bag. Amy nods quickly. Josie swallows the last of the muffin and pushes her irritation away. "I had my sister over for dinner on Friday. I cooked paella, one of Jamie Oliver's 30-minute meals. Delicious."
Sounds wonderful,
replies Amy. "I suppose the play won't go ahead now," says Josie. "Shame, I have tickets for this Friday." She doesn't really, but she probably would have gone at some point and made Rachel come with her in exchange for a new top or some makeup. "It really was very good," says Lucy. She did an amazing job with those kids. Rodney Mason and Maggie Archer were incredible. They all clearly adored her. You should have seen the roses they gave her at the end. Just beautiful. The timer starts to beep and all three women jump. Amy and Lucy busy themselves with loading the trays of biscuit mixture into the oven. Josie reaches for another muffin. As she chews, an unexpected image pops into her mind of Rosalind Ryan in a stark white coffin, eyes open and seductive like the actress from American Beauty, surrounded with bouquets of blood-red roses. She laughs to herself, thinking that John Nicholson would slip quite nicely into the fawning Kevin Spacey role. Chapter 11. Monday the 14th of December, 8:41 a.m. Being back at Smithson High is completely disorienting. It's not even called Smithson High anymore, a fact I am reminded of frequently due to someone's eagerness to embrace the rebrand. The words Smithson Secondary College scream out at me from the signs directing us towards the various facilities, and there are stickers with the new logo adhered to all the bins. Wisps of the past are everywhere, but at the same time everything looks new. I'm half terrified that I will see a faded version of my former self running past with a group of childhood ghosts laughing and playing. I have only been back here twice since school finished. Once for Jacob's memorial service, which still remains the single most difficult hour of my life, and once to arrest a kid I was chasing who had used the school as a shortcut to get to the lake. This time it's different. This feels slow and bright and real. The heat crackles around us as we walk across the gravel car park, past the old flagpole with the rippling Australian flag and the set of classrooms that everyone used to call the Sisters. Why are they called that? I remember asking my friend Janet when we first came to the school. She always knew the answers to things because she had two older brothers. Because, she said, rolling her eyes, all their paint is peeling like they're taking their clothes off and they're a different colour at the bottom where it looks like skin. So all the boys say they look like slutty sisters with no undies on. Felix's phone rings. He glances at the screen and says, "I need to get this, it'll be quick." I nod and he wanders off. I watch a raven try to pull a burger wrapper out of a bin. Across the car park, an overweight woman is struggling with something in her boot. "Okay, well, that's a bit weird," Felix says, walking back. "What?" I'm looking up at the old library. The former dark grey has recently been painted a thick, rich cream, but the same faded poster about the joy of reading is still on show in the window to the left of the door. Rose bought that place outright about 10 years ago. Really? Yep. No loan, just cold hard cash. She lived there for a few months and then rented it out until she moved back in just over 4 years ago. I kick at a crushed Coke can. Well, maybe it's not that weird when you consider who her dad is. I'm guessing he gave her the money for it. I mean, what would the place have cost back then? 100 grand? 120? About 110, actually. I throw him a wry smile. See? You're like a Smithson property connoisseur, Gem. I give him a light kick on the shin. She was 19 then, so it must have been her dad's money. We should find out if George Ryan gave all of his children a little kickstart like that. I still think it's strange that she lived so frugally, says Felix. She did have nice wine, though, I remind him, and that makeup and the artwork. Another raven eyes us warily before marching over to its mate to join in the bin attack. It doesn't make sense, does it? I know her teaching salary wouldn't have been much, but still. I like the way the light is cutting across Felix's eyes, making them glow green. I agree, it's odd, I say, picturing Rosalind sitting in the front row of our classes, her face pensive but her gaze playful whenever she caught me looking at her. I'd never been able to figure her out. Stuff with money is always odd. Felix says it's sunnily, but I know that his family has had huge issues with money. His dad gambled away half the family fortune, leaving his mother with almost nothing. Then his wife, a dentist, was sued years ago when they lived in the UK, which led them to selling their house and moving here. I don't know the details, but Felix told me that they basically had to start over. He doesn't like to talk about money, which suits me just fine. It's never been a huge part of my life. "Let's visit George Ryan again," Felix says. "Maybe he can fill in the blanks. Now, let's go see the principal." I nod. A strange shiver of familiarity runs through me as we walk past classrooms. Young faces peer at us from all angles. It's 8:45 a.m. and students are starting to arrive. They've updated the uniform since I left, but it's similar. Midnight blue jumper, a golden blue checked dress. I can remember the itchy pull of the synthetic fabric on my wrists and neck, the breezy freedom of the summer skirt. "Look," says Felix, pointing. Stuck to the side of the brick wall outside the main office is a poster promoting Rosalind's play. "A modern-day reimagining of Romeo and Juliet," he reads. "Didn't Baz Luhrmann already do that?" I shush him and look at the poster, feeling a deep stab of sadness. It suddenly seems important that Rosalind got to see that first night of her play, saw that it had all come together and got to stand back and watch the timeless story she loved so much play out. The poster is striking. Two shadowy profiles facing each other with bolts of lightning cutting between them. It strikes me as oddly dark and abstract considering Rosalind's light and sunny Instagram images. "Come on, let's go," Felix says impatiently. A trio of young girls walk towards us dressed in a uniform of denim cut-offs, thongs and singlet tops. They are a tumble of tanned limbs, lip gloss and long straggly hair. Short hair must be out, I think, absently running my hand through my shoulder-length tangles. All three have red eyes and the pinched look of grief. "Year 12s, I mutter after they've passed. They must have decided to meet here even though class is finished for the year. Yeah, they all look just like Maisie." I glance at Felix, but his eyes are fixed straight ahead and I'm not quite sure what he is thinking. His daughters are a foreign concept to me. Most of the time I can't believe that they are real. He clears his throat and squares his shoulders. I straighten too. John Nicholson is coming out of the main office looking flustered in a navy shirt and cream pants. His hair is thinner than I remember, and his eyes sag a little to the sides. He still has the anxious gait that would have suited a woman far more than a man. His head bobs from side to side, and then he sees us and manages to seem relieved and terrified at once. "Gemma, well, it's been years. Well." He looks at me and an awkward silence falls over us. "Well, anyway," he trails off. "Oh, God, what an awful thing this is. I just don't know what to do. Well, I guess there aren't really rules for something like this." He wrings his hands and then reaches out to squeeze mine. Felix leans in to shake his hand. "Mr. Nicholson, I'm Detective Sergeant Felix McKinnon. Perhaps we can speak in your office?" "Yes, of course. Susan told me you were coming. I do need to do a press conference with the mayor soon, but I think it isn't until 10. That's long enough, isn't it?" Felix nods. "Yes, that's plenty of time. We only need a quick chat for now, and then we'll get out of your way." "Okay, well, please come in here. You'd remember my office, Gemma. It's still the same, really. I'm not one for change." We follow him through the school office. A wild-eyed woman is fielding calls at the desk. No, she is saying. "He is not available to speak at present. No, we don't know anything about that." "Journalists," Nicholson tells us. "They've been calling since early this morning. We have nothing to tell them, but they keep ringing." "It's big news," says Felix. "It's cruel, but they are just doing their job." "I suppose you're right. God, I just can't believe this." True to his word, Nicholson's office is as I remember it. A faded photo of the school in the 80s hangs on the left wall. 2 decades worth of school sports days, concerts and theatre shows pepper the back wall. I see a photo of Rosalind leading a kind of dance rehearsal. She is off to the side of the stage, arms outstretched, her smile wide and her eyes sparkling. "Please, take a seat." Nicholson gestures at 2 uncomfortable-looking chairs and walks around his desk to sit facing us. My goodness. "Do you want a drink? Coffee or tea?" I almost laugh. Everyone we've interviewed so far has had impeccable manners. Felix takes the lead. It's unspoken, but I can tell he thinks that my history with Nicholson might complicate things. "We're fine," he says. "Now, Mr. Nicholson, we need to talk to you about Rosalind Ryan." He slumps back into his chair. "Yes, of course. Where to start? Rosalind was an exceptional young woman." His chin trembles, and for a moment I think he will cry. A memory crashes into my vision. Rosalind singing in assembly and Nicholson staring at her in wonder. I remember Jacinta White leaning across me to laugh with Janet about it. I feel the itch of my winter stockings and the weight of my long braid. I remember feeling uncomfortable about the way his eyes were fixed on her, not wanting to think badly of the man who had been so good to me after Mum died.
Let's just start with some basics, okay?
Felix pulls out his notebook and Nicholson visibly pulls himself together. He takes a deep breath and places his palms on his thighs. "Okay." His voice sounds very far away.
How long has Rosalind been a teacher here? Begins Felix.
4 years, and of course she was a student here too. He pauses and smiles weakly at me. She was always very bright, very good at English. She loved anything to do with words, a natural on the stage too. The receptionist is continuing to fend off calls outside the door. The sharp sound of the ringing phone is constant. I am starting to get a headache. Nicholson continues. She had another teaching job before this one somewhere in Sydney. She had some bad luck there, an issue with the principal. He made some outrageous accusations and really knocked her confidence. Anyway, she decided to come back home, which was wonderful from my perspective. I was thrilled when she inquired about teaching here. She always was a great kid. He shifts his weight and his chair creaks loudly. I knew she would be an amazing teacher. Felix asks, "What kind of accusations did the principal make?" Nicholson clutches at his hands again. "I'm not entirely sure. I think he felt that she was too close to her students. He totally misinterpreted her style. She was quite upset about it because she was just trying to be a good teacher. She really cared about her students and they adored her. I've actually never seen anything like it." Felix looks at me and writes something down on his notepad. "Mr. Nicholson," I say slowly, the words both familiar and strange. "Tell us about this year. This was Rosalind's 4th year teaching here, wasn't it? She must have been close to the other teachers. To you." I watch him carefully. He plucks a tissue from a box on the desk and dabs at his eyes. They are watery when he looks back up. "We are all close. It really is the nicest bunch of people. I just don't know what I'm going to say to any of them. Millie Jance, one of the teachers, called yesterday and I could barely speak to her. I'm not sure what to do. Rose is completely irreplaceable. A wonderful girl. And for her to be murdered." He sobs briefly and then bites his knuckle, trying to stop. Sorry. Then to me, "You remember what she was like, Gemma? You two, the English stars?" Felix's shoulder jerks slightly in my direction, but I keep my gaze straight ahead. "Mr. Nicholson, I'm sorry, but just a few more questions and then we'll be able to finish. Was Rosalind particularly close to any of the other teachers?
Really, we are all close. Rose was shy in some ways, but very passionate about certain things. She kept to herself, but she was well liked, and, as I said, some of the students would do anything for her.
He pauses.
I really don't know how some of them will cope with this.
Was she seeing one of the teachers? Nicholson's eyes narrow.
What, like dating?
He shakes his head.
No, nothing like that. I discourage all staff from any romantic relationships.
Things happen, though, don't they? Are you sure you would know if she was seeing someone? Maybe she would want to keep that kind of thing quiet. Nicholson's lips form a tight line.
Maybe, but I'm sure I'd know. It would be hard to hide something like that, plus most of the male staff are married or in serious relationships anyway.
That doesn't necessarily rule out an affair, though, does it? Nicholson twists uncomfortably in his seat.
Well, I suppose not, he says finally. But she was just really into being a teacher. She loved the kids. I don't think she was in a relationship with anyone on the staff.
Okay, what about the students then? Nicholson looks puzzled. What about them? Well, Rose was a beautiful woman and still young. She could have passed for a girl in her early 20s. Maybe some of the older students were attracted to her. Perhaps she was flattered. She could have crossed a line and things got out of hand. Nicholson sighs heavily. Suddenly he looks much older.
Sorry, but no, really, just no. I won't have that kind of talk about her. Her students cared about her very much. That could easily be misinterpreted, but I know what she was like. Maybe some of the younger boys had crushes on her, but just normal, harmless stuff. She was a private person and kept to herself, but she was very principled. She had nothing to hide.
He abruptly lurches to the side and grabs some tissues, dropping his head behind the desk. I look away as he makes little retching sounds. Felix stands and goes to him, patting him roughly on the back.
Can I call someone for you?
Nicholson sits up, looking dazed. His face is puffy and perspiration begins to trail down his forehead.
No, I need to get ready to talk to everyone. I'm sorry, this is just very hard.
I nod and Felix keeps patting his back. We will need to gather a lot of information, I tell Nicholson. Interview teachers, students and admin staff. We don't know exactly what we're looking for yet, so we need to cover everything. Nicholson moves his head up and down slowly. His eyes are fixed on the desk.
I'll get you some water, says Felix, leaving the room.
I stare at my old principal. I remember being in this office after Mum died, probably sitting in this exact chair while Nicholson talked to Dad and me about the support available and the strategies that would be adopted to make sure things could stay as normal as possible at school. Nicholson has always had kind eyes. They look at me now, two dark brown smudges. Did you go on Friday night, Mr. Nicholson? I ask. His breathing is slowly returning to normal.
No, I didn't, no.
Felix reappears and places a large glass of water in front of him, catching our conversation.
You didn't go to the opening night of the school play?
Nicholson fidgets and takes a gulp of water.
No, I didn't.
Why not?
It would have been one of the biggest events of the year for the school, surely.
Felix's voice is light, but I can tell he is homing in on what he thinks is an anomaly.
Did you have other plans?
Nicholson looks back and forth between us, his eyes slightly desperate.
No, but you see, it was all a bit political.
Political?
Well, maybe not political, that makes it sound too serious, but it was a bit awkward.
Tell us what you mean, I say.
Well,
You see, it was Rosalind's idea to have the play. She was so passionate about putting on a production, and last year we couldn't make it work. There were issues with funding, and the head drama teacher had taken ill, so it never happened.
He pauses and looks at me.
You remember, Gemma? The plays were always a winter highlight. Good for the students, but also good for the whole community. I wanted to put on a show too, but being principal, you have to make sacrifices. Recently, sport has kind of won out over the arts.
Right, so this year Rosalind pushed to have the play.
Yes, it was very important to her. The head drama teacher had left, and Rose was at me about it as soon as the year started, and I said I was sure it would be fine. But then a major camp was scheduled for the Year 11s in July, which clashed with the auditions, and some of the other teachers felt like the play created too much competition between the kids. It became controversial.
Okay, so Rosalind was angry? Nicholson looks up as if to disagree and then slumps back again.
More frustrated, I think. She mentioned bureaucracy more than once, and I know she was disappointed in me for not trying harder to make it happen.
Was anyone angry with her about it? Nicholson looks confused.
Like, annoyed. Well, maybe a bit, but not enough to do something like this, no way.
Were you angry at her? I ask. Nicholson doesn't move. Outside the door, the phone rings again.
No, I was frustrated for her. I wanted her to have her play, and I was glad she finally got to put it on.
So why didn't you go to the opening night? Felix presses.
I felt it would be best if I didn't make an overt show of support. I had planned to go this Friday. It was going to run for 7 nights, you see.
I heard it was very good, I say. Nicholson nods.
Yes, I knew it would be. She had a wonderful ability, so much insight, so talented. A great actress too, I think.
Too talented to be teaching students at Smithson High? Nicholson looks at Felix, an unreadable expression on his face. He checks his watch, and as he stands, I notice his hands are shaking.
Well, that is a hard thing to measure, isn't it? All I know is that she was determined. She rallied those kids, wrote that play, checked with the education department to see if she could have the Year 12s use their analysis of modernising the script to count towards their final marks. She did all that.
We stand and step aside so that Nicholson can show us out.
I think she was happy here. Especially lately. She was thrilled with the play, proud of the students. She was happy.
Felix smiles tightly at him.
Yes, well, thank you for your time. We may need to speak with you again, but for now we're done.
Thank you. Now listen, you do what you need to do, but please be careful with everyone. We are hurting very badly. We loved her, you know.
Something about the way he says this is unsettling, and Felix gives me a pointed look as we walk out past the frazzled receptionist into the white, hot sunlight and smack bang into a ghost. My future is a slippery, elusive thing that I have spent half my life trying not to think about too much. When Mum died, it felt like everything stopped. I was surprised every time I woke up to a new day. It seemed unfathomable that out there in the world people were falling in love, having babies, studying, laughing. I struggled to think, to see, to breathe. Then somehow one day it was better. I started to make plans again and experienced moments of clarity where my dreams seemed possible. I met Jacob and my passion returned. I loved hard and fiercely. And then he died, and I was catapulted all the way back into the relentless pain of breathing through every minute. I think, before he died, I had allowed myself to picture a future again. Just a vague one with cloudy edges, but I'd glimpsed a life beyond school. I'd imagined uni, travel, maybe even us getting a little place. But after he was gone, there was no light in my black hole. Nothing made sense. The guilt was suffocating. I only kept going out of sheer determination to avoid drowning in my own thoughts, because that was the one thing I dreaded more than trying to live a normal life. Sometimes I'm not actually sure that I ever came out of my hole. Not really. But once I became a cop, I was able to pull myself through the days a little more easily, see a direct line from A to B, and feel clearer about how I was going to get there. The basic principles of right and wrong seemed solid, and I grabbed onto them with everything I had. And then I fell pregnant with Ben, and that awful idea of the future loomed again. The idea of a baby terrified me. The concept of being parent to a child or a teenager was beyond comprehension. And the sudden introduction of Scott's feelings into my life was even more difficult to navigate. I'm just not great when it comes to other people. That's probably what makes me a good cop, and is probably why I made detective so quickly. Like a robot that just so happens to eat, Jonesy used to say affectionately. Of course, Ben changed things in all the ways that everyone said he would. But I remained wary. I held him close at night and blinked away the thoughts that had me dying at gunpoint and leaving him all alone. I would fetch him in the morning and worry that I would have a heart attack after Scott went to work, or that I would slip in the shower and crack my head open. I comforted myself with the thought that Ben was probably better off with just Scott anyway, that my confusion confused things, that my ability to be the kind of mother he really needed was horrifically limited. So I kind of just put one foot in front of the other and bathed him and fed him and held him, but I was still cautious about the future. I never let myself picture him in primary school or as a teenager. I didn't make plans too far ahead. I lived in the moment, and I placated myself with the notion that mindfulness is what half the world is seeking at any given time. I had just managed to find a version of it that had been born out of necessity rather than aspiration. And then Felix arrived in Smithson, and everything went out the window. I was giddy, blindsided. I was a new mother and a young detective, and all I could think about was him being inside me. I felt raw. I developed insomnia, anxiety. But at the same time, I'd never felt so happy. It was like having Jacob back again. The blood seemed to flow more smoothly around my body. For the first time in years, I willed time to move faster. Our connection was so instant, so overwhelming, that everyone else in my world faded. I wanted his opinion on everything. I thought about him constantly and felt the deep guilt of someone who wished for a different life. At night, I would turn over and over in bed beside Scott until finally I would give up and go to the couch in the lounge, where I would stare through US talk shows and wonder how it had come to this. Why did I have to meet Felix after Ben was born? Why did Scott want to be with me? Why didn't Jacob just come and find me that day? Why didn't he think I was worth living for? Within days, we were brushing past each other, his hand touching mine as he handed me some papers, my arm glancing off his as I passed him at the printer. Less than a month later, we were kissing in my car and making plans to do more. I could not get enough. I felt alive, charged with an invisible energy source. The truth is, I never really got over Jacob. I've never quite managed to understand how it all went so wrong, how he could have left me like that. I loved him so much, and after he died, I had no anchor. Until Felix came along, I felt like I hadn't really spoken to anyone properly for years. Felix makes me want the future, to pull it towards me, grab hold of it, breathe into it. I know it will be messy and complicated and difficult, but the way I feel about him means I can't see another way. These thoughts invariably swarm around my mind. It's exhausting, but it's better now than it was. Better than last summer when I struggled to eat and found being around Felix akin to having a non-fatal heart attack. I can wait for our future. We are in this together, figuring it out as we go, patiently yearning. But Jacob is always in my head. He's always just below the surface. And that's why I almost faint when I walk out of Nicholson's office into the sunlight and straight into him. Chapter 12. Monday the 14th of December, 9:52 a.m. My head spins. My throat feels like it has disappeared and I make a strange choking sound. Jacob, my brain chants over and over as I stare at his face. It's the same slouched posture, the same rich brown hair. I'm conscious of Felix beside me and I feel suddenly confused about where I am and what year it is. Gemma? The boy's voice is not right. It's lower, huskier. He's not Jacob. His eyes are red raw and freckles dust his cheeks. Jacob's skin had been clear. My mind stumbles into reality. Rodney? He nods. Rodney, what are you doing here? The boy shuffles his feet. He's wearing tight jeans and a loose black t-shirt that hangs like a dress on his slim frame. I realize the last time I saw Rodney he was 7 years old. He shrugs and tilts his head so that his hair falls to the side out of his eyes. This is my school. A whole bunch of us decided to meet here this morning. We didn't know where else to go. He looks down, but not before I see his jaw shudder. I notice the pulse in his neck is throbbing. Nicholson has followed us out and is nervously surveying the scene. He mutters under his breath and then says, "Well, I guess it's good for you to be with each other." He rocks manically on his feet and looks beyond us to where a group of students are hugging one another and crying in a small circle. One of the girls tucks the hair of another girl behind her ear and then runs a thumb under her eyes to wipe tears away. A tall ginger-haired boy is rubbing slow circles on the back of another girl as she stares at the ground. I can remember that closeness, that intimacy, that comprehensive, inexplicable human connection you have at that age. I can feel Janet holding my hand as we wove through parties, her doing my makeup, her eyes inches from mine, her tongue sticking out in concentration. I remember Sandra teaching me how to backflip, holding my stomach in and pulling me up in the right position. Waking up next to her after sleepovers, rolling towards her and tickling her back, brushing her hair. I remember Fox guiding my fingers, teaching me how to roll cigarettes, laughing when I dropped the contents all over the ground. Sneaking up behind me and covering my eyes with his hands, Jacob kissing my feet, playing with my hair, breathing me in. Fox, Janet and Sandra comforting me after Jacob died, touching me, holding me. It was like we shared skin, space and everything in between. I remember needing them like air. But after school, that closeness evaporated. Jacob is dead. Fox I barely see, and I have no idea where Janet and Sandra are now. They moved away years ago and we don't keep in touch. A new girl joins the group and starts to sob as the others pull her into their circle. I look away, feeling intrusive and oddly jealous. Their sense of belonging is palpable. Next to me, Rodney's head jerks. Jacob's square jawline plays through my mind. "Mum," he says. I look over to see Donna Mason walking briskly towards us. Time has not been kind to her. Her eyes sink into her face and her wiry greying hair is pulled tight onto the top of her head. Her denim jacket is like a square across her small frame. I remember her cool stare as Jacob and I curled together on the couch at his house watching a movie. She was always lurking in doorways, watching us. It was hard to relax when she was around. I can still picture her empty gaze at Jacob's memorial service. "Gemma?" She nods at me. "Mrs. Mason?" I nod back, feeling like a teenager. "Detective Sergeant McKinnon," says Felix, sticking his hand out towards her. She takes his hand and shakes it firmly. "Donna Mason," she says. She crosses her arms. "Yes, well, awful business all this, just awful." Her large eyes blink at each of us in turn. Nicholson kicks his shoes at the ground awkwardly. "Donna, hello." She looks at him and executes another little nod. Turning to Rodney, her face softens. "You can have an hour, sweetheart. I need to get to the shops, but I'll pick you up on the way back." "It's fine, Mum. I can grab a lift with Kai or Em." "No." She shakes her head nervously like a bird. "I'll be back here in an hour. I'll drive you." Her eyes flit to the quadrangle and then back to the group of distraught teenagers. "Meet me out front at 11. Rodney's body seems stiff, but he shrugs before shuffling back to his friends. He quickly disappears into the writhing mass of grieving students. The boy with the ginger hair catches me looking and averts his eyes sharply. He's still stroking the back of a crying girl. "Well, bye," says Donna, the edges of her mouth pulling up briefly into a polite smile. "Right, well." Nicholson turns in a flustered semicircle and then drifts back towards his office. Felix and I are left standing alone in the bright square of sunlight next to the sobbing group. Our eyes meet. "Jesus," says Felix under his breath. Chapter 13. Monday the 14th of December, 9:27 p.m. Something feels seriously off. She was so polarizing. I can't get a grip on her. Felix is lying flat on his back, talking to the ceiling. I sip at my wine, the golden liquid sliding down my throat. I mean, I don't even know what to call her. Rose? Rosalind? He laughs. "Anyway," he says, "we need to get on to her old school. Something clearly happened there." He rolls over to face me. "What do you think?" I shrug, still a little disoriented by his closeness. I love how desperate he always is to strip my clothes off and hold me, to push his way inside of me. My body is still smarting, raw from him holding me down. At some point my head connected with the wooden bed head, and that, paired with the exquisiteness of what he has just done to me, has left me in a state that is both exhausted and energized. I don't really want to talk about Rosalind right now, but we always talk about cases we're working, and as her dead face looms in my mind again, I realize that avoiding speculation about what happened to her right now is unlikely. Felix gets up to pour more wine, and I stare at the side profile of his naked body and wonder for the millionth time how the hell this is my life. We always meet here, at the tiny farmhouse that belongs to Scott's brother. It's about 15 minutes outside of Smithson, and I know that Scott would never come here with Ben at night. There is no reason for him to. Quaint and isolated, it's empty about 10 months of the year, and Scott and I have a set of keys and do basic maintenance in exchange for the steady supply of fruit and veggies that grow in the garden. I have wondered what Felix and I would do if we didn't have a place like this to come to. I assume we'd end up pouring at each other in our cars, fogging up the windows along a quiet, out-of-the-way road somewhere. I was worried I wouldn't be able to have sex with Felix tonight, but the bleeding slowed yesterday, and today it's as if nothing ever happened. Only the vague thrum of an ache reminds me that my life was temporarily heading in a very different direction. And what with the principal? Was he into her or what? I prickle slightly. Come on, he's allowed to be upset. They worked together. She went to school there. They were close. I push the faded image of Nicholson watching Rosalind on stage from my mind. We work together. He wriggles his eyebrows at me suggestively, and I throw a pillow at him. I think Nicholson is a good guy. He really cares about the school, cares about the kids. I just can't see it. People change, Gem.
Maybe the unrequited love finally got to him, or maybe his wife found out, or maybe they were together and then Rose realized it was creepy because he's really old. I throw another pillow at him. Careful, he's only got about 15 years on you. He rolls his eyes. Plus his wife is dead, I say primly, or at least I'm pretty sure she is. He throws the pillows back onto the bed and reaches out to me. I go to him and lie down in the crook of his arm. At least we know that Marcus was one of Rose's visitors, he says. Yes. We spoke to Rosalind's brothers again today. Marcus confirmed he had called on his sister about a month ago, though he drove a hire car, a modest Toyota. Timothy and Bryce claim they haven't visited her place in years. Felix and I still think that Timothy is suspicious. The preliminary search of his finances shows he did purchase tickets to the school play 2 weeks ago. When we asked him why he'd bought 2 tickets but gone to the play alone, he said that he hadn't got around to inviting someone else along. Seeing those kids today was full on, says Felix into my ear. Yeah. I shuffle through their faces. Caught between child and adult, they were so beautiful and so dangerous, tripping over themselves to grow up. So that boy today, the one you spoke to, his fingers tickle the back of my neck. He's the lead in the play, the Romeo, right? What's the story there? You knew him. Outside, a possum runs along the power lines and cuts across the wire that leads to the house. It pauses, its tail dangling crookedly in the moonlight. I roll over and pull the sheets around me like a strapless dress. I have more wine as I weigh up what to tell Felix. Yeah, I knew him. How? I look at him, slightly exasperated. Like how I know everyone. I grew up around here. He nods slowly. I can tell he is deciding whether or not to let it go. He curls his fingers around mine, gently removing the wine glass from my grip. Sure, but he's way younger. Plus, you look like you'd had a stroke when we saw him. How exactly did you know him? I knew his brother Jacob. From school? Yeah. I let the second hand on the wall clock do a full half circle before I add, he was my boyfriend. The silence starts to make me feel itchy. I stretch out my feet. Where is Loverboy now? Still in town? I lie back on the pillow and watch his face. I know he is mapping out a typical teenage love story, all awkward limbs, promises set to moody tracks and epic stormy partings. He's only half right. No, he died. When we were in school. He jumped off the tower at the lake. Felix's smile retracts like a snail into its shell. Fucking hell, Gem. His fingers pause for a few moments before he picks up the rhythm again. I wish that I could stay here with him doing that forever. I blink a few times, but he holds my gaze, his green eyes steady. I've never asked Felix where this will go, whatever this thing is between us, and he's never given me a real indication of what he wants it to be. I know he never wanted to come to Smithson. It was his wife's idea to move from London and have a sea change far away from the sea. Felix had loved his life in the city. He said he felt freer, more independent there. I suspect that being with me is a nod to that freedom. A lifeline to his old world where desire dominates and impulses are heeded. I also sense that his wife was determined that the move here would reset their marriage. Felix seems stubbornly determined not to participate in any such overhaul. He works late and is desperate to spend time with me. He is an engaged father to his girls and polite to his wife. I'm scared to ask him point blank how he feels about her, but right now, as I look at him, I see real love and I realize how important I am to him, how important he has become to me. I squeeze his hand softly. Were you there when Jacob died? No, he went there alone.
I don't tell him that I've seen Jacob's broken body at least 1,000 times in my mind. These days I know death, and I know how he would have looked after he fell, so over the years the image I summon has changed from a cartoon-like puddle on the ground to a more fully formed version of the boy I loved. The scene crowds my thoughts and I try to blink it away, but he's there whether my eyes are open or shut. He had lots of things he was dealing with, I think. He was really artistic. He could be moody sometimes, get lost in a project, so I knew a little bit of it, but I'm not sure I realised quite how bad things were. Or if I did, I didn't really want to know. "Do you think that's why you became a cop?" Felix asks. "Partly, maybe. I can't figure out how to explain that I didn't really have another choice. I needed so badly to work in a world that made binary sense of things, a place where there was good and bad, right and wrong, and where I was in charge of making sure there was more good than bad." "Was it when you were still in school?" "Just after our final exams. It was actually 10 years ago last week." "Fuck, Gem." Felix fills our wine glasses and takes a long sip from his. "I'm guessing that having a boyfriend die like that is pretty hard to deal with, especially on top of your mum." I feel tears building. I picture Dad coming into my room, his face grey and old as he sits on my bed, softly sobbing into his hands before he manages to tell me what has happened, tells me what Jacob has done. I see the dam breaking around us, crashing into the room and carrying us away. Dad and I had an unspoken agreement to never really talk about Mum, and with Jacob it was the same. We would sit side by side on the couch in solidarity, his arm around me and my head on his chest as I listened desperately to the steady beat of his heart. I was so terrified it would stop. It was very hard, very surreal. No one knew what to say to me. I let out a strange little laugh. I don't really know what I wanted them to say to me. I don't tell Felix that it was even harder because I'd already lost Jacob, that he'd already chosen to be with her over me. I think suddenly about the note, remembering how I traced the words with my fingers before folding the crisp paper and smoothing down the edges. I wonder where Jacob put it. I always assumed he destroyed it, threw it away. I could so easily get lost in layers of memories. Jacob, Rosalind, the small, lonely version of myself from back then who had no idea how to deal with the world or the people in it. The past is seeping through my pores and my skin starts to crawl with it. I shake my head and say brightly, "Anyway, that's how I know Rodney. It was just the two of them. I'm not sure why there was such a big age gap between them, but I got the sense that maybe Donna had miscarriages. She was very intense. Their dad left when Rodney was a baby, and she raised the two boys by herself after that. I'm not sure she liked me that much." Felix has more wine. "He seemed like an odd kid, Rodney." A flash of protest courses through my body. "Do you think so? I always thought he was really sweet." "Come on, Gem, that was 10 years ago. He's almost an adult now." "I guess. I want Rodney's face to get out of my head. And Jacob's, both their faces. So similar. I want to stop thinking about them." Blocking the soft lamplight with my body, I pull myself onto Felix and straddle him. I hold his face as I watch the vivid green of his irises pool with black. I rub my chest against his. It has the desired effect. "Come here," he says gruffly, grabbing my hips and pulling me down onto him. Chapter 14. 3 weeks earlier. "I was going to ask you to marry me on New Year's Eve." I froze. The egg I'd just cracked leaked clear glue into the bowl. I forced my hands together slightly and the shell broke even more, collapsing into a sticky mess. "That probably seems like a strange thing to say." Scott was uncharacteristically all worked up and pacing like a lion. I glanced at Ben. He was alternating between colouring in a rainbow with his new crayons and eating spoons of cereal. "I guess," I said. "We used to talk about it. I thought you wanted to get married." I shrugged. I got a fork and started to whisk the eggs. The yellow mixed with the translucent grey. It looked like mucus. I coughed, aware of Scott's eyes on me. I felt ill and impatient, like I'd forgotten to do something important. "Do you want some eggs?" I said, wanting the conversation to go away. "I can't believe you're trying to change the subject of marriage with fucking scrambled eggs." "Language," I warned automatically. "Oh, Gem, don't start me on parenting. Your head is barely ever in the present. You're so vague it's like you're sleepwalking half the time." I shoved the bowl across the bench and the sharp sound clanged through the room. I flicked on the gas and stared into the blue flame. "Well, isn't it lucky we decided to raise Ben together then? The flakiness of me is counterbalanced by the reliability and general perfection of you." I almost forgot to put in the milk. I poured some in, and it immediately looked like those geography maps in high school that show the different layers of landmass. "Gemma, you're a good mother. Come on, that's not what I meant. Please don't turn this into something that it isn't." I pushed my hair behind my ears. Heat rose above the empty pan and formed an invisible wall between us. I sloshed in the egg mixture and it sizzled. The sound was calming. "You were the one who started trying to talk to me about marriage at 7 in the morning. You were the one who commented on my ability to be present. Not ideal when you're about to walk out the door," I said. Okay. His hands were up high around his face in surrender. "Gem, Look, we can talk about this later, but I just feel like—" He trailed off, looking lost. A stab of guilt hit me. Scott was so sure of his life before he met me. A planner. The guy who followed instructions. He keeps the manuals for the dishwasher and the microwave and remembers where they are. He does long division manually. He's punctual. He knows what happens next. "I guess I just feel like we need to do something. It's 1 month away from a new year. I don't want another year of drifting. I want to feel like we're going somewhere. Together." His hands fluttered uselessly at his sides. "I want you to be my wife." "Isn't Ben enough?" It was all I had to divert the focus away from me. We both glanced at our son. He looked up and smiled at us, a heartbreaking smile, as he tapped the end of his spoon on the table and flicked milk onto his face. "Ben is everything to me, you know that. But this is about you and me. Gemma, I'd want to marry you even if Ben wasn't here. Don't you get that?" The egg stuck to the bottom of the pan. All the moisture had disappeared. I turned the gas off and prodded at the yellow mass unenthusiastically. "I'm not sure what I want." Scott flicked his eyes at the clock on the wall. I was making him late. "So if I ask you, will you say no?" "Scott! Fuck, Gem, I'm trying here, okay? I really don't know what you want from me. I really don't. I want to make things work with us." He raked his hand through his hair and looked at his watch. "And now I've got to go. We'll talk later, okay?" He kissed me on the cheek. A press of lips I barely felt. He wrapped Ben in a large hug and planted kisses up and down the side of his face until Ben screamed with laughter. "Bye-bye, baby man." Scott looked at me. "See ya." I tipped the pile of overcooked eggs onto my plate as he walked out. "I just want you to leave me alone," I said to the closed door. Chapter 15. Monday the 14th of December, 11:03 p.m. I pull into the driveway behind Scott's car. I flick the lights off as I look at the house. I don't want to go inside. It's dark, but the moonlight catches on the white skin of the gum trees, making them glow. It's incredibly still. Nothing moves. I breathe deeply, but I'm not sure if I'm trying to calm down from seeing Felix or readying myself to see Scott. I can still feel Felix's hands all over me. I bite my lip. He's a drug. I have some and immediately want more. I close my eyes and will time to rewind so I can have a few more hours alone with him. I have never wanted time to go slower than when we are together. A dog barks sharply and I jump so suddenly that the seatbelt catches and pins me in place. I click it open. The bedroom light is still on inside. Hopefully Scott won't want to talk. My eyes are grainy with sleep. I'm all talked out. Rosalind's death has set something off inside me. I feel reckless, wild, like things could suddenly just come tumbling out. I told Felix a lot tonight, more than I've ever really told anyone, and I almost told him more. All of those bricks that I've carefully stacked and built into a sturdy wall feel like they are coming loose. The floodgates of my mind have been prized open and thoughts are swirling out unchecked. It's wearing me down. I grab my bag and get out of the car. There's a rustle in the bushes near the letterbox and I startle again. I walk briskly to the front veranda. The pull of sleep is so strong. In a beat, I freeze. There is something on the porch, a dark mass in the shadowy corner. I quickly run the options of what it might be through my mind, but nothing fits. It's in my nature to assume the worst, and I think of Ben asleep in his cot only meters away, uncovered because of the heat, the fan doing lazy laps above his head, shifting the warm air around his little body. I peer over the bricks and decide that whatever it is isn't moving. I can't hear anything. Stepping carefully, I round the corner and make my way towards the mysterious shape. I'm about 2 meters away when my brain catches up with my eyes, and I realize I'm looking at a large bouquet of long-stemmed red roses, tucked inside the softest, blackest blanket of tissue paper. Chapter 16. Tuesday the 15th of December, 7:39 a.m. I thought they were from you for a second. Felix and I are at our favourite breakfast place, Reggie's. They do half-decent coffee, plus no one else from the station ever comes here. Too highbrow, Keith Blight is fond of saying, though I don't think he really knows what that means. Everyone else goes across the car park to the cafeteria, which does greasy bacon and egg rolls for $3.50 with a bitter, watery coffee for an extra $1. Felix is shoveling muesli into his mouth at an alarming rate, only pausing every now and then to wash a mouthful down with coffee. I find myself getting distracted by his mouth. I notice a tiny freckle to the right of his top lip that I'm sure I've never seen before. "From me," he says. "Well, I only thought that for a second. Then I realized that you're not really a flowers kind of guy, and that even if you were, you would never have them delivered to my house." "Yeah, well, no, of course not." He swallows the last of his coffee. "Geez, Gem, it's not good." It was pretty freaky. After I realized what they were, I'd got a plastic bag from the car, gathered up the flowers and put them in the boot. All I could think about were the roses that had bobbed around Rosalind's body when she was in the water. Limp from the heat, the scent of the fresh flowers formed a cloud around my face. It followed me into the house where I quickly downed 2 shots of whiskey, scrubbed my teeth until my gums smarted, and mumbled goodnight to Scott before tumbling into a deep, dreamless sleep. I found the note this morning, which was a blessing. If I had seen it the night before, I'm not sure I would have slept nearly as soundly. A small white satiny card with the words, "Beautiful things are hard to keep alive," printed neatly inside. The handwriting was deliberately simple, Large, inconsistent block letters printed in dark ink. Ben clutched my legs, peering into the boot and spying the blooms. "Ooh, pretty! Mummy, look! Fingers!" I said, yanking him away and pushing the boot closed. "Are you going to tell Jonesy?" says Felix. "Not sure. Do you think I should?" Felix looks at me. He toys with a teaspoon, flipping it over and over between his fingers. "Well, probably. It's either someone having a pretty weird joke or it's from the person who murdered Rosalind Ryan. Either way, you should get it looked at." "I know." I am angry. This type of thing is such a distraction. I just want to get on with the investigation. If we tell Jonesy about this, then suddenly it's all about me. He might even pull me off the case. "And this person knows where you live, Gem." "Obviously," I say, and I can't keep the sarcasm out of my voice. "But then this is Smithson. Lots of people know where I live, or can easily find out." "Well, I think you should tell him. I'm worried about you." I sigh heavily. "Okay, how about I get one of the uniforms to look into it, check out the florists and that kind of thing." "And Jonesy? You'll tell him?" "I will, just not today, all right? I want to do the check-in and then the other teacher interviews, maybe some of the kids. We need to keep things moving. Okay?" "Sure." Felix waves his hand, making it clear he knows it's not up to him anyway. I kick off the check-in at precisely 8 a.m. The uniforms look at Felix and me like baby birds all vying for attention. A short, slightly buck-toothed girl reports that Rosalind joined a gym in July but only went 5 times since. "Pretty normal behaviour then," remarks one of the other guys. "I basically donate money to my local gym." "Check it out anyway," says Felix. "Maybe she was getting hassled by someone there and didn't feel comfortable going anymore." "Her doctor wasn't very helpful," reports a man with a sunglasses tan. "She was on pretty standard meds for anxiety and depression, the same stuff that you guys found at her place." He looks around earnestly. "Apparently it's all really common." "Keep looking. See whether you can find out if she was seeing other doctors. She might have been doctor shopping. And find out whether she was seeing a shrink." I push my hair out of my eyes. "Same goes for church. Find out whether she ever went. She might have confided in someone she trusted." "I interviewed an old boyfriend," volunteers another. "Seems like he's the only guy she's ever really gone out with seriously, but I think he's clear. Lives interstate, reckons he's bisexual. An actor type, that's how they met." "What was their relationship like? Did he say why they broke up?" It seems important to know what Rosalind was like unchecked, what she was like in love. The uniform blushes lightly. "He said that she was fun, beautiful, said that going out with her was kind of strange because people were always looking at her. He said they had a good time together, but that she had an undercurrent of sadness." "What does that mean?" Felix looks impatient and I can tell he wants to get going. He finds the station room stifling sometimes. He says it makes his bones itch. "I asked him, but I'm not exactly sure. The guy was a bit weird, very dramatic. He used lots of quotes from plays and movies. He said that Rosalind was a lovely girl, but that he thought she felt trapped or something. He reckons she was lonely and that she had a weird relationship with her family." I think about Rosalind's little cottage with the movie posters and the art on its walls, so dramatic compared to the plain reality of her existence, and I swallow past a lump in my throat. "Okay, everyone, good. The ex might be worth another chat. See if she ever fought with her brothers or father in front of him. Find out if she felt scared of them. Listen out for any gossip about her relationships with teachers, students, local guys." I stand up. "We don't have anything concrete yet, so let's make today a big one. See you all back here later." They leave and we're alone. The quiet that follows their pulsing energy is uncomfortable and obvious. "Should we get going too?" Felix asks. "Yeah, just hang on a sec, I'll meet you at the car." Felix walks over to his desk and I go into the female locker room to find Carly, one of the uniforms, still there. "Carly." "Detective?" Her broad face is flushed as she stands up from tying her laces. "Carly, I want your help with something." "Of course." "I want you to see if you can help me work out where some flowers were bought from." Chapter 17. Tuesday the 15th of December, 10:07 a.m. Sam Blackstone can't believe it. Trudy Fisher can't believe it. Millie Jantz can't believe it. Neither can Paula Desmond, Troy Shooter, or Izzy Milo. The teachers have pulled their office chairs into a circle and are sitting together, crying and staring at the floor as we enter the staff room. Just like the Year 12s yesterday, I think, but less tanned and without the trendy haircuts. They can't believe that Rosalind is dead and that she was murdered. They saw her on Friday. It just can't be true. They all got along well. Rosalind was quiet but friendly, a sweet girl. Sometimes she picked wildflowers and put them in an old jar on the communal table near the kettle to brighten up the staff room. She didn't talk much about her family or friends, but she always had a smile for everyone. We begin the individual interviews. The others wait their turn in the boardroom, muffled crying occasionally breaking through the wall.
"She was so young," sobs Millie Jantz into her hands. "My daughter is only a few years younger than her."
"Were you at the play on Friday night?" Sam Blackstone wasn't, but he had really wanted to go. "My girlfriend was singing at a jazz club, so I had to be there instead. We would have gone this weekend." "I went." Trudy Fisher, the art teacher, tells us. "It was a modern masterpiece, honestly. No private school could have done it better. Everything was perfect. She did an amazing job." She ducks her head forward conspiratorially. "I wasn't sure she would, you know. She was sort of a quiet achiever, always keeping to herself." "I was against it at first," says Troy Shooter. "I was a bit sick of all the art stuff getting through when we couldn't even get new nets for the soccer field." His muscles bulge under his shirt and he rubs at his eyes like a sleepy child. "But Rose was pretty convincing when she wanted to be. She definitely knew how to get her way. And my wife wanted to go. She loves Shakespeare, so we went along, and I have to say it was top-notch, really professional." Troy starts to cry. "She was a great girl," he tells us, tears spilling from his eyes.
"It was beautiful," says Millie. "Just beautiful. I would have gone to see it another 5 times. I thought it was fabulous."
"I didn't go." Paula Desmond looks like she has been crying for hours.
"I wanted to stay out of the whole thing."
She pauses and then whispers,
"It sounds awful to say now, but I just didn't really like the way she'd gone about it. I mean, we all want things, but she just wouldn't take no for an answer. She really pushed it with John, you know, the principal. Have you spoken to him yet?"
Her eyes widen.
"He's absolutely devastated. She was his favourite."
Playground sounds sing through the windows and merge with the buzz of the ancient fridge. Nicholson has obviously decided that maintaining a normal routine is the best way to go. Substitute teachers have been called in to run the younger classes. I look around the small staff room. The ceiling seems unusually low, but it's familiar in the way that generic office spaces are. I remember standing outside the front door off the quad, waiting for my teachers to come out, peeking past the dividing wall, wondering what secrets lay beyond. Now it's clear that we wouldn't have discovered anything of note. Cheap-looking orange carpet fades in and out of the thoroughfares. A notice board heavy with news hangs crookedly on the main wall. A photocopier is beeping an error message softly from the corner of the room. Mismatched mugs hang on hooks above the sink. There's a large bowl of shiny red apples on the bench. A Romeo and Juliet poster is tacked onto the fridge. "So would you say you were friends as well as colleagues?" Felix asks.
"Oh, yes,"
says Millie. "We were very close," says Sam. "That's why this is so hard."
"Like sisters we were,"
sobs Trudy.
"Wouldn't stay here if we weren't,"
mumbles Troy.
"Life's too short."
"It's such a great bunch of people," declares Paula. I've always thought we are so lucky. I was only saying so to my husband the other month, how lucky we are, and now this. I get her a glass of water and she cries into it, sipping between sobs.
How do you find working for John Nicholson? Felix asks.
Paula blinks. He's a good man, a great principal.
He's very involved, Trudy tells us, always in here for a chat.
Was he close with Ms. Ryan?
Sam's eyes narrow.
Sure, we all were. It's a real team culture.
Troy nods.
They both love art and stuff like that, so they have a lot in common. Sometimes they would go to plays and things.
He looks back and forth between us.
Like the theatre or other school plays, I guess, to check out the competition.
Izzy Mueller shrugs and won't meet our eyes.
He's good as bosses go. Seems like a nice guy.
She flicks her hair out of her eyes and chews at a fingernail.
They seemed friendly, but not in an odd way. I've known John for years, Millie tells us, leaning forward as she clutches at her handbag. Years. He's a wonderful man. It was very hard for him when Jessica died.
Her eyes are huge behind her thick glasses. Tears teeter on their edges and threaten to spill over.
He cared about Rosalind a lot. I think he had a soft spot for her, because she used to be a student here.
So there was never any trouble that you can think of? Trudy shakes her head.
Not really. Normal teaching stuff here and there. It can be a stressful job sometimes. And there was the Valentine's Day thing.
Felix and I look at each other. What was that about?
Oh, it was silly, really. One of the boys sent her flowers on Valentine's Day. A bit awkward, obviously, but no harm done.
Do you know who sent them? Asks Felix.
I'm not sure. I don't think anyone wanted to make a big deal about it, but the kids would talk about it. One of the girls in my class said it was Kai Brax, but I don't know. Could have been any of them. They all adored her. I think she was a bit of a mystery.
Izzy looks at us solemnly, her stare a haunting crystal grey. Her dyed red hair spikes sharply away from her forehead.
I mean, I'm newer than the others. This is only my first year. But I just couldn't seem to get beneath the day-to-day stuff with her.
So you wouldn't say you were friends then? Izzy shrugs and her complicated-looking silver necklace jangles.
I liked her, I guess. I mean, we all liked her.
She uncrosses and then recrosses her legs.
And this is just so awful, obviously.
She furrows her brow.
It's just that I never felt like I knew her. I mean, she was very attractive.
Izzy continues thoughtfully.
It was almost off-putting, and I feel like she played that up sometimes, especially with the men, even with the students.
Her eyes flit to her lap.
But once you got past that, it just seemed like there wasn't much there at all.
Well, says Felix after Izzy gathers her things and leaves. He leans back in his chair, which creaks loudly under his weight. Careful, I say. These chairs are worse than the ones in our office. I feel exhausted, dazed from all of this chat about Rosalind. We've been playing round robin in the staff room for almost 3 hours, but I can't shake the feeling that we are getting no closer to finding out anything more about Rose.
We're hardly getting a clear picture of her, are we?
Says Felix.
It seems like she was as much a puzzle when she was alive as she is dead.
Yes, that's pretty much what I remember from school too, I say, feeling the surge of anxiety from that era twist inside me. I had wanted her approval so much.
Mostly everyone seems to like her, but it's in a removed sort of way. It sounds like she was quite manipulative sometimes.
I feel mildly defensive about Rosalind, even though he is right. She was very attractive. I'm not sure that necessarily means she was manipulative. Felix looks at me, obviously deep in thought about something. Let's head back, I say. We need to review the interviews that the uniforms have done, touch base with the family, and then do Arvo check-in. I get up and stretch out my stiff back. We also need to speak with Kai Brax, see if he really did send her those flowers. Felix doesn't move. He is staring at the bowl of ruby-red apples. You coming? I ask. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm just trying to think. There's something not right here, Gem, but I reckon we can't see it. Yeah, I know, I sigh. Maybe we're looking for something that isn't there. It could be a random attack. Maybe, he acquiesces. I continue. Though there are some things about her situation that seem jarring, like, why did she come back to Smithson? She had a teaching job in the city. Why didn't she just get another job in a nearby school? It's not like there was a partner dragging her back here. I agree, says Felix, and she's not particularly close to her family, so why come back? I keep thinking about her being pregnant. Maybe she... Oh, fuck, I don't know. Suddenly he grabs my hand and kisses it. We lock eyes and my heart jerks into a higher gear. Come on, he says. Let's get out of here. He pulls me up and runs his hands down the length of my body as I scramble to get my bag and quell the fire that races through me. Chapter 18. Tuesday the 15th of December, 6:56 p.m. I dial Anna on the way to Dad's after work. Good timing, she says. I got the tox report about an hour ago. All right, so... Anna breathes into the phone. She was pissed, but that was it. Traces of marijuana too, but that would have been from weeks ago. Seems like your teacher friend dabbled sometimes. How drunk was she? On her way. Blood alcohol of .08. She would have been either overly excited or starting to get a little melancholy, depending on what kind of drunk she was and what her tolerance was like. I picture Rose swaying as she stood in the middle of a trampoline at a house party in our final year, her eyes slanting slightly. I remember her jumping suddenly and then falling backwards with her hands across her chest. She lay there for a few minutes in the middle of the noisy party, just staring at the sky. I watched her for ages. I don't think she was the overly excitable type, but I didn't really know her that well. Anyway, that's about it. I can confirm her pregnancy was about 11 weeks along. We can assume she would have known. We haven't been able to find any medical records about her pregnancy, I tell Anna. Well, maybe she was in denial, Anna replies. It happens. I swallow, glancing at Ben in the rearview mirror. He's playing with an action man, stretching his legs into side splits, oblivious to the content of my phone call. Anything else? I ask. I think she was in the water for a few hours, says Anna, and I think she was killed around midnight, maybe a little earlier. Straight after the play, I say. Yep, says Anna cheerily. What about the sexual assault? You mentioned some bruising and obviously there's the missing underwear. Anything else? Yeah, that's tricky. I'd guess she was assaulted because her underwear was missing, but who knows? Maybe she just wasn't wearing any. Did you guys find any? Nope, not that I've been told anyway. There's no DNA because of the water. No clear evidence of violence either, just the bruising around her thighs, but I'm still not sure what that means. It could have been from roughish sex. There are some strange scratches that are hard to explain, but they could be from sticks in the lake. I'm almost at Dad's. Ben lifts his head, recognizing familiar landmarks. Was she seeing anyone, or are we looking at an immaculate conception? Asks Anna. I laugh. We're not sure yet. We're still looking into whether she was officially seeing anyone. There's nothing solid at the moment. I think about the heart-shaped stone we found at her house. Was it from a lover? Well, enjoy your night, says Anna. No doubt I'll see you soon, hopefully at the bar rather than the autopsy table. I say goodbye to Anna. Wild roses curl up the side of Dad's brick fence next to where I park the car, and I stare at them, turning them into tiny red dots, wondering, for what feels like the 1000th time, who the hell killed Rosalind Ryan? Chapter 19. Tuesday the 15th of December, 7:22 p.m. Are you looking after yourself? For the most part, I say, letting my feet dangle just above the shiny white tiles. Dad recently renovated his kitchen and there is now an island bench equipped with high stools. I kick my legs back and forth like a child as I watch him make dinner. He moved into this house on Winston Grove about 3 years ago. It's a sweet little street, slightly elevated so you can look out across the centre of Smithson from the hill in the backyard. Dad seems happy here. He's even mentioned getting a dog. Scott and I have been renting my family home from him since he moved here. It made sense. I was pregnant and we barely had any savings. Dad was keen on the arrangement. The memories in the house were becoming too much for him, but he couldn't bear for it to belong to someone else. 3 years later, and Scott and I have made no progress towards buying our own place. I feel paralysed at the thought and change the subject every time Scott or Dad mentions it. For now, Scott seems content enough to tinker in the yard and put new cupboards in the bedrooms. Are you drinking too much? I'm drinking enough, Dad. My voice is firm and he nods, stirring cream into the pasta. I can hear Ben's laughter from the lounge room. He is watching the Smurfs. Ben's laugh always makes me nervous. I worry for the day when he won't laugh easily, the day when he can't sit back and enjoy Gargamel hunting down the tiny blue people. How's Scott? I pick at some skin that has split down the side of my nail. It pulls away and a tiny trail of blood breaks out. I hold my thumb onto it, pressing hard. He's fine. Busy. Dad's new kitchen is still small, but a skylight has been cut into the ceiling and the last of the sun hits the wall above his head. Dad is tall and lean and shows no sign of stooping. His hair has been completely white for over a decade. He is the most capable person I know. Dad is a fixer. I suppose handyman is the technical term. Mechanical, electrical, old, new, Dad can tackle pretty much anything. He's ridden the digital revolution like a pro and has added computers and smartphones to the things he can bring back to life. His hands just seem to know what to do. After Mum died, I remember lying on the lounge, staring at the wall and hearing him say to my Aunt Megan that this was the first time he'd ever felt like there was something in front of him that he couldn't fix. Megan, who is teary at the best of times, had simply howled into her hanky. Shame he couldn't come tonight, Dad says. I shrug. It's good for him to go out with his mates. My job makes that hard sometimes. Scott and I met at Ryder's. Back then, Ryder's was new and the only club in town that was considered appropriate if you were over 21. At 25, I had outstayed my welcome at all of the bars in Smithson and wasn't quite ready to embrace the full cop stereotype of drinking at Bessie's or the Green Frog, so Ryder's was my standard Saturday night, as was getting stupidly drunk and passing out, either at my place or at the home of whichever lucky stranger had taken my fancy a few hours earlier. It's fair to say it wasn't the best of times, but I did have some fun. The evening I met Scott, I had bumped into a guy I'd slept with a few weeks earlier who was mad keen for a repeat episode. I'd let him kiss me and then had spent over an hour trying to lose him by disappearing to the toilet every 10 minutes and hoping he'd be gone by the time I came out. This strategy wasn't working, so I had reluctantly started to let him buy me drinks. The last thing I remember is telling a nice-looking guy that I was a cop. I woke up the next morning with a hangover that seemed determined to kill me from the inside, so bad was the stabbing pain. The guy was there too, nervously offering me an energy drink and Panadol capsules. Scott had been amazed to discover that I really was a cop and then had insisted on staying into the evening to cook me dinner, lecturing me on the importance of decent food as I sat on the cold tiles, my head pressed against the toilet seat. To this day, I don't know whether we had sex that night, but I suspect not. The pattern of our relationship was established and set in that first encounter. Scott was suddenly just simply there, looking after me, and has been ever since.
You should go out with your friends too, Gemma, not always people from work.
I don't really have any, Dad. You know, cops, married to the job. I say it cheerily, but it comes out flat, even though it is partly true.
What about Catherine?
You mean Carol?
Yes, from your mother's group. Weren't you friendly with her for a bit?
Sure, I guess. I'm supposed to see her on the weekend. She's pretty busy with her kids. She has a new baby. I have some of the soda water that Dad has placed in front of me. Plus, I think that she feels like my job is contagious. I don't think she likes me being around her kids. Dad is dishing up our dinner and he stops to raise an eyebrow at me.
Did she say that?
I jump off the stool and call Ben into the kitchen. Not really, just a vibe I get. Dad makes a skeptical sound as we sit down at the table. Ben chatters his way through the meal and Dad and I talk around him. Despite being almost 65, Dad is busy. He works almost full-time and swims at least 2 kilometres a day. He's telling me about some mirrored cabinets he's building for a new development out past Gowran when my phone rings. "Hey," I say, flashing an apologetic look at Dad as I walk into the lounge room. The TV is playing the credits of some cartoon I don't recognise. I flick to the news.
"Hey,"
says Felix.
"where are you? Home?"
"At my dad's." I pick up some of Ben's toys and place them in the wooden chest my dad made for him last Christmas.
Well, after Arvo check-in, I spent some time digging into the Ryan empire. Mainly just financials, but I made a few calls as well.
I can hear female voices teasing each other in the background, and I know he must be at home with his daughters. And?
There's definitely some juicy stuff. George Ryan's company has majorly pissed off a whole lot of people recently. They're cutting jobs across Australia and replacing them with overseas staff. There's talk of dodgy deals, insider trading, the whole shebang.
You think it's connected? There's a loud shriek down the phone and a girl's voice is accusing someone of stealing her hairbrush. A tightness forms in my chest as I picture Felix's family, the 3 teenage girls from the photo on his desk. Ben comes into the room and wraps his arms around my legs, probably covering them with pasta sauce. He looks up at me while I look down at him. His dark eyes sparkle in the dim light. I sigh into the phone as Felix shushes the teenage cacophony at his end.
Sorry. Anyway, look, I don't know if it's linked or not, but it's something. Maybe one of these disgruntled guys wanted to teach George a lesson.
Yeah, maybe, I say.
Anything else come your way tonight?
Not really. Anna got the tox report. Rose was a bit pissed and had smoked weed in the past month, but that was it. I spoke to Marcus earlier too, just to let him know how we're getting on. He was polite, but very vague. They want to have the funeral on Friday afternoon.
Is Anna okay with that?
Felix asks. Seems so. She's already spoken to them, apparently.
She could have spoken to us.
He yawns.
Well, good, I guess. You never know who that might bring out.
We agree to meet at Reggie's before morning check-in and hang up. I pick up Ben and stand in front of the mantelpiece for a few minutes looking at photos of Mum. There's one I particularly like of us when I was about Ben's age. We're staring into the camera, our round, moss-coloured eyes dancing with light. We look so happy. I brush some dust off the glass and run a finger along the side of Mum's face. Ben is heavy in my arms as I carry him back into the kitchen. Dad is wiping down the table and the kettle whistles from the bench.
Work?
Yep, I reply.
Still partnered with the older guy? Fred, right?
Uh-huh, Felix.
That's good.
I watch Dad make us tea, dipping the bags in and out of the mugs and squeezing them with a teaspoon. I almost tell him about Felix, about my miscarriage. My mouth opens and I inhale as if I'm about to speak, but the moment passes and Dad places the steaming tea in front of me, and suddenly the thought of telling him is unfathomable.
Terrible business with the Ryan girl.
He passes a sleepy Ben a Monte Carlo. I shift so Ben is sitting across my lap rather than clasped around me.
One of your cases, I assume?
Sure is.
I remember her, you know. Pretty little thing. She was in your prep class. I knew her mother, Olivia. She was something, she was.
I sit up, surprised. How did you know her? Dad stares at the wall, clearly accessing old memories. A smile plays across his face.
My old man was friendly with her family, I think. I remember her playing with your Aunt Megan when we were young. They must have been in the same class. Olivia was very clever, but always in trouble. And very beautiful, which never helps.
Dad smiles at me.
I used to worry about you so much for that very reason. Still do.
I swat his comment away. Dad, come on, I hardly look like Olivia Ryan did.
Well, you have always been beautiful to me, Gemma. Anyway, I remember hearing about her dying. Such a tragedy, leaving behind 4 children and never really meeting her baby daughter. Very sad. And now this.
Yeah. My heart is beginning to pound as I piece something together in my mind. The photo of Mum and me. The old newspaper photo of Olivia and George. Olivia's photo on the Ryans' mantelpiece. The photos of Rosalind staring at me from the pinboard at work.
So many things just don't make any sense.
Dad shakes his head as he sips his tea and watches Ben, who is licking his biscuit, turning it to mush.
I hope you figure it all out soon, sweetheart. And please be careful.
A whistle screams inside my head as I give him a smile. My thoughts are wild. I'm pulling things together and checking them over, either pushing them aside or grasping at them to make sure they fit. I force myself to stay seated. Breathe. I shift Ben's weight away from my stomach, which still feels slightly tender. So, I say a little too brightly, what else have you been up to, Dad?
Oh, this and that. Did some gardening on the weekend. Finally fixed Mrs. Potter's shed door.
I've long suspected that there is something between Dad and the long-widowed Mrs. Potter, but he has never said anything and I've never asked. That's just how it works between us. Was Ben good when he stayed with you on Friday?
Sure was.
Dad glances at my son adoringly. Ben's mouth hangs slightly open, showcasing a dainty string of drool.
Slept like a little champion. What did you get up to, darling? Did you and Scott end up going out?
No, Scott had a work thing. I just got takeaway and went to bed early. Ended up being a good thing, seeing as it's been crazy ever since. Dad nods, looking at me, his eyes worried. I swallow back the rest of my tea and place the mug hard on the table. My throat is sore like I have the beginnings of a cold. I quickly stand and pull Ben onto my hip. Dad looks up at me, blinking as if emerging from a dream. Dad, thanks. This was great, but we have to go. In the car, I feel breathless, my thoughts whirling as I drive. My mind steadily working through my new theory in between glancing at Ben in the rearview mirror, catching the exact moment his eyes close into sleep. Chapter 20. Then. Jacob gently pushes Gemma onto her back and sits astride her, pinning her against the bed. Your eyes are the coolest colour, he tells her, and she rolls them skyward in response before closing them and pushing him away. He can tell she is pleased, though. About 6 months ago, his mother took him and Rodney to visit her sister, who lives in a small beach town south of Sydney. Jacob, who had never seen the sea before, trailed behind the others as they walked along the narrow curve of beach, kicking at the salty water and staring out into the endless blue. He cut his foot on a piece of glass, an old beer bottle worn down by the tide. Washing the sand off the glass in the shallows, he noted that it was the exact pale green of Gemma's eyes. He watched with interest as the blood from his foot reached out into the water before merging with it and disappearing completely. He felt a pang of longing, almost jealousy, at the ease with which things in nature seemed to just happen, and how jarring his own existence was in comparison. Nothing flows in his world. It's all sharp edges and impossible corners. Except for Gemma. Jacob runs his fingers down the side of her face and she turns back to him, her eyes sparkling and her mouth angled for more kissing. She is so responsive to him. The nerves on her body come alive at his touch, her lips glow red when they kiss. When he is with her, he is happy. He's sure of it. "Do you love me?" she says playfully, so sure of the answer. "Of course," he says, automatically leaning forward to kiss her. And he does, of course, but there is a darkness too. He feels the weight of her need sometimes, tight around his neck, pulling something deep inside, and it makes him think crazy thoughts. He feels the weight of everything. He's not sure where it's come from, but it is there all the time now, heavy and painful, across his chest and shoulders. Sometimes he can barely breathe. "What was that?" she says, half scrambling into a sitting position, the blanket falling away to reveal her small, creamy breasts, her soft stomach. "What?" he says, kissing the side of her face and noting the fine blue veins pulsing in her neck. She pauses for a moment, eyes wide, before relaxing back next to him. "Nothing, I guess. I thought I heard Dad's car." Ned Woodstock is at work. Jacob and Gemma came straight here together after school instead of going to the shopping centre with the others. They've been doing that more and more lately, spending time alone together, blocking everything else out. Being with her is like being by himself, an intense, amplified version of it. He carefully stores their moments together so that he can pull them from his memory and observe them, turning them over before putting them back in his mind. But lately, he has imagined alternate versions of their moments together. Versions where he smashes it all apart, breaking the precious glass of their bond and watching it shatter all over the floor. The pull of the drama, the desire for this intensity has been overwhelming sometimes, and he worries that he will just do it. Break Gemma's heart. A strange ripple of want runs through him whenever he thinks about her reeling away from him in horror, but it's always quickly followed by the unthinkable terror of destroying the person he loves more than anything in the world. Just a week ago, he stood on the side of the highway, on the sharp corner near the Smithson Town sign, and wondered at the possibility of stepping out onto the road. He imagined the rushing wind that would come as a truck bore down, the sheer joy in that moment of nothing, the temptation of being gone, no longer a person, no longer anything. "Hey," says Gemma, with only lightness in her voice. Jacob blinks, refocusing on her lying next to him. She is his soulmate, he is sure, but she doesn't understand. No one does. "Kiss me," she says, and he does, deeply, holding her tightly, grabbing at her frantically as they move together. Everything is clear and good again. He kisses her hard when he pushes inside her, and she moans softly, and he wishes that he could bundle her up and protect her, keep her safe from the darkness that is within him and everything that is to come. As he shudders into her, he can't help thinking that the safest place for her might be as far away from him as possible. Chapter 21. Wednesday, the 16th of December, 7:41 a.m. Felix, I've got something, I think." I sit down opposite him. He looks up, interested but tired. A clump of gel makes his hair stand up oddly, and I stop myself from reaching out to smooth it down. He waves towards the bustling kitchen and stifles a yawn. "I've ordered you a coffee already." The newspaper on the table between us has Rosalind's Mona Lisa face on the front page. I pick it up and toss it onto the next table face down. I'm sick of her being everywhere. Great. I feel energized by my theory, alive. It's a little cooler today, and I blow-dried my hair this morning. It falls heavy and thick around my face. I toss it back behind my shoulders, ducking my head, trying to catch Felix's eye. It's not often I like what I see when I look in the mirror, but I did this morning. "So you don't want to know what I know?" I ask him. He laughs almost in spite of himself and grabs my hand briefly. "Yes, of course I do. Sorry, I'm just tired. Shit with Maisie." I pause. "That's okay, I understand." Felix has described his eldest daughter as a dangerous volcano set to erupt. I can't imagine navigating the delicate layers of a teenage girl, how to manage that raw energy, but Felix always seems fairly calm when he talks about his daughters. Not that he talks about them often. Home life is a dangerous territory for us, so we normally try to avoid it altogether. Coffees are placed in front of us and I breathe in the aroma, realizing that today is the first day since Friday I have woken up feeling normal. My stomach feels settled. I'm lighter on my feet. I rub my foot along Felix's under the table. Don't be doing that. We've got check-in soon. He smiles at me and everything is fine again. His eyes sparkle as he leans forward and whispers, "You look especially pretty today." I wave him away, pleased. We've got check-in soon, remember? He gives my foot a soft kick. So, I don't think that George Ryan was Rosalind's father. Felix's eyes widen. No way. It's nothing fancy, just basic biology. Rosalind had brown eyes, really brown eyes. George has blue eyes, so did Olivia. I saw a photo of her at their house, and then there was one online too. Just like their sons. Just like Rosalind's half-brothers. I agree, downing my coffee. He looks at me, his own eyes glowing as he considers my theory. Okay, look, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, but surely it's just an anomaly. He glances at his watch and gestures for me to get up. I mean, how could no one have picked up on it before? He pays and we walk outside, crossing the skate park that leads to the station car park. It always strikes me as ironic that a skate park was built next door to a police station and, based on how infrequently it's used, I assume the local skaters feel the same way. Despite the rapidly warming air, dew still kisses at the grass. The grey sky looks backlit with swirls of eggshell blue breaking through. Well, apart from the fact that I'm brilliant, I guess no one really thought about it. Especially because Olivia died when Rose was only a few days old. People were probably pretty distracted by the idea of a tiny baby being left without a mother. And because Olivia wasn't there as Rosalind grew older, maybe the comparisons between them were never really made. But George Ryan might have known all along. He might have, who knows? Maybe he and Olivia weren't even sleeping together. That would have made it pretty obvious. But if they were, then he may never have realized. Rosalind might have known, or found out. Sure, though equally she might never have given it much thought. You tend to assume your parents are who they say they are. They might have both known and been really open about it. Felix suggests. Maybe, though he certainly didn't mention it the other day. Probably not the best time for a family history tour, he says. My phone trills and we both look at it in my hand. A silent number. Going to get that? Felix asks. No, it's probably just my favourite reporter again. I keep forgetting to call her back. She can leave a message. Felix rolls his eyes at me. He doesn't get my issue with Candy. We step inside the station and the air turns musky with sweat, disinfectant and burnt toast. I'm still focused on our genetic mystery. George could have found out somehow last week and lost it. He was in surgery though, remember? Yeah, but his sons weren't, I remind Felix. What? You think they could be working together? Felix seems unconvinced. I sigh. No, not really. I just think we can't rule it out. Felix pauses and taps the archway of the door as he looks at me, thinking. Are we sure Olivia Ryan died the way it's reported? Maybe George found out about all this a long time ago and flipped his lid and killed her once he knew the child wasn't his. I pause too. I think it would be pretty hard to fake an internal hemorrhage. But we should look into it. That type of scenario makes much more sense than a random psycho. We walk down the corridor. Everything makes more sense than a random psycho. Especially if it's like the guy I went out with last night, Anna says, smiling as she falls into step with us. She makes a gun shape and tilts it at her head. Anna's bad luck with men is notorious around the station, So much so that many of the junior cops often feel bold enough to offer her the stability of an exclusive relationship, but she prefers to find losers on the net. Felix thinks she simply enjoys regaling us with outrageous stories to liven up our dull lives. "Rough night, Anna," I say. "Rough evening," she clarifies. "There was no way I was seeing in a new day with this guy. The night shift was bad enough." She laughs good-naturedly. "But I live to date another day." Felix laughs. I can hear the rumble of the waiting uniforms. They are still fresh and eager for this case, but that will soon fade. We have one more week before the possibility that our case will become cold looms large. The hours start to feel pointless, and the new crimes begin to hold more appeal. Fresh cops tend to be like kids with a new toy at Christmas. Cases only have so much appeal before they want to play with something else for a while. Us detectives are different. We tend to stubbornly hold on to our favourites until the clues and cast of suspects are prized out of our hands and we're pulled kicking and screaming away, forced to pay attention to something else. "Wait," says Anna. "Before you go in, I just wanted to say that we're going to release the body to the Ryan family today. We were pretty sure we would, but it's definite now. We've got all the preliminary tox in, which seems clear, so she's good to go." Felix and I exchanged glances. "You've got all kinds of samples, don't you, Anna?" She shrugs. "Of course. For example, if we need to match DNA to prove paternity, then there won't be any issues?" "No, confirming the paternity for the fetus won't be a problem. Or should I say, disproving it." I don't correct her assumption. The two paternity puzzles dance before me, the gaps I've started filling in my mind, making way for holes again. Regardless of who Rosalind's father was, it's still far more likely that her own pregnancy was a factor in her murder. "Great." Felix puts his hand on the door handle again. "Hey, Anna," I say, my voice slightly bratty, "what are the chances of two people with blue eyes having a child with dark brown eyes?" She looks at me curiously. "Almost zero." "Come on, let's go," I say smoothly to Felix, who sticks his tongue out at me. I don't often dream about Jacob anymore, but for about 3 years after he died, I had a recurring dream almost every other night in which he was running away from me in the dark, his bare feet pounding on the hard ground as he ducked past branches and pushed through long grass. I didn't know why I was chasing him, but I knew that he was going to die, and panic was high in my throat, my heart pulsing like a drumbeat as we broke out of the dense bush and onto a moonlit sand dune. "Jacob!" I screamed over and over, but he ran away from me faster than he had ever run before, our feet catching on the cold sand. I could feel death calling for him, and I was crying messily when he suddenly stopped and turned around. I came to a halt too. A ghostly glow bounced off his face, and he looked straight through me with a sad smile. A goodbye smile, I thought a moment too late. A loud clock tick echoed around us, signalling that it was all over, and in unbearable slow motion he fell backwards with total abandon. It seemed impossible that no one would catch him, but he was gone and I was left alone on the sand dune. There was no sound. It was like I was in the centre of a windowless dome. Sobbing and with silence blaring in my ears, the dream version of myself went to where Jacob had been standing, and it was then I realised I was teetering on the sharp edge of a huge cliff. I looked down at the broken star of his body. He stared blankly back at me from the middle of a rock as the arms of the navy blue ocean curled angrily around the edges of his cold, hard grave. Chapter 22. Wednesday, the 16th of December, 10:11 a.m. It must be very difficult. George Ryan nods in reply. He looks better today. Some of the colour has come back into his face. He's wearing charcoal suit pants and a crisp white shirt. I spy an ostentatious watch on his wrist. He moves slowly, his blue eyes cloudy. This is a look I know well. Often when people lose a loved one, this flatness appears in their stare. It's not so bad when they are talking or actively performing a task, but as soon as they stop, their eyes wander back to the grief and the marble sets in. I know I have this look too. It's a sad thing when your default gaze broadcasts to the world that you're thinking about death. George places 2 mugs of tea on the coffee table and settles heavily into the armchair. A slight groan escapes his lips. "How are you feeling?" He shrugs.
Oh, well, it's hard to say, really. If you mean from the operation, then I'm not sure. Physical pain has somewhat taken a back seat.
I sip at the tea and nod.
There's not really an instruction manual for something like this,
he says, his eyes fixed to a section of the wall. No, there isn't. That's very similar to what John Nicholson said, actually. He looks up blankly, then,
the principal at the school.
He straightens and his voice thickens, carrying a sudden hardness. I watch him carefully. I can picture him in a business environment. There's a sense of quiet power about him. Yes.
Well, he's right, I suppose,
George adds.
That man's been bothering us about having a memorial at the school on Friday.
Yes, I heard that, I say. A flash of anger flickers in his eyes and he grunts. I find myself coming to Nicholson's defense. Well, it might be good for people to have the chance to say goodbye, especially her students. Neither of us speaks for a few moments as thoughts run through my mind. He overreacted just now, but the difficulty with a murder case is that everyone's oddness is likely to be legitimate. Virtually everyone we speak to is feeling some sense of loss. Plus, they are scared. Their normal lives have been pulled apart by the blunt reminder of mortality. Navigating the difference between weird but normal grief as opposed to truly suspicious behaviour is key for any detective worth their stripes. Do you mind if I ask what your surgery was for? He relaxes back into his chair and his eyes soften again.
I have prostate cancer.
I'm very sorry to hear that, I say. He waves my comment away.
It's manageable so far, and I've kept it all very low-key. I don't want to make a big fuss. So far, I seem to be hanging on remarkably well.
When did you go into hospital? He gives me a look that makes it clear he knows I'm confirming his alibi, but he answers easily.
I went in at about 7 on Friday morning. Marcus picked me up from the hospital on Saturday morning on the way back from the airport, I think around 9.
Your other sons couldn't pick you up? He grimaces.
My other sons don't get up early. Plus, I was at Our Lady, so Marcus was coming past anyway.
His voice rolls across the vast room, up the walls and along the ceiling. It's a classic sales voice, and I remind myself that this man is used to being in control. He isn't familiar with situations that you can't pay your way out of, like a murdered daughter, or even perhaps an adulterous wife. Do your sons always stay here when they visit?
Usually. When Timothy was still with Alice, they sometimes stayed with him, but he's here now anyway.
Are you happy to have him living here? George looks at me without talking for almost a minute, and I have to force myself not to squirm.
Well, the house is big enough that I barely notice. It's fine for now.
Mr. Ryan, I have to ask you about your sons.
Yes,
he says, a defensive note creeping into his voice. We've confirmed that Marcus flew into Gowran on Saturday morning, but we're finding it difficult to confirm that Bryce was home all evening and that Timothy was at the school before he returned here. I assume you have security tapes in the house? His eyes are steel, but after a moment he waves his hand.
Yes, just outside. You'll be able to see cars coming and going from the garage. And the street in front of the house. You can look at the files whenever you want.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, I say. I'll have them all collected this afternoon. Then, changing tack, I ask, how is your business these days?
Well, I'm getting a bit old to manage things, but I believe it is ticking along nicely.
I look him in the eye. We've heard that there are a few issues. You seem to have a few enemies. He lightly snorts air out of his nostrils.
No one's special. I have found in business, Detective, that if you don't have someone upset with you, then you're not doing it right.
He folds his hands together and firms his jaw. So all the turmoil about Aussie jobs and the salaries of your senior executives doesn't concern you? He sighs and says mildly,
It concerns me, yes, but it has nothing to do with Rose.
How do you know? I press.
Because it's all a political beat-up, and the reports are misleading, so we're focusing on setting the record straight.
Have you received threats? He shakes his head.
No, nothing directly. I've never really been threatened about the company. There was a bomb threat made here to the house once, but that was years ago now.
Tell me about Rosalind, I say, changing the subject again. His hands flutter briefly away from his lap before settling back into place.
What else would you like to know?
Well, how did you feel about having a daughter finally after 3 sons? He looks surprised but says,
Rosalind's birth was not a happy time, unfortunately. As you know, Olivia died very shortly after Rose was born, and I'm afraid a new baby was a very hard thing to have to deal with.
Understandable, I murmur.
Yes, it was very hard. It was Christmas Day, which added to the strain. This has never been a happy time of the year for our family. Rosalind was quite a good baby, but the boys were young and scared without their mother, and there simply weren't enough hours in the day. I made sure I had help.
From family? He laughs.
No, not from family, though Olivia's mother tried her best to help. Mad as a cut snake, that woman. I wouldn't let her anywhere near the children. No, I had paid help mostly. Fortunately, I had the means.
What was your wife like? He sips at his tea thoughtfully and then looks up at me as if he is trying to decide how much to reveal.
Olivia was a very complicated woman.
And very beautiful, I say, indicating the photo of Olivia on the mantelpiece. He nods, looking at it too.
Indeed she was. Incredible looking. Like Vivian Leigh, I used to think. But she did know it. I loved her to death, but she was very difficult.
He smiles. My very own Scarlett O'Hara. Difficult how? He sighs heavily.
Difficult in all the ways a woman can be difficult. She was very selfish, very demanding. She would occasionally have episodes, quite bad episodes. We had been having a lot of trouble before she died. Pregnancy seemed to make things worse. Hormones, I suppose. I was keen to keep that side of her away from the boys.
I nod. It's challenging looking after children when you are dealing with all the things that adults have to work out.
Yes, being an adult is something that I don't think you ever really get used to.
He gives a brief, ironic laugh.
You must have children yourself to say that.
He releases another heavy sigh.
But this is not about Olivia, is it?
No, it's not. But sometimes this kind of background information is helpful. Do you think Rosalind was impacted by not having a mother?
Impossible to say. She never knew another life. She was very quiet and sort of self-contained, smart and opinionated at times, but not overly affectionate. I remarried for a while, and she seemed to like having Lila around, but that didn't work out in the end.
I didn't know you had remarried, I say.
Yes, to Lila Wilcox. She's a good woman, but we were terribly unsuited.
He clenches his fists as if trying to get his blood flowing.
To be honest, their closeness bothered me sometimes. I felt a bit excluded, though I recognized it was probably good for Rose to have another woman around. Seems ridiculous now. I don't know if they were in touch. Lila lives in China.
He looks around the room absently.
I should tell her what's happened, I suppose. I make a note to call Lila Wilcox myself.
Mr. Ryan, I know this is hard, but what was your relationship with Rosalind like? George Ryan glances outside to the shimmering pool. He looks regal sitting in profile, his shirt tailored, his hair groomed. I recall seeing a similar scene online a few days ago in a local news article that profiled his business. I keep catching the startling blue of Olivia's frozen stare in my peripheral vision. I loved Rose, but I think that as hard as I tried, it was difficult to separate losing Olivia from gaining her. I suppose she might have sensed that sometimes. He finishes his tea and the cup slips as he places it on the saucer. The clatter of china needles up my spine. But I always looked after her. I loved her. I'm just not sure I really knew what to do with a daughter. His formality feels jarring. I sense he is telling the truth, but there is a coolness that has me on guard. Do you think Rosalind liked living in Smithson? I mean, I assume she must have to come back. Well, yes, I suppose she did. The furrow on his brow deepens as he says, in many ways, Rosalind wasn't very ambitious, but she was happy to work hard. Not like my boys, who have high expectations but want everything to fall into their laps. She always had her head in a book. She liked reading and writing and those kinds of things. She did live in the city for a few years, but I don't think she really enjoyed it. I understood that, as I'm not well suited to the city lifestyle either. And there was some trouble at the school she taught at. Trouble?
Yes, some issue with a love-struck student which caused her a lot of grief. She didn't want to discuss it, but I got the sense she was quite angry about it. She decided to move back here to teach after that.
That must have been very stressful for her, I say. Felix and I made some calls to her old school late yesterday and are waiting to hear back. Something definitely went down there.
She took it all in her stride. She wasn't one to dwell on things, really. Despite how she looked, she was very strong.
We've been to her house, I say abruptly. George seems mildly surprised.
Well, yes, I suppose you have, of course.
Once we have everything we need, we'll let you know so that you can have her things, and you may wish to sell the house in time. He waves his hand limply in my direction.
None of that seems to matter right now.
You bought her the place, is that right? He looks at me and I feel the mood shift again. He seems to shut down and sink into himself, wary.
Yes, I've helped all my children in different ways depending on what they wanted.
He carefully rolls up the cuff of his shirt sleeve.
Rose only wanted a little place. She was not an extravagant person. I thought it was a good idea after so long being the only girl and the baby that she have a bit of independence.
He smiles at me, his mouth pulling sharply at both ends until it seems to fall into a small snarl.
Have you any further information on what happened that night?
At this stage, nothing concrete, unfortunately. We're gathering a lot of information and speaking to a lot of people who knew your daughter. There's still a lot to review. We're doing everything we can.
Is it true what they say, that if there is no suspect in the first 72 hours, the case isn't likely to be solved?
I make myself look him in the eye. We certainly prefer to have a suspect or suspects straight away, Mr. Ryan. That tends to lead to a better outcome. But every case is different and follows its own course. I can promise you we're doing everything we can to find out what happened to your daughter.
The funeral is on Friday, you know, in the afternoon.
Yes, I heard that, I say.
It is unthinkable to have to plan the funeral of your child.
I honestly can't imagine how hard it must be, Mr. Ryan.
No.
He grabs at his knees, his eyes fixed on the floor. Mr. Ryan, you are a wealthy man. I have to ask, will each of your children receive an equal part of your estate eventually? He sighs.
Yes, I've arranged all of that.
Is it something that you discuss with them?
My wealth is not a secret, but neither is the fact that over half of my estate is going to various charities.
Without wanting to be presumptuous, Mr. Ryan, I assume that still leaves a significant inheritance for your children?
Yes, certainly. A percentage of my estate will be split evenly between them. Assuming they sell the business, they will receive around $1 million each.
His eyes drift to the floor again as he says,
More now, I suppose.
I let the motive sit between us for a few seconds. George eyes me steadily, but I notice his left hand shaking. Your daughter, I say, letting the word linger a moment. I want to ask him directly if he is Rosalind's father, but if he is clueless about the possibility that she isn't his daughter, I have to consider whether he deserves to deal with deceit as well as death.
Yes.
He looks up at me expectantly. She seemed quite different to your sons, different to you. Would you say she was a bit of a black sheep? His eyes meet mine and then drop back to the floor.
I suppose she was, yes.
His papery face creases as he brings his hands to his cheeks.
She was very special. People were always drawn to her. I used to marvel at it when she was a child.
He wipes at the jowly skin under his eyes.
I hardly knew her in a way, but the thing is, I loved her all the same.
Chapter 23, Wednesday the 16th of December, 9:02 p.m. Sitting in the dark on my couch with my laptop propped on the coffee table, I watch grainy figures pour out of the dimly lit school hall again. They link elbows, lean close and talk excitedly to one another. The heat from the night is evident in their short skirts and skimpy tops. A pixelated Rosalind emerges about 10 minutes after the play ends, bouquets piled in her slender arms. Her beauty transcends the poor quality of the CCTV files that Smith & High's security company provided. She looks like a ballerina, graciously accepting enthusiastic praise. Pulling my gaze away from the computer screen, I briefly placed my half-finished beer bottle on each eye. Blood surges, and it feels like tiny bugs are crawling through the capillaries in my eyelids. I blink a few times, gearing up for another viewing. So far, I haven't been able to identify Timothy Ryan, though he could be one of about 15 blurry men. I interviewed Kai Brax today, a vacant, clammy kid who looked up at me stupidly from underneath heavy-lidded eyes. He seemed to have trouble focusing on any one thing. His gaze swayed around the room as he considered my questions. He said he'd heard about the flowers that had been sent to Rosalind Ryan for Valentine's Day. Everyone heard about it, but he didn't know anything about them. No, he definitely wasn't the one that sent them. No, he didn't know who had. Sure, he'd liked Ms. Ryan, she was nice. Yes, he thought she was pretty, just like everyone thought she was pretty. We had nothing. The flowers were bought so long ago, and it had been vague at the time, all hearsay and gossip, and Rosalind wasn't around to question. Kai's movements on Friday night are also unhelpfully sketchy. He was at the play, he had a backstage role, and then he went to the after-party but claims to have gone home in between to pick up some booze. His parents were at a friend's place, so no one can vouch for this, though some other kids do remember him at the party. Of course, there's absolutely nothing to prove that he went anywhere near the lake either. A loose thread or a dead end? I can't tell at this point. After I updated Felix on my conversation with George Ryan, we finally heard back from the former principal of the secondary school in Sydney that Rosalind taught at. Felix decided to fly down there straight away to interview him and some of her old colleagues. Apparently, though nothing formal was ever reported, there was definitely a sense that Rosalind was trouble. A male student had confided to a teacher that he thought something was going on with his classmate and Rosalind. The teacher had passed this rumour on to the principal, and the whole thing had blown up, culminating in Rosalind leaving the school at the end of the year. Felix called me from Sydney Airport while waiting for the flight back to Gowran. "What did she actually do?" I asked him. "That's the thing," he said, and I could hear airport noises in the background. "It's all speculation. Rosalind never admitted to anything, but apart from the principal, I get the sense they all thought that the student was obsessed with her, kept trying to trap her in situations where they were alone together, just besotted, basically.
It all seems pretty odd.
What? Don't you think a young boy can behave like that? Of course I think it's possible, but I just think it's odd. Despite the fact that the boy seemed out of line, it's clear that the principal was happy to see Rose go. He definitely didn't like her. Plus, I guess no principal ever wants any kind of scandal on their watch. Was this kid ever formally interviewed so he could tell his side of the story? Where is he now? Felix sighed, and the sound was filled with the paradox of Rosalind.
Yeah, he spoke to the principal off the record, with his parents present. He said it was Rosalind's fault, that she was giving him signs that made him act crazy. The school suggested he see a counsellor, but he refused, and that was it. It was almost the end of the school year, and he was already 18, so legally the whole thing was tenuous anyway, a case of he said, she said. It sounds like, in the end, everyone just wanted the whole thing shoved back under the carpet. But the principal was keen to get her out of there and encouraged her to leave, which she obviously did. The kid is overseas now, studying somewhere. He's never come back since the whole scandal, apparently. It doesn't really help us, though, does it? I mean, sure, there's a bit of tension about the play and talk of some teenage crushes, but mostly everyone seems to like her, I said. Yeah, I guess so. They just don't really seem to know her, that's half the problem. On the other hand, the principal I spoke to today thought she was bad news. Even her being dead sparked very little sympathy. Felix paused. She was lucky she could just run on back home to Smithson and hit good old Nicholson up for a job.
Very lucky, I agreed. He certainly didn't seem fussed about any of this when we spoke to him, though perhaps he didn't realise how bad it was. I stretched out my legs, wincing at the stiffness of my muscles. I spoke to Kai Brax this afternoon, I told him. And? I filled Felix in on my interview.
Well, even if he did send her the flowers, it's hardly conclusive, said Felix.
I know, though at least it would be a lead. It would be something, I responded.
True,
Felix yawned. I could hear more airport announcements in the background. Anyway, I'm just watching this footage for the 100th time, I told him as I rubbed at my eyes and looked at the frozen screen.
Still no sign of Timothy?
I don't think so, I said, but the tape is pretty shitty and it misses the ramp entrance to the hall, so even if he's not on the tape, it isn't a done deal. Felix was called to board the plane and we agreed to meet early in the morning before check-in. Now I refocus on the computer screen, clicking on the video file to play it from the start. The one camera that provided semi-clear footage of the audience from last Friday is positioned under the eaves of a classroom opposite the entrance to the school hall and partially blocked by a droopy ghost gum. We can assume that most of those who attended the play were captured on this tape, unless a ticket holder entered from a backstage door or along the disabled ramp around the side. Just before the 7 p.m. timestamp, people begin to cluster around the entrance of the Smithson Secondary College auditorium, talking and fiddling with their phones. The bulk of the crowd enters the auditorium just before 7:30. Between 7:32 and 7:39, a few stragglers rush in, with one latecomer running across the screen at 7:52, head down, apologetic as he makes his excuses to the ushers. After this, the only movement on the screen is from the two student ushers standing either side of the closed doors, playing on their phones and chatting occasionally. One of them disappears at around 8:15 and reappears 6 minutes later. A bathroom break, or, if I'm more of a cynic, a sneaky cigarette. The interval begins at 8:40 and a smaller number of people emerge from the hall this time. A few light up cigarettes and shift off camera before reappearing a few minutes later, popping breath mints. A middle-aged woman appears to have an argument with her husband. They exchange angry gestures before he storms off and she spins on her heel to re-enter the auditorium. He makes a dash inside just after the doors are closed at 9 p.m, carrying what looks to be a woman's jacket. Rosalind doesn't appear on the tape in the interval, and I assume she is backstage with the cast. That corresponds with what several of the student actors and crew told the uniforms in their interviews. At 10:03 p.m, the ushers pull open the doors and I watch the now familiar footage of the audience surging out into the night, noticeably excited. I recognise some of them in the hazy way that you can summon up identities from an old photo. A sharp profile tugs at a latent memory. A distinctive mannerism takes me back to a long-forgotten conversation. I recognise a man we questioned over a domestic violence incident last year. The crowd thins out fairly quickly, with about half leaving between 10:11 and 10:19. Those remaining are clearly waiting to greet the cast members. They bob up and down on the spot, craning their necks towards the dressing rooms. Several are students who we saw at the school the other morning. I've already checked them off against the copy of the yearbook I asked the school receptionist to find for me. Another camera, positioned on the front gate, has provided us with lopsided out-of-focus footage of over 30 cars exiting the car park between 10:20 and 10:29 p.m. But Nicholson reminded us that most people attending the play would have parked in the streets adjacent to the school, so the cars captured on the tape are only a small sample of the attendees' vehicles. The resolution is so bad that I'll need the tech guys to work the files before they will be any use to us anyway. After the crowd subsides, small circles of people remain, chatting animatedly and making wild gestures. I pause the file and do a quick count. There are about 60 people visible on screen, a few of them smoking, some holding flowers to give to the cast. Rosalind is visible about 10 minutes after the play ends and disappears about 10 minutes later. There's no indication as to where she went. All we know is that she can't be identified on the footage from the car park. The cast start to arrive just before Rosalind disappears. They come from the left of the screen. Maggie Archer, the student who played the Juliet character, appears first. I went to her house today, as we hadn't been able to contact her by phone, but her mother informed me that she has gone to stay with her aunt in Melbourne for a few days. I called the aunt's house, but there was no answer and no voicemail. On the video, Maggie is greeted with applause and does a little curtsy before joining a small group of blonde women who smother her with cuddles. Her mother and sisters, I assume. Rodney Mason appears too, along with some other cast members, and there is more clapping. Kai Brax and the other backstage crew are there, all dressed in black. I spot Donna Mason standing off to the side talking to Troy Shooter, the PE teacher. He makes his way over to Rosalind and they embrace briefly and have a short conversation before she disappears from view and he is sucked back into the excited tangle of people. There is a moment on the tape where Rodney seems to look at Rosalind. I pause the video, but it's impossible to tell if his eyes are fixed on her. Other cast members talk animatedly to their families, most still sporting the elaborate hairstyles of their characters. Kai jumps onto one of the low benches near the canteen and appears to be acting out a scene from the play to the amusement of a small crowd of students, before he grabs one of the boys good-naturedly around the neck and leads him off camera. Groups of kids kiss their parents goodbye and leave, the majority, we now know, heading to Jamie Klein's after-party. Their adrenaline rush from performing is obvious, mixing with the anticipation of the big party still to come. Everyone we've interviewed about Jamie's party so far has been somewhat vague. It was clearly quite a party. As one Year 12 student eloquently put it, "I really can't remember much, but it was completely awesome." Jamie's parents weren't present that night, being in Sydney for the weekend. They'd been led to believe that their daughter was hosting a modest sleepover. Jamie's furious dad, Brad, is now ensuring that his sheepish daughter gives us whatever information she can about her unsupervised celebration. On my screen, the remaining theatregoers slowly drift away, and when the time stamp clicks over to 10:47 p.m, there is no one left. I click back to the last few seconds of Rosalind and pause on the image of her mid-step. According to Anna, she was killed any time from 11 p.m. onwards. What happened next? I whisper to my laptop. Yawning, I stretch my neck, turning it one way and then another. My hair is heavy with the day's grime, and I am aware of the slow thump of a headache. I called the school receptionist earlier today and asked her to pull the data for all tickets sold online for the play's opening night. Felix and I are working our way through a master list of those who attended that evening, but with just under 300 tickets sold in total and over half of those purchased at the school office and paid for in cash, any audit is unlikely to help us get a clear view of all attendees. Plus, the school doesn't have an electronic system, so there's no way of knowing whether people who purchased a ticket actually attended the play that night. There are still so many gaps. And the reality is, the person who attacked Rose may not have gone to the play or have any connection to the school anyway. It is beyond frustrating that there were so many people at the play last Friday night, but no one saw anything. Carly hasn't been able to turn up anything on the flowers I received. Because of the play, the 3 florists in Smithson all reported a spike in sales on Friday, and there were 5 weddings on the weekend, 2 of which had placed large orders of long-stemmed red roses. Over half the florist's sales are cash transactions, and we don't know when the flowers were purchased. We've sent the card off for analysis, but unless the author is a known offender, any prints or DNA are not going to get us very far. Snapping my computer shut, I get up and go check on Ben. He looks like he's fallen asleep midway through a conversation, mouth wide open, one arm flung high above his head and the other out to the side. He is perfect. I brush my fingers across his forehead and wipe away the tiny beads of sweat tracing his lips. Massaging my neck, I grab another beer from the fridge and stand in the cool air as I twist the top off and take a swig. Scott watches me from the kitchen table where he is doing emails and probably reading up about the cricket. A bowl of Weet-Bix sits next to an empty beer bottle on the table beside him. He sees me looking at it and shrugs sheepishly. Got hungry. He stretches his arms into the air. So, how's it going? Okay, we're not really getting anywhere. Is this on the dead teacher case? Yep. It's pretty much all we're working on at the moment. Everyone's pretty spooked. We really need a solve. Well, you can only do what you can, I guess. Scott says this as if I'm trying to work out why the paper wasn't delivered. He looks back at his laptop. The light skims the contours of his face, and I think how tired he looks. Scott is so content for life to happen around him. He feels no urgency, is in no rush to pull his way through things or force his way into them. Unlike me, who races through life so quickly I get whiplash. I often think that when you haven't been touched by death, you have no need to feel alive, no desperation to keep breathing. Scott greets every day with the relaxed attitude of someone who assumes there are thousands more of its kind to come. I shut the fridge door and the heat instantly regroups around my body. We kind of have to do whatever it takes, I say stiffly. There is a murderer out there. His eyes meet mine. I get it, Jim, but this is not your fault. All I mean is that you'll do your best, but you're not magic. I'm not saying I'm magic, I'm saying this is pretty fucking important. Seeing it's almost Christmas, I just hope that you'll be able to spend some time with Ben. That's important too. I drink the beer so I don't have to speak. His gaze holds steady on mine, challenging. I've got more work to do, I say and spin on my heel, returning to my search for clues hidden in the grainy footage from Rosalind's opening night. Chapter 24. Thursday, the 17th of December, 12:56 p.m. I can tell Jonesy is nervous. He pulls at his tie and adjusts his ill-fitting jacket. A thin stream of sweat trickles from his temple, journeying along craggy skin and arriving at his chin. He's shaved, and the result is an array of fresh red welts that look like they will burst into song at any moment. Right. He beckons Felix and me close. This won't take long. Get him in and get him out is the plan. Yes, sir, I say. Felix nods. I'm going to stick to the basics. I won't mention the pregnancy, nor the paternity query, obviously. A sharp look at me as though it's my fault that Rosalind's father turned out not to be George Ryan. This is just a general appeal for information and also a means to provide some calm. He clears his throat noisily and then breaks into a hearty cough, thumping his chest aggressively. Felix and I exchange a look. I'm not sure that calm will be what Jonesy inspires, but after 5 days and no solve, he has no choice but to speak publicly. Right then. Someone calls for quiet and a tech checks the mic. Jonesy ambles up to the lectern, his back straight, still clearing his throat. We hold our press conferences outside next to the undercover walkway between the police station and the car park. Jonesy always has the lectern positioned next to the main entrance, with the Australian coat of arms and the recently renovated front desk clearly visible for the TV cameras to capture. Makes us look professional and not like some hick backwater effort. I heard him telling our media manager, poor downtrodden Cynthia, who I suspect is still trying to figure out exactly what the internet is. I also suspect that Jonesy thinks there is some kind of power in making all of the reporters stand outside. It doesn't allow them to get too comfortable. Felix and I follow Jonesy onto the small stage and stand behind his left shoulder. Thank you, folks. I'm going to keep this fairly brief. I spot Candy Fife in the crowd, her dark skin glowing against a soft pink dress with cute capped sleeves. Candy's grandfather was a local Aboriginal elder, one of the original custodians of the land that Smithson now lays claim to. Her grandmother was from a posh English family, and their union was allegedly quite the scandal in the 1950s. Candy opens her notebook, pen poised, eyes fixed on Jonesy, and then suddenly on me. She arches a slender brow, and I hold her stare before looking away. My shoes are badly scuffed, worn at the front. Under my pants I'm wearing mismatched socks, and I feel a surge of anger at Candy and her silent expectations. I know she feels let down by my inability to bond with her, one woman to another, but I just don't buy into the gender roles battle. I simply push on and try to do a good job. I'm not interested in spending my time advocating for my rights. I want to earn them. In contrast, Candy is due to give her third keynote speech at the upcoming Country Women in Conversation, an event designed to support the advancement of women in business. I threw my invitation in the bin. Jonesy begins his speech. A sudden death is always a tragedy, especially that of someone as young and important to our community as high school teacher Rosalind Ryan. But we are confident that we will be able to come to a resolution quickly and put whoever is responsible into custody. A reporter puts up her hand, but Jonesy shakes his head. I'll take a few questions shortly, but first I want to be clear that we here at Smithson Police Station are doing everything we can to ensure justice for Ms. Ryan and her family. We have our best officers dedicated to the case, and they are being supported with extra staff from around the region. We are also in contact with our state counterparts to ensure the best methods and technology available to us are utilised. Jonesy looks at the crowd, eyeballing people randomly, daring them to suggest otherwise. His bulky presence is powerful, but many Smithsonians are forced to endure the incongruity of having a forbidding station chief on the TV who is also regularly spotted shopping at the butcher in his 2 sizes too small tracksuit pants. Of course, these cases are not always solved as quickly as we would like, but we are making good progress, piecing together Ms. Ryan's movements and the details of her death to ensure we find the person or persons responsible. We're committed to building a comprehensive case so that charges can be laid and a conviction attained. He claps his hands as if he is about to tuck into a meal. Right. Questions? The young reporter, who had been shushed earlier, speaks first. Mr. Jones, should people living in Smithson be scared? I mean, there's a killer on the loose, right? Jonesy looks at the reporter as if he'd like to immediately prove her correct. Nothing so far suggests that anyone need be fearful of something else like this happening. We advise everyone to simply take normal precautions. Don't walk alone at night, tell people where you're going, things like that. He waves flies away and shields his eyes as he looks out at the gathered media. Yes? A young bearded man speaks up.
Mr. Jones, Dan Roebuck from the Gowan Tribune. From what you're saying, it sounds like the police don't think the attack on Ms. Ryan was a random crime. At this stage, we do not believe it was random. We are investigating several individuals in relation to the attack, confirming their whereabouts and matching this with the CCTV footage we have secured and crime scene evidence.
This is somewhat of a stretch based on the pathetic amount of information we have, but it causes a ripple through the audience, and they start jotting down notes and whispering to each other, no doubt mentally penning headlines that implicate the Ryan family or assume a sordid love triangle. It is certainly a livelier press conference than most of the ones we conduct, even attracting journalists from the metro networks. Rosalind's murder is any aspiring reporter's wet dream, and none of them want to miss the opportunity to splash another headshot of her across the front page, even if the new information revealed is as weak as milky tea. Candy stands up and her cameraman whirls around to catch her asking her question before spinning back to Jonesy for his answer.
Mr. Jones, Candy 5 from Country TV and the Smithson Times.
She smiles, faking self-consciousness at her ubiquity.
Many people are speculating Ms. Ryan was involved in several questionable relationships that may have led to her murder. Do you have any comment on that?
All I would say to that, Miss Fife, is that my team is focused on finding the killer rather than scrutinising Ms. Ryan's lifestyle. No one deserves to be attacked like she was. Full stop. Jonesy's comment has all but confirmed the suggestion that Rosalind had a juicy personal life. I shudder to think of the outrageous rumours circulating around Smithson, whispered in shops and debated at dinner tables.
I'm not suggesting she was at fault, Mr. Jones, but surely you are looking into Ms. Ryan's personal affairs.
Ms. Fife, I can assure you that we are conducting this investigation exactly as you would expect. We're looking into everything, but we are leaving our judgment out of it. I'd encourage you all to do the same.
Of course.
Candy remains standing and her cameraman whips back and forth as if he is covering a tennis match.
One final question, if I may. Do you feel comfortable with Detective Gemma Woodstock leading the case, seeing as she knew the victim so well?
Surprised, I feel my face flush as all eyes turn to me. Felix mutters something under his breath. Jonesy turns and gives me a reassuring wink, his jaw clenching.
Detective Woodstock is one of our most capable officers. Like many people who grew up around here, she has personal connections that are sometimes going to cross over into her work, but she's a professional. We all are.
Thank you, sir. Candy sits down, a slow smile spreading across her face as she leans forward to make more notes. Another reporter rises and questions Jonesy on the Smithson Regional Centre solve rate in comparison to the city statistics. Jonesy rattles off a bunch of numbers and talks about challenging political times and the need for additional funding. Cynthia points at her watch, indicating that it's time to wrap things up.
Right, we're done,
barks Jonesy obediently.
What would help us would be getting your readers, watchers, tweeters, whatever, to think about anything they have seen recently that seems unusual. A conversation with someone that isn't quite right. Something they may have stumbled across that, in light of Ms. Ryan's death, might be worth talking to us about.
Jonesy's voice lifts a little as he gears up for his finale.
We must remember that a woman is dead. Her life has been tragically cut short. That's what we're focused on, and we would appreciate any support that Smithson residents and those living in surrounding areas can provide. Thank you.
He walks away from the lectern. Felix and I follow. Pack of arseholes, Jonesy says under his breath as we step back into the station. In the background, a huddle of kookaburras on the power line begin to laugh as if they have just heard the funniest joke in the world. Chapter 25. Thursday, the 17th of December, 7:33 p.m. I'm at the pub near the train line. Anna is late, and I'm almost at the bottom of my first glass of wine. I curl my hand around its stem and look down the bar. A couple of old guys throw glances my way. A young family is seated at one of the tables. 2 little girls are eating chips with their sauce. I kick my legs out and hit against the wooden panelling that lines the bar. Artie, the owner, looks up at me, face ready with a scowl, and then sees it's me causing the ruckus and smiles instead. Another sweetheart? I should wait for my friend. He sips at a frothy beer. He probably thinks it's Felix I'm waiting for. We come here sometimes. Well, if you change your mind, just ding the bell. Will do, Artie. The muscles across my neck feel like a block of cement. I flip open my notebook and read over my scrawls. If someone found my notebook, it would be hard for them to guess whether it belongs to a good guy or a bad guy. So bizarre are my ramblings. I map through some of the strands of information we have so far. Rosalind's parentage. Could that be the key to this whole thing? Did George Ryan somehow discover his wife's betrayal and fly into a rage? Did he throw money at the problem and arrange to have her removed when he had the airtight alibi of a night in hospital? Or perhaps hot-headed Timothy found out and, knowing that his father is increasingly unwell, objected to his half-sister getting an equal share of the inheritance and felt he needed to rush things along. This possibility does seem quite dramatic when his share is so substantial anyway, but people have done a lot worse for less than $300,000 or so extra that Timothy stood to receive. Although his argument with Rosalind and their lack of contact since remain suspicious, we haven't found anything to implicate Timothy. On the night of the play, he made no calls, but 2 phone towers have him moving between them in a manner that would make a trip from the school to his father's house plausible. His credit card wasn't used that evening, and the security footage that George gave us shows his car turning into the garage just before 10:55 p.m. Timothy says that Bryce was in his room with the door shut when he got home, but they didn't actually see each other. Timothy says he can't remember how he entered the school hall, says he probably just walked in the door like everyone else. But the fact that I can't identify him on the CCTV bothers me. And why did he end up going to the play alone? I don't buy his excuse that he forgot to ask someone to come along. Intuitively, I can't shake the feeling that Timothy is bad news, but I need to work out whether he's just a jerk or a dangerous killer. And maybe this wasn't a family matter at all, despite what George Ryan said. Our forensic finance guys have turned up more issues with several Ryan developments around town, and there are rumblings of possible court proceedings driven by a mob of angry investors. While I find it hard to believe that someone with a business grudge would do something like this to Rosalind, I suppose it's not impossible. Regardless, everything I know and remember about Rosalind tells me that this is a crime of passion, or maybe revenge. Without realizing it, I've drawn a looping circle across the notebook page in the shape of Sunny Lake. I snap back to the present as Anna appears in front of me. Sorry, Gem, crazy day at the office, you know how it is. Anna slides onto the stool next to me and grabs my hand, giving it a quick squeeze. You okay? Yeah, I had a wine while I was waiting. I gesture to my empty glass. Damn right you did. Can't sit in this awful place without a drink. Anna looks around. Hey, she calls out. Hello? There's a bell, I think. Ding, ding, ding. Anna taps on the bell like it's a hammer. Artie stumbles out from the back room as if he's been woken up in the middle of the night. He blinks at Anna and then looks at me. Ah, your girlfriend turned up. More wine? You got it, buddy. Bring us wine. Anna pulls her hair from its tie and fluffs it around her face. Cripes, what a day. Anna is not conventionally pretty, but has an elfin quality about her that I'm sure makes men think she'll be a lot more passive than she is. She is small, with delicate fingers and petite feet, but her movements are big and she is loud, consistently 2 volume measures higher than everyone else. Artie delivers our wine, and for a moment Anna and I could be any 2 young women out for a nice drink on a Thursday night. Not 2 young women who have been exposed to the worst of humanity, who have dug past the horror to find the even more horrifying. I once asked Anna how she sleeps, and she laughed and said, Like the dead, with one eye open. A buzzer goes off and we both jump to find our respective devices. Anna tugs at her lips with her teeth as she calls in to get her message, her brow furrowed. Everything okay? Yeah, car accident near Ford. I might have to head there later, but Jonesy thinks the team in Paxton will get it. She swallows a large mouthful of wine. Can't get wasted though, just in case. I have to be home early-ish anyway. I'll be up with Ben before 6. I always forget you have a kid, Jem. It's such a spin-out. I laugh. It is weird. So this Ryan case is big, like the Robbie thing. Yep. It's good that Jonesy put you guys on it. You and Felix make a good team. There's a lift in her statement, maybe a question, but I let it pass. Did you track down the kid from her old school? Anna asks. The one you told me about. Sort of. He's in India, travelling and teaching, but we got his email address from his mother. He wrote back to us, but it's tricky. He's clearly not keen to revisit the whole thing. He does maintain that she encouraged him, but there's no evidence. Possibly it was all wishful thinking on his part. I think that's going to be as good as we get. Should we order some chips? Definitely. She dings the bell again. I heard the press conference was rough today. It was. Jonesy did a good job, though. Candy Cane went for the jugular? She always does, I say. My mouth contracts in pleasure from the salty chips and we munch together contentedly. It feels strange to be out with someone other than Felix. With a jolt, I realise he's become my only real friend. You know how I asked you about the eye colour genes the other day? Her eyes light up. Yeah, you think someone else was the Ryan girl's dad? I do. This case is a tricky one, isn't it? Says Anna. Well, she always was a bit of a mystery, really hard to figure out. Anna looks at me and an almost imperceptible expression flashes across her face. I thought you didn't know her very well, Jem. Oh, I didn't really, I say lightly. I barely had anything to do with her, but she was always kind of interesting. Yeah, well, you just have to take one look at her to guess that. Anna tosses her hair over her shoulder and keeps her eyes on me. Anyway, as long as you're okay to work on it. Of course. Even if I knew her well, I've learned how to shut off. You know, never let the personal get in the way. Yeah, says Anna, throwing back the last of her wine. It sucks. Our job seems to make sure that nothing personal gets in the way, or in my bed. She leans close to me and grins. Want to hear about the latest Prince Charming? I relax. I don't want to talk about Rosalind Ryan anymore. Definitely. I laugh at Anna's dating stories, which are ripped straight from cheesy American cable, feeling a happy buzz. Did you really catch him going through your wallet? Yes, Jem, I swear. The guys I meet online make the ones at the station seem like gentlemen. Even I think it's funny. You'll be disappointed when you meet a normal guy. Probably. She says it so glumly, sticking out her bottom lip, that I can't help giggling. You're lucky all that's behind you, Jem, she continues. Safely married, knowing what you're going home to every night. I'm not married. Oh, you know what I mean. She waves my de facto arrangement away. You're as good as married. Yeah, I guess. Anna senses dangerous territory and drops the volume. Gemma? Sorry, I was being flippant. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. My armpits dampen, a flutter in my abdomen. It's fine, it's just, I don't know. Things are hard at the moment. Anna looks at me concerned. She reaches out her hand and I let her slide her fingers around mine. With the case? I want to tell her about Felix. Say it out loud and see if I can get it to make sense, but I don't know which words to use or how to explain it. I had a miscarriage, I say instead. Oh, Gemma. Yeah. Are you okay? Anna asks. I think so. What did the doctor say? I twist in my seat, wishing this conversation was over. Nothing really, just that it was one of those things. When did it happen? I look at her steadily. A few weeks ago. Okay, wow. But you're all fine? No fever? Pain? Honestly, Anna, I'm fine. I was only a few weeks along. I didn't need to go to hospital or anything. Okay, if you're sure. We sit for a minute in silence. I regret bringing this up, but it feels good to have made the pregnancy real. Good for it not to have existed completely in my mind. Was it planned? Not really. I let my mind briefly wander to the daydream I've kept at bay for the past few days. I picture myself holding a brand new baby, handing the child to a speechless Felix, him wrapping his arm around me as he kisses first me and then the child, breathing it in. I shake the image away, my cheekbones pulsing. No, not planned. Maybe that's what is making it confusing. I wasn't really sure what I was going to do. How does Scott feel about it? It feels like my organs are expanding inside my body. Oh, you know, I say. Not much he can do, I guess. It's tough being with a cop. You're so strong, Gem. He probably thinks you don't need him. Maybe, I guess. Seriously, you should see the guys' faces when I'm on a date and I tell them what I do. Massive buzzkill. Scott must be pretty cool, looking after Ben and putting up with the Smithson police force. I flash a smile at Anna and tip my head in what might be a nod. Anna eyes me and then eats a couple of chips in quick succession. Well, life, huh? I mean, I'd hate to lose you from the team, but of course it makes sense that you might have another baby someday. It's perfectly normal. But we lose an awesome detective and get stuck with a bunch of fat guys who can have as many babies as they like without giving up anything. Fucking biology. I can't help laughing. It does seem ironic that most of the guys in the force are carrying more extra weight than a pregnant woman. Yes, well, I'm sorry about what happened, Gem. Really sorry. Planned or not, it's a big thing. It's rough on top of everything else you're dealing with. I nod. Yeah, thanks. It will all turn out okay, though, I'm sure. My admission suddenly feels awkward. I wish I could tuck it back into my handbag. We talk a little about Anna's upcoming holiday to New Zealand, the food that keeps going missing from the staff fridge, how under-resourced we are, but our easy flow has been broken. Well, should we get the bill? I say before Anna has to. It's almost 11, but I don't want to go home. Anna hugs me briefly but fiercely before she slips into her bright red Fiat and drives off. I exit the car park and head towards Main Street. The sleeping shops give nothing away, while street lamps cast sloppy puddles on the paths. Brush-tailed possums shriek from the rooftops. I pause the car in the middle of a U-turn and look up the stretch of empty road, watching stray leaves skitter low to the ground, the possums still carrying on. But there's nowhere else to go, so I put my foot down and head for home, catching a glimpse of the old shot tower peeking out from above the trees as I drive past the lake. Chapter 26. Friday, the 18th of December, 7:37 a.m. Reggie Hope swipes at her brow with a tea towel as she pours the frothed milk carefully into a glass, making sure to flick her wrist up right at the end to create a perfect leaf shape. That is one fine coffee, she thinks as she weaves around the tables to present it to the shy man sitting in the window seat. The cafe is bustling and noisy this morning despite the heat. Luckily, coffee is popular all year round. Caffeine is one of the most socially acceptable addictions of our time, her son is fond of telling her. Jackson is always saying interesting things like that now that he is at university in the city. Reggie rinses out the silver jug and pours in some fresh milk as she pictures his face. He has grown into such a man now with his neat beard and fancy shirts. He was even wearing a pink one the last time she saw him. Wendy, one of the casuals, assured her this was all the rage these days. Reggie can hardly link this tall, dark stranger to the little boy in the Batman pajamas who used to cry out for her in the night. She shakes her head. Time is indeed a strange thing. The bell above the door jingles. Every time someone steps into the cafe, a blast of oven-like heat hits her face. Reggie doesn't mind the heat usually, but this current onslaught is starting to become a little tedious. Molly isn't sleeping well and has been in a mood for weeks. The days feel long, and by around midday Reggie's head feels heavy, as if she's one of those kitsch toy dogs people put on their car dashboards with the bobbing necks. Hopefully the weather will settle down by Christmas. Reggie's entire family is coming from Malaysia to stay for almost 2 weeks, and she can already imagine the arguments without the heat-induced claustrophobia. Sunny, pleasant days with her family are barely manageable. 40-degree days with her nosy sister, her sister's kids and their elderly mother might just tip her over the edge. The door opens again and the heat pours in. It's that girl detective, Woodstock. She's in the news sometimes. Reggie knew she would be coming when she saw the man that Woodstock always meets tucked away in the far corner. Reggie watches as she quickly scans the room and then makes her way over to the table where the man is. She is very boyish, no hips to speak of, and sort of bouncy, like she's about to break into a run. She sits down opposite the man and he smiles up at her broadly. They have been coming here for almost a year now, heads bent close as they talk and laugh in the early hours before the eyes of the town are on them. Woodstock orders skinny lattes when he's here, but if she gets here first, she has them with regular milk and adds some sugar. Reggie laughs to herself under her breath. People are odd creatures. You see all sorts of things working in a place like this. She pushes the long black and the cappuccino onto the serving shelf and dings the little bell again. She refills the front display and wipes down the bench. She needs to get more muffins into the oven. And Matt is still not here. He's a sweet kid, but a little hopeless. The young ones these days just don't quite have the work ethic she had at their age. She glances over at the couple again. The man is looking at the woman detective and nodding as she talks. He grabs her wrist briefly and she looks around and then pulls it away. He is an attractive man, Reggie thinks, tall and strong with that nice dark hair and those striking green eyes. Even from here she can see his wedding ring, but she is not the type to judge. Who knows what goes on in other people's lives? Plus, they are good customers. In this climate, it would be foolish to turn up your nose at any kind of business. Since the Carling plant opened, cafes have popped up everywhere, putting a dent in her weekday profit. And half the Carling people fly home to Sydney or Melbourne for the weekend anyway, spending their money anywhere but Smithson. She remembers Wayne Carson at the bank telling her that the plant would see them all rich and retiring early, but Reggie feels like it's made everything more confusing. Life was simple when it was just her place and Cafe Cha-Cha around the corner. Just good old friendly competition back then. Now it's a haze of loyalty cards and 2-for-1 deals and imported coffee beans. Reggie sighs. Retiring early, my ass. The detective girl looks very serious this morning, even more than usual. She toys with a thin silver chain around her neck as she speaks. Maybe they are talking about the murdered teacher, Rosalind Ryan. Wendy told her recently that the man is a detective too, and he and the girl work together, like on the TV cop shows. No wonder they are in love. Those partners always get close when they are working on cases. Reggie has been watching the stories on the news about the Ryan woman. She came into the cafe once or twice. A real dreamer. She was with a young boy the last time Reggie saw her, perhaps a little brother. He looked about Jackson's age. They talked in low voices and took turns writing things down in a notebook. They smiled a lot. Maybe he was her boyfriend, Reggie thinks. He seemed pretty smitten. Poor fella. She had very pretty eyes, the Ryan woman, like toffee. Reggie shuts her eyes briefly, trying to imagine how terrified the Ryan woman must have felt out there in the middle of the night, alone and dying. Reggie's daughter Molly was set to attend Smithson High, but St Mary's is closer, and in the end it was where all the kids from the primary school had decided to go. Reggie is glad that she doesn't have to deal with Molly having a dead teacher right now. Her moods are hard enough to navigate as it is. Reggie taps out the used coffee from the portafilter and washes it with a blast of hot water before snapping it back into place. She thinks briefly about Molly dying like the Ryan woman did and then forces the terrible thought right out of her head. Probably the poor woman was caught up in something sinister to be killed like that. Maybe she had a bad ex-boyfriend or there were issues with drugs. Nothing that Molly would ever be involved in. Reggie flicks on the bean grinder and mops at her brow again, pinging the bell so that Matt, who has finally arrived, knows to come and collect the fresh batch of coffees. Chapter 27. Friday the 18th of December, 8:04 a.m. The memorial today should be interesting. All those kids everywhere, the Ryans, Nicholson, the other teachers. Agatha Christie would have a field day. Felix is in a good mood. I nod and play with the froth on my coffee and try to change the subject. The Ryans are just having a small ceremony this afternoon. Only family. George Ryan told me they want to keep it very private. What do you make of him? I think about George's pale eyes blurring with sadness and the hardness that emerges in his jaw when he feels threatened. I really don't know. He makes me feel uncomfortable and I don't think his relationship with Rosalind was an easy one. But perhaps he did just struggle with raising a daughter on his own. Still think you're on the money with your paternity theory? Of course. It's science. I'm just not quite sure yet whether he knows or not. I suspect he might, but a lot of men raise children who aren't theirs and lead perfectly normal lives. And some don't. Sure, some don't. The memorial ceremony looms in my mind again, and I keep talking to avoid thinking about it. Assuming he does know Rosalind isn't his, it would help if we could work out when he found out. If it's a recent revelation, then I suppose there's a chance it could be linked to what's going on now. If he's always known, then I would say it is completely irrelevant. Felix looks at me skeptically. What, you think that he somehow suddenly found out last week and lost his mind and killed her? I sigh. It's pretty unlikely, isn't it? I don't know, but maybe there is a link somehow. Maybe one of the brothers found out. That's going to be pretty hard to nail down. I think we're going to have to show our cards and ask. Yeah, probably. I look out the window. The heat is invisible from in here, but I know it's there. A sparrow plays in the drips from the aircon, shaking out its feathers and doing little skips on the spot. Or maybe it was Rosalind who found out. Maybe she was researching her family history and stumbled across something that made her confront her father. Let's get the tech guys onto it. Maybe her school computer will show something like that if it's recent. She might have used a public one. Felix shrugs. Well, we'll see what we can find. He glances at his watch and then looks up at me. But right now we need to get our asses to the school. Our eyes stay locked and I reach out my foot and curl it around the bottom of his leg. He smiles and I fix my stare onto his lips. I wish we could spend the day alone together instead, he says. I know. I breathe, trying to put a lid on my emotions. Reggie smiles at us from the counter. Such a carefree, breezy lady, she is always so friendly to us. She probably assumes we're married. I look at Felix and wonder what my life would be like if he were my husband. Wonder what it would be like waking up next to him every morning, the sun spilling in on our cushiony bed, followed by orange juice and boiled eggs on toast as we lazily read the papers, him reading interesting facts aloud to me in his crisp accent. Then getting up to work on cases together. But Ben refuses to be a part of this sun-dappled scene, and I push away the inevitability of one day having to choose. It's almost 8:30 a.m. as we drive the short distance to Smithson Secondary College. The turn off to the freeway is already clogged with trucks. I can feel their beat pulsing through the road beneath us. I can't tell Felix that the thought of being at the memorial is making the back of my eyes burn and my throat catch. I feel sick. Jacob's service is still so fresh. I can feel the exact lurch that pulled through my chest, can feel the rub of the shoes I was wearing. I can still see Donna Mason's wretched broken face. All the girls from my class crying. Nicholson tall and awkward, wringing his hands. Rosalind calm and serene, her eyes as cold as winter soil. The school buzzes with quiet talking. The sun beats down and hooks sharply on a bunch of red balloons that had been tied to a gate, sending a white bolt into my eyes. "This way," says Felix, leading us past a dotted line of fluorescent bunting. "They must be holding it on the oval," I say, just like Jacob's. I stumble slightly and Felix grabs my arm, and it takes all of my willpower not to grab onto him and bury my face in his chest. We fall into step with the growing crowd. A parade of hats bobs along on either side of us. Baseball caps, straw sun hats, kids in bucket hats covered with Peppa Pig and Thomas the Tank Engine motifs. It seems like the whole town is here. I suppose this has suddenly become the biggest pre-Christmas event in Smithson. It's certainly going to be the main topic of conversation over the turkey this year. John Nicholson rushes past, clutching a wad of papers. He squints into the sun and deep lines fan out from his eyes. A short woman with cropped blonde hair struggles to keep pace with him. "He's hired a PR lady," says Felix, stooping to talk into my ear as the crowd pushes us together. "I recognize her. She has a little agency next door to the jewellery store shooting that I worked on in Paxton last month." I watch the blonde woman talking seriously to Nicholson, who seems to be struggling to pay attention. Felix shoots me a quick smile. I smile back, but all I can hear is screaming, the same sound that I always imagined Jacob made as he fell. The oval comes into view, patchy green faded to yellow. It looks much like it did when I was here. Every second person is holding a red helium balloon or a rose. Most people are wearing at least one item of red clothing. I spot Kai Brax in a bright red singlet, standing with a group of students. I half close my eyes and the scene looks awash with blood. Wet heat trickles down my sides. I quickly open my eyes wide again, blinking furiously. "Hey, I might go grab some water." "Okay, sure, I'll be, somewhere around here." Felix gestures to the writhing mass, indicating that he'll do his best to avoid being swept away. "Yep, I'll find you, don't worry." I duck out of the crowd and cut across the quad. Memory tells me there are some taps in between the art rooms and the library. I spot them, and as I bend down to drink the tinny liquid, I feel a wave of nostalgia so strong I fight back the urge to retch. I quickly stand, heaving as I thump a balled fist softly on my chest, breathing in and out, trying to push the feeling away. My thoughts are going haywire. I see Jacob everywhere, see myself, small and mousy, a stubborn chin hiding so much pain, hair always falling over one eye, scuffed shoes, nails bitten down to the quick, eyes burning with sadness. It was near here that he told me. Near here that he pulled me into the clearing, which is now the car park at the top of the lake. Dusk on the Friday 3 weeks before he jumped. We'd been spending so much time apart. After years of being so entwined, so together, he'd seemed distant and cold, but we were almost past the madness. I only had one exam to go. I was feeling calm, confident. We were almost there, almost free. "Jacob!" I laughed, thinking he'd wanted to kiss me, that he'd missed me. I tried to pull away, but he was strong, hot. A beat went by, and then I felt worried. "What is it?" "Jacob, what's wrong?" Look, I just don't feel sure anymore, Gem." His teeth pulled at his lip. Fingers raking through his hair, everything tilted then, just for a moment. A mild sepia lens clicked across my vision. His face suddenly didn't seem familiar at all. "What do you mean?" I said, even though I didn't want him to explain it. I don't know. It feels different or something, between us." He grabbed my hands, slick and wet, our fingers slid around.
I wanted never to let go. I mean, you're my best friend, Gem. That will probably never change, but I don't know. The words tumbled out of his mouth and piled around my feet. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I looked at his shoes. I loved his faded Converse sneakers. I'd been there when he bought them. I'd been there for all of it. My heart roared in my ears. I could hear a football being kicked on the oval. Laughter. Talk to me, Jacob, please, come on. I don't understand. Is it the exams? He bit at his lip again. I don't think it is. I wish it was. I felt a wave come. It built up inside of me and broke into hot panic across my body. Jacob, come on, this is crazy. It's us. We're special. You always say it. Everybody knows it. I stamped my foot in the dust. I felt dangerous, insane. I wanted to scream, hit him, run laps around the oval, anything to make him stop talking, to stop ruining everything. I thought of Mum, her arms around me, smelling of grapefruit shampoo and Nivea face cream, kissing my cheek. My face started to crumble. My cheeks were wet and I wiped the tears away. I could taste sunscreen. Taste hell. Jacob looked crushed, empty after the birth of his horrible truth. Jacob, why? Why are you saying this? He stared at the ground, at his hands, anywhere but me. Gem, please don't make this harder than it needs to be. I just don't want to lie to you. We're not like that, right? We always tell each other stuff. He wiped perspiration from his forehead into his hair, making it stick up high. He was so ridiculous, so beautiful. Little black dots trailed along his wrists. He sometimes drew on his hands in class. I don't know what's going on, he said. Maybe it is all the pressure of finishing school, but I just feel different. Like I want things to be different. A dragonfly buzzed past so close that I could see the shimmery green on its tiny body, its crazy eyes. You like someone else? He shifted and kicked at the ground. No, not really. But I do wonder what it would be like to be with someone else sometimes, don't you? I shook my head, even though it wasn't true. I didn't tell him about the dreams I had. Will Cobbler, Jason Gordon, Fox, her. No, I whispered. I just want you. Okay, look. Maybe we just finish the exams and then have a bit of a break over summer. Then we'll see. Maybe we just need a bit of a break. He nodded at me, willing me to agree. Both of us. I don't want that. He became impatient, looking beyond the clearing back towards the oval. It was done now and he wanted to go. It wasn't intense anymore, just tedious. I was annoying him. How long have you felt like this? Just, I don't know, a little while. But it's not specific or anything, you know? It's just confusing. My head's a mess. I think this is normal. We're young. I just need some time, Gem. I don't want to drag you into my shit, okay? I pulled at my bracelet, the one he'd given to me, pulled it around and around my wrist in a slow circle. Okay. I'll call you later, all right? I was dismissed. He hugged me and walked off. I stood there perfectly still, imagining that I was a tree, a really old tree, so old that my roots were buried deep in the ground, snaking down to the earth's core, burning their tips. After a while, I made my way down to the lake. I sat on the biggest rock and threw sticks into the water, crying as each one broke the surface, the world it reflected turning into a big, blurry mess. Chapter 28. Friday the 18th of December, 9:27 a.m. I slip back next to Felix and look straight ahead so he can't see the wildness in my eyes. All good? I ask. Yep, just watching, seeing if anything seems off. The sun is strong and I hold my hands over my eyes. We're to the left of the makeshift stage, about 20 meters from the front.
I'm already thirsty again. I imagine that the stage is normally used for award ceremonies and school sports days. One of the teachers we interviewed the other day, Troy Shooter, the PE teacher, is wrestling with a heavy-looking lectern. A bunch of red helium balloons has been tied to a power cord on the left side of the stage. A few chairs, the same kind as in the staff room, are dotted unevenly across the other side. Family's here. Felix nods his head to the left. I see Rose's brothers and George Ryan standing in a small half-circle. Bryce's girlfriend, Amelia Posson, stands with them. George's chin is set high as if he has made a deal with God that he will get through this tortuous day with dignity. The blonde PR woman ushers them into the front row and they sit awkwardly, like characters from a movie that have wandered onto the wrong set. Even from a distance I can see the blue-black sheen in their hair. Nothing like her, I whisper. Huh? She really didn't look anything like them. Felix glances back at the Ryans. No, she really didn't. It's that blonde hair. She really did have amazing hair. Like Rapunzel. Yep. He stifles a yawn. Fuck, I'm tired. I wish I could hold your hand right now, and more. I smile at him, and suddenly my mouth is twisting into a sob. Later, I manage. He nods at the stage and straightens. A rumpled-looking John Nicholson taps awkwardly at the microphone and then mouths something to the blonde lady, who is looking on encouragingly. The shushing waves over the crowd until the only sounds that can be heard are cicadas and the ragged crying of an overtired baby. Thank you all for coming here today. He swallows heavily. Rosalind Ryan was... There is a pause, and his hands grip the sides of the lectern, his eyes moving up to the sky as if in prayer and then slowly moving back to the crowd. Rosalind Ryan was a gifted teacher, a wonderful student and an amazing person. You all know that, that's why we're all here. A group of girls near us, faces wet with tears, clutch each other's hands. One suddenly breaks into loud crying as the others rub her back, murmuring in her ear. Nicholson acknowledges the crying with a sympathetic grimace. Today is about celebrating her wonderful life and the incredible passion she had for Smithson and her students. Rosalind was so proud of you all and proud of what she achieved here. Nicholson's voice cracks and he steps back from the microphone, but I can still hear the guttural sob that escapes his mouth. He thrusts his hands deep into his pockets and appears to breathe in strength, steadying himself before he talks again. What happened last week was a tragedy. Something we will never really understand. Rosalind would not want us to dwell on that, though. There are so many things to celebrate about her short life that it makes no sense to speculate beyond that. That is the job of the police, and I know that they are doing everything they can to achieve justice for Rosalind and her family. Nicholson gives a not-so-subtle nod in our direction, and hundreds of eyes turn on us. I feel a mild flush creep across my cheeks, and I lean away from Felix slightly. People deal with something like this in very different ways, and that is completely fine. There is no right or wrong way to feel. Today, a few students are going to perform for us in celebration of Ms. Ryan, or simply tell us something special about her so that we can share our memories and remember how much she meant to us all. Nicholson clears his throat loudly. Rosalind's family are also here with us today. He turns to where the Ryans are seated. George Ryan seems to nod at Nicholson, but his jaw remains set. The brothers are erect and steely. A low murmur rustles from the audience. I look to Nicholson again, who is shifting his weight back and forth. Thank you for being here today. Your Rosalind meant a great deal to us. We can't begin to imagine your pain. Please know she will never be forgotten at Smithson. Yes, thank you. George's gravelly voice booms without a microphone and cuts through the singing cicadas. Nicholson continues. First, 2 of our students are going to share a reading for Ms. Ryan, and then we will have a song from Camille Holback, one of our talented Year 10 students, and then the Year 12s have a special announcement to make in Ms. Ryan's honour. He bobs his head as he steps backwards and makes his way off the stage. I lean forward so I can see the front rows. Behind the family and a little to the left are the teachers. I recognise most of them from our staff room interviews the other day. The PE teacher's broad shoulders form a large square in between 2 petite women. I recognise Izzy with her bright red hair, and the older lady who grabbed manically at her hanky when we asked about Rosalind. Then I spot Candy Fife in a sleeveless red shirt talking intimately to a TV camera. She flicks her head dramatically and gazes steadily into the lens for a few moments before gesturing for her cameraman to focus on the stage. He's pretty upset, don't you think? Felix is watching Nicholson. He's allowed to be, isn't he? 2 girls clutching single red roses make their way onto the stage holding hands. Nicholson nods at them encouragingly. The students look like otherworldly elves, with long, feathery haircuts and large almond-shaped eyes. They exchange looks and smile grimly, as if summoning the strength to do whatever is coming.
Miss Ryan was the most incredible teacher.
The first girl speaks in a hushed whisper. The second girl grips her hand a little tighter.
She was so passionate and wanted us to love books and reading as much as she did. She really helped us to learn. Really learn. She really did. Every day in one of her classes was like an adventure. She wanted us to know new worlds without having to go anywhere. She taught us that anything is possible.
The first girl starts to cry. The second girl continues.
We want to say thank you to Ms. Ryan. We will never forget you.
The first girl nods through her tears and manages to speak.
This is a scene from one of our favourite texts. Ms. Ryan always said that it shows how great love stories can change the way you look at the world.
It's from The Velveteen Rabbit, says the second girl. They draw deep breaths in unison, then take it in turns to read the characters.
What is real? Asked the rabbit one day when they were lying side by side near the nursery fender before Nana came to tidy the room. Does it mean having things that buzz inside you and a stick-out handle?
Real isn't how you are made, said the skin horse.
It's a thing that happens to you. When a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you, then you become real. Does it hurt? Asked the rabbit.
Sometimes, said the skin horse, for he was always truthful.
When you are real, you don't mind being hurt. Does it happen all at once, like being wound up? He asked, or bit by bit?
It doesn't happen all at once, said the skin horse.
You become. It takes a long time. That's why it doesn't happen often to people who break easily or have sharp edges or who have to be carefully kept. Generally, by the time you are real, most of your hair has been loved off, and your eyes drop out, and you get loose in the joints and very shabby. But these things don't matter at all, because once you are real, you can't be ugly, except to people who don't understand.
My eyes sting with tears. Felix's Adam's apple bobs up and down. The sound of sobbing fills the air. The 2 girls nod at the audience, then step down from the stage. The world tips as I spot Rodney Mason. Ghosts immediately ripple around me. He is standing to the side of the stage. He already looks older than Jacob ever did. Donna Mason stands next to him, a shoulder shorter, her puckered face and upturned chin challenging the crowd. I wonder if she too is thinking about Jacob's memorial all those years ago. The sobbing students, the guilty teachers, the relentless rain, the crippling shock, the nothingness that lay ahead. Donna's face looks like it froze that day and never thawed out again. Another girl is on the stage now, white fingers gripping a microphone, her long blonde hair pulled away from her face in a messy ponytail. I'm going to sing a song that is very special to me. I wrote it last year and Ms. Ryan helped me to practice it when I was auditioning for drama school. I will never forget her patience and support. I dedicate this song to her. The girl looks across the crowd and into the fiery sun. She slowly shuts her eyes, her chest moving up and down for a few beats before she begins to sing. Low and husky, her voice wraps around the crowd, intoxicating. Electricity zaps through the air. The song is a haunting, bluesy poem. The girl never opens her eyes. Felix glances at me and raises his eyebrows, impressed. He can feel the current too. I can feel Rosalind around me, her sensual, addictive presence. I always knew why Jacob fell for her. She was magnetic. She was so beautiful, so special. In her presence, it was hard to think beyond her face and velvet stare. Everything else simply faded away. The final note of the song blurs into the hum of cicadas. The girl opens her eyes as if waking. She looks skyward and mouths something to the clouds before whispering, "Thank you," into the microphone. John Nicholson is weeping now, tears rolling unchecked down his face. The PR woman watches him anxiously. I can tell she wants him to temper the public display of emotion. Breaking away from a huddle of teenagers, Rodney and Maggie Archer walk onto the stage. I spot Kai among the huddle, his head down as he wipes his wrist across his nose. We finally interviewed Maggie yesterday morning when she returned from Melbourne. She gave polite, slightly bored answers to our questions and kept repeating the words tragic and awful. She recounted the opening night evening in helpful detail, including her walking to the after-party with a large group of friends, but I found her overall tone deeply unsettling. Maggie appears overwhelmed by the crowd, ducking her head and shuffling her feet. I am still high from the song, the melody having entered my bloodstream. It's disorienting. I feel incredibly hot. Waves of white crash over my vision and there's no sound. I grip my chair, trying not to faint. A few seconds pass before the scene shutters back into full colour and I can hear voices again. I look at Felix, who is oblivious to my little episode. I catch the end of Maggie's speech.
It's what she would want, so we hope to see as many of you on the 2nd of January as possible. Plus, all the profits will go towards supporting the ongoing arts program here at Smithson.
Rodney kicks his foot at the ground. Being together right now is important. Stories, music and art will help us all to heal. Please do this one final thing for her. For Ms. Ryan. A flip rises in his voice and I remember him as a child, alone and broken, mourning a dead brother. He lifts his eyes and looks over at the Ryans before quickly looking back at the ground. Maggie walks away from the microphone, a soft smile on her face as she greets some classmates. Rodney realizes he's standing on the stage alone and shuffles backwards awkwardly, his eyes still downcast. Donna's scowl deepens as she watches her son leave the stage. The Ryans haven't moved. I think what stunning statues they would make. I will my brain to work, to emerge from this endless carousel of Rosalind, escape the red haze of the past. I turn slowly to Felix. He is real and stable. He is here. He meets my eyes. I reckon that kid knows something, he says, leaning close to me. Maybe, I say, watching Rodney hugging his friends, his eyes closed. Well, anyway, Felix says, looks like we're going to the theatre. Chapter 29. Friday, the 18th of December, 1:48 p.m. Yes. My voice is snappy as I answer the phone, reaching around the back of my neck to knead the muscles. I'm tired, broken by the memorial service. My face is tight from a light sunburn, and memories play Tetris in my mind as I pore over the police reports, trying to find anything of note. Felix was supposed to meet me back here at 1:30 p.m, but he hasn't shown up yet. We're getting nowhere on Rosalind's case, and the collective frustration is becoming more tangible by the minute.
Woodstock, call for you.
Kenny Prossi is on the switch, his whining voice curiously managing to be both distinctive and generic. Kenny's dad is one of the old boys here, and because of this, Kenny thinks that working the switch is beneath him. In fact, Kenny thinks that pretty much any task he is asked to do is beneath him.
Who is it? Some posh English bird. Says she wants to speak to the lead detective on the Ryan case. Lila someone.
Rosalind's stepmother. I left her several messages after I spoke to George Ryan on Wednesday.
Put her through, Kenny, I say.
Yes, sir, says Kenny sarcastically. There's a click and then a pause. A soft, clipped, hello, comes down the line. Detective Woodstock, is this Lila Wilcox? Yes, hello. Sorry for my tardiness. I didn't get your messages until today. I've been travelling. Her voice is precise, like that of a newsreader. I picture a long, lean throat, coiffed hair. I flick my headset on, quickly Google her, and confirm that I am right. A handsome-looking woman with piercing coal eyes and ivory skin stares out at me. I'm glad you called me back. I want to talk to you about Rosalind. Rose. She corrects me quickly. There is a sharp intake of breath. I'm very sorry about what happened. She was your stepdaughter? I'm still scrolling down pages of search findings on Lila Wilcox. From what I can tell, she is a very high-profile person in HR. Yes, I married George in '94. We divorced 7 years later. Rosalind was about 14 when they split. A fairly impressionable age to lose a mother figure. I should know. What was your relationship with Rose like? I ask her, remembering that George said they were close. Well, she was a Ryan, starts Lila, and then seems to interrupt her own train of thought. I can tell she is shaking her head. No, look, really, she was a delight. A bit prickly at first, but then she completely won me over. I certainly ended up being closer to her than the others. I am devastated about this. I'm in shock, I suppose. But I haven't seen her in over 10 years, so it all seems very distant. My life is over here now. Where is here? Shanghai. I moved here in 2004. And you and Rose didn't stay in touch? We did a little, especially at first. We would talk on the phone, write sometimes. I felt guilty for leaving her, I suppose, such a bright child. But then, well, her voice trails off and I can only hear soft breathing. Then I guess I got busy and she grew up. She moved out. I invited her to come and stay with me, but Rose was not much into travel. She was very much a homebody, even as a teenager. I think about her neat little place. Felix was right. It could have belonged to a grandmother. Why did you feel guilty about leaving her? She was always going to stay with her father, I assume. I emphasize the word father to see if it sparks any response. Oh, well, I don't know. A young girl alone with just boys, especially those boys. I suppose Marcus was okay. The others could be a bit predatory. Just the age they were at, I think, but I still worried for her. Her father was useless. There's a flash of malice in Lila's words, a bitterness. Useless in what way? Lila sighs. Look, nothing that bad. Nothing that is really notable. In fact, it's so textbook, it's embarrassing. Textbook, I venture. Oh, you know, pretty young childless woman falls for handsome rich widower with lots of children. I was basically Maria in The Sound of Music, or at least George wanted me to be. But that didn't suit you? No, and I told him before we were married that I was very serious about my career. I think he just hoped my maternal instincts would kick in. But they didn't. There's a fierceness about Lila. I imagine her and a younger George Ryan fighting. I'm sure it would have been something to witness. Not really. Perhaps a little with Rose. Like I said, she did win me over, but I'm not made for motherhood. Lila pauses and her prim voice cracks slightly. She did get under my skin, though. She was quite a magnetic child, quite unusual. I found myself wanting to look after her. I worried about her, but I don't quite know why. I think it really bothered George, actually. When did you last speak to Rose? She clears her throat delicately and there's a tissue involved. I can hear it rustling. That's really why I called you back. We spoke last week. We used to speak every few months or so. She seemed uncharacteristically chatty, happy. We talked about her play. She called me just before the final rehearsal, from the school, I think. She was incredibly excited about it. Was that all? No. She also told me that she'd met someone. Like a boyfriend? Yes, a boyfriend. Someone who she said she was very serious about. But she seemed nervous. She wouldn't actually tell me anything about him. You asked? Of course I asked. She and I are close when we do talk, but she doesn't usually share things like that with me. I was happy for her. She sounded very keen on him, but when I asked her his name, what he did, you know, the normal things, she was very cagey. Lila lets out a little sob. The poor man must be beside himself, whoever he is. I suppose you have spoken to him? I tap my fingers on my desk. Someone has put the cricket on and there is a rumble from the crowd as a wicket is taken. I still can't see Felix anywhere. We've been in contact with all of her friends and family, I tell Lila neutrally. Did Rose say anything else? Just that they were going to move in together in the new year. She said they had it all worked out. Chapter 30. Then. Letters shook across the page. I tried to reread the words, tried to take them in, but it was as if they had turned into numbers. It was my last exam. The summer stretched out in front of me, bleak and empty. Someone had forgotten to wake the sun. Jacob had called me just like he said he would, and we'd spoken like we always had, about school, his job, my dad, and the X-Files. But there was a fault line now, a dangerous shaft that we tiptoed around in case it gave way and we found ourselves falling. Something was wrong with him, but I didn't know what, and I didn't know how to ask. I was too busy with my own grief. Dad wanted to take me out for dinner later that night to celebrate his little girl finally finishing school. You did it, he'd said earlier that morning. But I knew he'd really meant, you made it. Because once you have met grief so bluntly, you expect it to appear at random, snatching away the things that you have carefully rebuilt, the things that keep you alive. Dad's fear of my dying had loomed over us ever since Mum had gone, hidden in every innocent, be careful, or call me if you need to. Dad knew that something wasn't quite right between Jacob and me, but I'd brushed it away, blaming the exams and our shift into adulthood. He left it alone, glad not to have to navigate the choppy waters of emotion. I only had 20 minutes left. I looked at the lines of writing. So many words. I couldn't remember what I'd written, but I had to trust that my brain knew the answers, that my hands had directed the pen to write down the right words. The questions pulsed at me from the exam paper. How real do you think Romeo and Juliet's love is? Explain your answer in the context of the era in which they lived. Tears welled in my eyes and I tipped my head backwards slightly to stop them brimming over. I looked around the room. Everyone else was bent over their desks, writing furiously. Kevin Whitby dropped his pen and it rattled noisily onto the floor. One of the adjudicators curled her lip, annoyed, before marching over to pick it up. Rosalind's long hair spilled past her shoulder a few rows in front of me. A small shaft of sunlight from a ceiling window hit her hair and it gleamed more golden than usual. Just finish this, I thought. Just finish. Ignoring the endless, tedious summer in front of me, I started to write again, making the case that the love between Shakespeare's two young characters was indeed real, so real that it transcended the reality that had previously seemed so solid to them both, right up to the day before they met. "It's real," I wrote, "because it quickly becomes everything, and the thought of it being taken away makes them feel like they would be left with nothing at all." Chapter 31. Friday the 18th of December, 3:46 p.m. At check-in, I'm recounting my conversation with Lila Wilcox when Jonesy appears. The air in the station is hot and musky, the twin fans gallantly pushing it back and forth above our heads. My shirt feels damp across my back. Felix still isn't here. He texted me to say that he is following up something to do with Rosalind's finances and will fill me in later. "So who is this mystery man, Woodstock?" "I don't know, sir." Jonesy snorts. "You must have some ideas, surely." Felix bursts in. He waves for me to keep talking and takes a seat up the back. I look Jonesy in the eye. "Well, there are the teachers, in particular the principal, Nicholson. Then there are the students." I glance at Felix, who raises an eyebrow at me before I say reluctantly, "There was an alleged issue with a student at her previous school, so there could be a pattern with our victim and younger men. She would have had a lot of interaction with the lead in the play, Rodney Mason, and Kai Brax, the backstage manager, also in Year 12, is rumoured to have had a crush on her earlier this year. Someone sent her flowers on Valentine's Day, and a lot of people think it was him." I pause, picturing the roses on my front porch. "And one of her neighbours mentioned a man in a fancy car paying her a visit a few weeks ago, but nothing has come of that so far. Or maybe it's some random normal guy she met somewhere." I sip at my cold coffee. Or she could have been lying to Lila about being in a relationship, seeing as Lila is overseas and would never know any better. If she was seeing someone, he hasn't come forward, which in itself would be incredibly suspicious. In saying that, her phone records certainly don't give a clue to her seeing someone. She barely called anyone or received any calls. The only suspicion comes from a couple of calls from a prepaid phone that we can't lock down. So maybe Rosalind wanted to make her life sound more exciting and fabricated a romance. Jonesy coughs, and it reminds me of sandpaper. "She did seem to live in her head a bit. Ditzy, isn't that what you call it? Okay, so this is all just maybes. Anything solid yet? Where are we at?" I stand and move towards the large pinboards. Multiple Rosalinds stare at me. I look Jonesy in the eye. "We're not really anywhere yet, sir. It could still be a random attack, of course, which would certainly explain why nothing is adding up." "Is that what you think?" "No. It doesn't explain why she was at the lake. I still think it was personal." I pause and then say, "The pregnancy is a possible motive." "You think the father wanted the baby dead?" "Maybe. Or it could simply point to the kind of serious relationship that Rosalind described to Lila Wilcox. Perhaps it turned abusive. They might have fought about something. Maybe things were going well between them, but then she told him about the pregnancy and he got scared." Jonesy grunts. "She could have got knocked up by a stranger, someone she just met." "She could have," I allow, "but I don't think so. That definitely seems unlikely based on what we know about her character and the fact that she was so many weeks along. It suggests she was considering keeping the baby." "What was her character?" I sigh, puffing air into my cheeks. "To be honest, sir, it's difficult to define. Trying to nail down her personality is hard. A lot of people liked her and an equal number didn't. She didn't seem to be particularly close to anyone." "What about the trouble at her other school?" Jonesy presses. I nod. "The incident at her old school seems to be an anomaly, but could indicate a tendency to manipulate. She definitely made some waves when she pushed to have the school play. There's no gambling, no serious drug issues, no public outbursts or criminal record. Really, there's nothing." I glance at her photos on the board. Plus, if she was seeing someone, why keep it a secret? Why keep it from her family and friends? She probably told Lila because she was a safe option living thousands of k's away. But it does indicate that Rosalind wanted to talk about this guy. It makes me think that the relationship, assuming there was one, must have been problematic in some way. Maybe it was scandalous. Maybe he was married. There must have been something that made her want to keep it under wraps. Jonesy huffs. Well, we need definites, not maybes, so it sounds like you still have a lot of work to do. I want you to keep looking into the kids. We've all known cases where crushes have gotten out of hand. And try to track down the man the neighbour said she saw with the posh car, and see if you can get any more information from Rosalind's old school. There might be a link there. He wipes sweat from his eyebrows. But remember, no bloody overtime. I'm getting whipped from all angles. Chapter 32. Saturday the 19th of December, 5:42 a.m. Tucked neatly next to the shock of Rosalind's murder are thoughts of Christmas. It's only a week away, or so the screaming ads on the radio tell me. The shops rumble with quiet panic. Smithsonians are into Christmas in a big way. The tatty plastic on the decorations in the main streets rustles uncomfortably in the heat. At this hour there is barely a soul about, just the occasional dog walker or jogger. I wonder if people are still doing laps at the lake or whether they are sticking to the roads since Rose was found there. It's funny how paranoia seeps into the air, how it can curl around doors and into thoughts, fasten locks and quicken steps. In contrast to the soft dawn, the bakery on Hopkins Street is defiantly lit up like a Christmas tree. Inside I see Nick Gould yanking empty wire trays from the display shelves. Nick was in my year, just like Rosalind. His claim to fame was being able to eat 4 large pizzas in a single setting. My friend Janet had given him a blowjob after one such display of manliness at a house party, and she swore that his cum had tasted like tomato and basil. Huge trucks block the entrance of the Woolworth car park. A cigarette flicks from the front window of the vehicle nearest to me and lands dangerously close to a discarded newspaper. The glowing ember is followed by an impressive wad of phlegm. Jill's Turkeys runs in a repetitive ribbon along the belly of the truck, and I think about the giant empty carcasses, headless and hanging, bobbing along silently in rows as if making small talk about the weather. Jerking my car into a park, I grab the shopping bags and hope this won't take too long. Gemma! Hey, Sydney. I never fail to see someone I know when I'm doing the shopping, but I hoped that my extra early start might give me a better chance of avoiding unwanted chat. Nasty business with the teacher. I nod. Sydney owns the only indoor playground in Smithson. Her favourite colour is pink, and she has fitted out the centre accordingly. I never take Ben there. It's like being inside a giant's stomach. Today, Sydney looks flushed and blotchy. Her hair is pulled back tight from her face, reminding me of a water-spitting bath toy that Ben likes to bash against the side of the tub. Chemical peel, she says, patting her cheeks. It's supposed to go down by Christmas. It's good for redness. She stabs at her face with a sharp orange nail. We're starting to get old, you know, Gemma. I nod again, assuming I'm supposed to agree, and move more quickly towards the supermarket entrance. Sydney almost trips over in her heels trying to keep up with me. So do you guys know who did it yet? Not yet. Well, hopefully you will by Christmas. Is there any truth to the serial killer talk? Do you know that the council was going to have the carols at the lake? Can you imagine? She shudders. Her voice seems to roll out of her unchecked. Her large plastic handbag slaps against her bare thigh, making a sucking sound. Probably not the best idea. No, well, it's just awful. She grabs at a trolley, aggressively shaking it loose from the pack. Then her face brightens as if the sun has come out. Anyway, what are you doing for Christmas with little Joe? Ben. Yep, right, Ben. I think it's Georgia that has Joe. Anyway, what are your plans? Just hanging around with Dad, probably. Scott's brother and his wife, nothing special. Lovely, lovely. Her mind is clearly starting to trawl the shelves, her mental shopping list taking priority over our conversation. Well, must fly, unfortunately. I've 10 people coming for dinner tonight. Take care, Sydney. Tell Max I say hi. She waves her fingers at me and disappears down an aisle, weaving her trolley with impressive skill. My trolley has a wonky wheel, and my muscles pull and burn as I round the corners. I hate coming to the supermarket. The rows of things stare down at me, all of these things that I don't know what to do with. I'm a terrible cook. Before I met Scott, I basically lived on noodles, eggs, and boiled rice. A lot of the time I would barely eat at all, coming home from work and drinking wine until I fell asleep on the couch. For a while I lived with an Italian girl, a part-time actress who moonlighted as a chef. I tried to emulate her complicated creations, but just didn't have a knack for it. I still remember her laughing uncontrollably the night I tried to make creme brulee. I told Sydney the truth. We are spending Christmas with my dad. Scott's brother Craig and sister-in-law Laura will come too, as will Aunt Megan. Scott's parents live in the UK with his mum's elderly mother. They rarely come out to Australia. They don't have much money, and we're not that close to them anyway. Ben and his simple Christmas joy will be the only thing about the day that holds us all together. Craig and Laura have been trying to have children for almost 5 years. I have to look away when they give Ben his presents. I toss packets of chips into the trolley, catching the handle before it clips me in the guts. Tonight we are going to a Christmas barbecue at Scott's friend Pete's place. It's a dress-up theme. Pete's girlfriend Fee has an inexplicably large pool of sexy elf and Santa outfits and insists on hosting this annual dress-up party. Dad is minding Ben. I don't want to go. Scott and I fought about it yesterday morning. You could make an effort sometimes, Gem. He said it quietly, like he was talking to someone else. Fine, I'll come. He kept watching TV. You like Pete, you like Fee, you like the guys, what's the problem? Although these points are only partly true, I said tightly, no problem, I already said I'm coming. Felix and I had originally planned to meet tonight. He'd texted me last night to cancel just before Scott reminded me about the party, which I had forgotten about. The disappointment at not having time alone with Felix was so strong that for a moment I almost thought I would throw the mug I was holding at Scott. I placed it safely in the sink, just to be sure. I pick up a cereal box and look at the ingredients half-heartedly. I know I shouldn't feed Ben this shit, but the likelihood of me actually coming up with an alternative that he will eat is close to zero. I tossed the sugary cereal in next to the chips. Gemma Woodstock, I thought it was you. I freeze mid-trolley push. Hello? Candy Fife ducks her head in front of mine and wiggles her fingers at me. You're here early? Case causing you some insomnia. Syrupy with empathy, her words run along the nerve in my spine that is specifically reserved for the pitch of her voice. I hate shopping, I'm just getting it out of the way. She nods as if agreeing. You certainly don't strike me as a Christmas person. Too festive for you, too joyous. Go away, Candy. Oh, come on. You won't answer my calls at work. Fate clearly brought me to aisle 5 at this ungodly hour so we could talk. Do you know, she went on, clearly not caring whether I wanted to know or not, I had a day off last Friday. First time in 2 years I've had a day off, and there's a freaking murder. I almost missed it. Can you believe it? I angle my trolley away from her and push it forward. I was at a wedding in the city. It was lovely, thanks for asking. I made it back on Saturday morning, just in the nick of time to get to the lake. But it's been a full-on week since, trying to solve this doozy. I roll my eyes. I hardly think you need to worry yourself with things like that. Surely there's some little Christmassy piece you should be getting your claws stuck into instead. Come on, don't be like that. Let me buy you a coffee. Have a proper chat. The press conference the other day was a complete waste of time. I want to hear from you where you're at on this thing. Saves me from finding yet another story that says you guys have no clue. Seriously, Candy, I'm not doing this now. We've made our statement. We're getting closer every day. Suit yourself. She starts to scan the shelves in an over-exaggerated way. I walk away from her more riled than I would ever admit. You know what everyone's saying, don't you? I keep my eyes on the butter at the end of the aisle. Keep walking, don't let her get to you. Candy's voice has a melodic lilt as she throws one last barb in my direction. Mr. Principal certainly was pretty friendly with the beautiful Miss Ryan. That's the word on the street, anyway. I spin around in anger and then force myself to breathe away a nasty retort as I watch Candy's svelte ass sashay up the aisle. Chapter 33. Saturday, the 19th of December, 10:34 a.m. I think it's only eczema, but you just never know. I always panic. I've been to the doctor with her at least 4 times this past month. Carol's laugh dances around her front room. She calls it the sunroom, even though it doesn't really have the right kind of window to be a sunroom. Ben has finally calmed down and is playing sweetly on the floor with Jack, Carol's son. She is breastfeeding Olive, the baby. Somewhere deeper in the house a radio is on, and I hear a familiar news riff. The baby makes a loud sucking sound as she feeds, and Carol tuts at her gently. So hungry today, aren't you, poor thing? Carol pushes wavy hair from her eyes and looks at me apologetically. Do you mind grabbing the cakes from the bench, Gem? I'm kind of stuck here. Sure, of course. I glance at her as I rise from the couch. She's staring lovingly at Olive, who is grabbing intently at her thumb. Carol seems happy to be trapped. In the kitchen, I pause to take in the effect of the room. The dove-grey couch looks incredibly soft. A mohair blanket is folded across the top cushion. The blinds are drawn and the room is cool from the aircon. The fridge hums healthily and a row of indoor plants look well watered. A towering pine is dotted with red bows and a large gold star is perfectly centred on top. Brightly wrapped gifts are stacked high under the tree. Clearly, Jack is well behaved enough to be trusted around this perfectly styled Christmas scene. I move over to the bench and can see happy snaps on the fridge of Carol and her husband Seth. His arms are wrapped around her and she smiles symmetrically at the camera. There are photos of Jack and Olive and other small children. Nieces, I assume. I remember Carol mentioning her sister's children. At least a dozen invitations to kids' birthdays and christenings are secured with magnets. 2 wedding invites and an invitation to a love ceremony covered in silver foil are displayed in a little fan. I always have such high hopes before my visits to Carol's that everything will suddenly click, that Carol's contentedness might rub off on me, and then, within minutes, I feel a flat disappointment. I just can't seem to slot into this world. I always end up leaving earlier than I need to. I flip back the gauzy cloth covering the cakes and take them into the lounge room. These look amazing, I say, trying to will the time along. Oh well, we'll see. I like trying new recipes, but I have been a little unlucky lately. Hopefully these are better than the jam tarts I took to Mother's group last week. She bites into her cake and a few crumbs drop onto Olive. The baby scrunches up her tiny face in protest, but Carol doesn't notice. Do you still see the others much? I ask. Oh, sometimes. Carol's voice is breezy light for my benefit. You know how it is, everyone is so busy with the kids, but it's always nice to catch up when we can. How's Casey? She's good, I think. Carol nods as if considering this. Yes, she seems good. Casey's husband suffered a stroke when their baby Zoe turned 1. Billy now requires high-dependency care. The only place suitable near Smithson is an aged care home about 30 minutes away. Casey visits him every day. I mean, I think she cries every night, I know I would, but she seems to be getting better, making it work. Zoe's a joy. I wonder whether I would cry every night if Scott had a stroke. I can't imagine it. Carol shakes her head. Anyway, did you know that Sasha is having another baby? That's great. Yep. That makes everyone but you and Casey having 2. I nod, thinking about the blood in the shower last Saturday morning. I clutch at my stomach involuntarily and then quickly drop my hand. Carol is too busy stroking the soft hair on Olive's head in a slow half circle to notice. A faint red rash peeks out from behind her tiny ear. The eczema. A thread pulls deep in my memory. I think I can remember my mum stroking my head like that, and I shift on my chair and try to focus on eating the cake. My bones itch from all the sitting still. You and Scott still only want the one? Carol says it indifferently, but I know she wants the answer to be no. Everyone wants the answer to be no. One child never makes sense, apparently. Over the past year, I've had a front row seat to the instinctive desire people seem to have to right this wrong. Ben needs a sibling. I will regret only having one child in years to come. Scott deserves a football team, a daughter to dote on. I will enjoy motherhood more with two. It's easier the second time around. I'm selfish. Yes, I say firmly, I think Ben is the perfect amount for me, for us. Well, it's just lucky you both agree, Carol trills, looking lovingly at Olive. Yep, I say, kicking a toy back towards Ben. I shift my weight the way I always do when the conversation gets intimate. I don't like having to justify my choices. I don't like talking about Scott either. I never tell people much about our relationship, especially not anyone from the mothers group, seeing as they barely know him anyway. It's far too complicated to explain and is a conversation far better suited to have over